Even though Han Li had recently returned from the Elder Devil realm, Mo Jianli didn't even consider the possibility that Han Li had managed to enter the spirit cleansing pond. After all, countless powerful beings from many different realms had ventured into the Elder Devil realm in pursuit of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, but barely any of them had ever succeeded. Han Li was indeed an exceptional prodigy among those of the human and demon races, but he may not be all that special when it came to the prodigies of the other realms. However, unbeknownst to Mo Jianli, Han Li was no ordinary late-body integration cultivator. His physical body and spiritual sense were virtually as powerful as those of the average sacred ancestor, and after unleashing his second nirvana transformation, he could even match a sacred ancestor in battle. On top of that, all of the high-grade devilish beings had been in a state of turmoil in the face of the tribulation of the Elder Devil realm, so none of them were able to focus on stopping Han Li and the others. Otherwise, it would have only taken several sacred ancestors to pay some attention to them, and there would have been no way that they could have made it to the devilish origin sea. That is indeed fantastic news. With fellow Taoist Han's brilliant aptitude and the effects of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, there's at least a 30% to 40% chance that he'd be able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage with our unreserved assistance. Mo Jianli said with glowing eyes. Humph, he's a cultivator from your human race. Why should I give him my unreserved assistance? Patriarch Ao Shao harumphed coldly. Our human and demon races are one unified entity in the spirit realm. If fellow Taoist Han can progress to the Grand Ascension stage, he'll be a powerful backer for your demon race for tens of thousands of years to come, so why insist on differentiating between our two races? If someone from your demon race had hopes of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, I would also offer them my unreserved assistance, Mo Jianli replied. Is that a promise, old man Mo? Patriarch Ao Shao asked with a hint of a smile on his face. Of course. Hold on, are you saying there's someone from your demon race with a chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage? Mo Jianli asked with a stunned expression. You've met my granddaughter a few times already, but did you know that she possesses the 7-star moon physique? If she can progress to the late body integration stage, her chances of becoming a Grand Ascension stage being would be slightly lesser than those of fellow Taoist Han, but there definitely won't be too much of a disparity, Patriarch Ao Shao said in a proud manner as he gestured toward Silvermoon. Ling Long possesses the 7-star moon physique? Why didn't you tell me this before? Do you not trust me? Mo Jianli asked with an astonished expression as he turned toward Silvermoon. Of course I trust you, it's just that Linger wasn't born with this physique, and she only awakened it not long ago, so I certainly wasn't intentionally keeping it a secret from you, Patriarch Ao Shao explained. Humph, even so, I can tell you're clearly plotting something by revealing this in conjunction with all of this good news about fellow Taoist Han, Mo Jianli harumphed in a displeased manner. You're right. Linger possesses the 7-star moon physique, but she's encountered some trouble in her cultivation, and I'll require your assistance to resolve the issue, Patriarch Ao Shao sighed. What's the problem? I'll do everything in my power to assist you, Mo Jianli immediately replied. Patriarch Ao Shao nodded in response before his lips began to tremor in a soundless manner as he transmitted his voice toward Mo Jianli instead of speaking directly to him. Mo Jianli listened intently to what Ao Shao had to say, and as time passed, a grim look began to appear on his face. Following the conclusion of Ao Zhao's voice transmission, Mo Jianli hesitated momentarily before making a decision. I understand, I'll give you everything you asked for. However, if fellow Taoist Han requires anything for his future breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage, you have to do your best to satisfy those needs as well. Of course. Regardless of whether fellow Taoist Han or Linger can progress to the Grand Ascension stage, our human and demon races will have an additional powerful backer, Patriarch Ao Shao replied with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but I'm not that confident in my own ability to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, and I don't want to disappoint you if I were to fail, Han Li suddenly interjected. Who can say that they're absolutely confident in their ability to successfully progress to the Grand Ascension stage? Back when I made the breakthrough, it was mostly down to luck. At the time, I had several good friends who possessed superior aptitude to my own, but I was the only one who succeeded, so there really is no need to put any pressure on yourself, fellow Taoist Han, Mo Jianli reassured. Indeed. The two of us are willing to assist you because there's no one in our two races with a greater chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, and this has always been the convention. Whenever a Grand Ascension stage being among our two races is reaching the end of their lifespan, they are obligated to gather the resources within their race to nurture the brightest talents of the next generation. We're not the only ones doing this either, those on the Holy Island are also doing the same thing, and this is one of the reasons why the Holy Island was founded in the first place. However, compared to those cultivators on the Holy Island, we're more confident in you. If it weren't for the special nature of your situation, you would have most likely been invited to the Holy Island long ago. Even now, if you wish to cultivate on the Holy Island, we can send you there, Patriarch Ao Shao explained. I wasn't aware that the Holy Island had such a duty. I've grown accustomed to cultivating on my own, so I won't go to the Holy Island for now. Perhaps I'll pay the island a visit when I get a chance to do so in the future, Hanli quickly decided. Alright, in that case we naturally won't force the issue. By the way, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Have the Long family patriarch and that girl from the Yi family both perished in the Elder Devil realm? Mo Jinli asked with a serious expression. They did indeed perish in the Elder Devil realm, Hanli replied. That's quite a pity. The Long family and Yi family are the two most powerful true spirit families, so their deaths will most likely impact the true spirit families and our human race very severely. Having said that, once Brother Xie recovers his powers, he'll be more than enough to make up for this loss. A dejected look initially appeared in Mo Jinli's eyes, only to be replaced by one of hope and excitement as he cast his gaze toward Daoist Xie. The high-grade cultivators of the true spirit families are indeed more powerful than normal high-grade cultivators of the same caliber, but similarly, it's a lot more difficult for high-grade cultivators to emerge from those true spirit families, so if you ask me, there's no need to pay too much heed to them, Patriarch Ao Shao said in a dismissive manner. I beg to differ. The true spirit families may have their fallacies, but the fact of the matter is that they have ties with ancient true spirit beings. Body integration stage beings that emerge from those families are very formidable, so I think we can still count on them to bolster our two races in the future, Mo Jinli countered with a shake of his head. That may be true, but if you ask me, the true spirit families are nowhere near as valuable as the premier branches of our demon race. After all, many more body integration stage beings have emerged from those branches than in the true spirit families, Patriarch Ao Shao said with a cold smile. The premier branches of your demon race do indeed produce far more talent than the true spirit families, but there's no point in discussing this now. I had hoped that someone would have returned from the Elder Devil realm aside from fellow Daoist Han, but it looks like I was being too optimistic, Mo Jinli said with furrowed brows. Are you lacking people? Is the United Army plotting something? Patriarch Ao Shao asked. The Wood tribe is currently preparing a plan to counterattack the Devilish army, and it's received support from fellow Daoist Sang of the Yiksha tribe. They're hoping that this plan will allow them to recover all of their lost territory in one go, Mo Jinli replied with a grim expression. Have they gone insane? If the lost territory were that easy to recover, we would have done so long ago. Setting aside the Wood tribe for now, has old man Sang gone senile? Did you not object to this plan? Patriarch Ao Shao immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. There was a new development around half a year after you left the United Army, and if you knew about it, perhaps you would have a different opinion right now. 3 months ago we received news that the Elder Devil race has suddenly sent in a huge influx of troops to the territories of all of our races. Without us Grand Ascension stage beings present, the situation has taken a turn for the worse, so we have to take care of matters in the Wood tribe as soon as possible. We can't afford to just hold on and wait until our two realms separate, Mo Jinli said with a grim expression. What? The Elder Devil realm has sent more troops into our spirit realm? Did you verify this news? It's not a bluff, is it? Patriarch Ao Zhao's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. I contacted the Holy Island to verify this, and I was told that not only is this news genuine, there have even been clones of the 3 devilish patriarchs sighted within the new devilish reinforcements. However, we don't know if the true bodies of any of the devilish patriarchs have descended into our spirit realm, Mo Jinli replied with a wry smile. That's impossible. Normal sacred ancestors may be able to enter our spirit realm, but there's no way that devilish patriarchs can do the same. Everything we set up over all these years was prepared precisely to prevent this from happening. Patriarch Ao Shao immediately said. Chapter 2157. Wood Realm 36 Extremes Formation. That is indeed true, but who knows if the devilish beings have thought of some unforeseen way to bypass our setup. If the true bodies of the patriarchs manage to descend into our realm while we're away, then our two races will be plunged into a dire situation, Mo Jinli said in a concerned voice. After a long pause, Patriarch Ao Shao nodded in agreement. In that case we really do have to exercise more caution. Looks like we'll have to return to our races as soon as possible. Seniors, I don't think there's much of a chance that the patriarchs will all be able to descend into our realm. Even if they manage to do so, it would most likely only be one or two of the three, Hanli interjected. Mo Jinli faltered slightly upon hearing this before his eyes immediately lit up. Oh, it sounds like you know something that we don't, fellow Taoist Han. You did just come back from the Elder Devil realm. Is there some information you'd like to share with us? Hanli paused for a moment before asking, have you heard of the tribulation of the Elder Devil realm, seniors? Tribulation of the Elder Devil realm? We have indeed heard of this, but we didn't get a chance to gather any detailed information, Patriarch Ao Shao replied as his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, back when I ventured into the Elder Devil realm, I also heard about this from a devilish lord, but it seems that only the sacred ancestors know the full story. Have you managed to find out more information about it, fellow Taoist Han? Mo Jinli asked in an eager voice. I did indeed manage to gather some information about this tribulation. Have you heard of the Stemborer Queen? Han Li asked as a serious look appeared on his face. Stemborer Queen? I don't recall ever hearing this term. Do you know anything about this, fellow Taoist Ao? Mo Jinli replied with a perplexed expression. It sounds rather familiar. I seem to have heard of it a very long time, but it's been too long, and I can't remember the exact details, Patriarch Ao Shao replied as his brows furrowed slightly. It's no surprise that you haven't heard of the Stemborer Queen, seniors. This is an insect queen that was sealed by true immortals back in ancient times, so very little people currently know of it, Hanli replied with a smile. Ah yes, I remember now. The Stemborer Queen is the ancient insect said to be capable of devouring entire realms, right? Could it be that it's at the center of the tribulation that the Elder Devil realm is facing? Patriarch Ao Zhao's face paled slightly as he spoke. Capable of devouring realms? What kind of insect is this? Wouldn't that make it even more terrifying than true spirits? Mo Jinli's expression also changed significantly upon hearing this. True spirits simply aren't comparable to this thing. In ancient times, several powerful true spirits had been devoured by this insect queen. I heard about it while traveling through another continent prior to reaching the Grand Ascension stage, and apparently, the Stemborer Queen was born. The Patriarch Ao Shao began to provide a backstory on the Stemborer Queen with a grim expression, and the content of the story was much the same as what Han Li had heard from Violet Spirit. The only difference was that according to what Ao Shao had heard, the Stemborer Queen had vanished following its battle with the true immortals, and no seal was mentioned. Mo Jinli's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. The tribulation of the Elder Devil realm is indeed related to this insect. According to the information I was given, the Stemborer Queen was sealed in a certain part of the Elder Devil realm. It awakened not long ago and has begun attacking the seal. The majority of the Elder Devil realm's power has been focused on containing it, so I think there's a very slim chance that all three devilish patriarchs will descend into our spirit realm, Han Li said. If that insect queen really has awakened, then the Elder Devil realm isn't the only one that's in trouble. Even our spirit realm could eventually be devoured by that thing. Patriarch Ao Shao murmured as he fell into deep contemplation. Has this information been verified, fellow Taoist Han? Can you vouch for its authenticity? Mo Jinli asked in a cautious manner. The information has come from a reliable source, and I'm 80% sure that it's true, Han Li replied. In that case, it's most likely true, but as a safety precaution, we'll have to send someone into the Elder Devil realm for verification. What do you think, Brother Ao? Mo Jinli asked. This is a very important matter, so it would indeed be necessary to send someone to verify the situation. I'll send a trusty subordinate of mine to investigate the matter. If it really is true, then it makes sense that the devilish beings have been so desperate to claim some territory for themselves in the spirit realm. They must be doing this so they can mass migrate to our spirit realm once the Stemborer Queen breaks out of its seal, Patriarch Ao Shao said with a cold expression. Judging from the number of devilish beings that have appeared in our spirit realm, the three devilish patriarchs clearly haven't given up on containing the Stemborer Queen. Otherwise, more forces would have poured into our spirit realm at this point. Hence, I'm assuming that their plan to conquer our races is only a backup option, Mo Jinli said in a contemplative manner. Having said that, more devilish reinforcements have appeared in our races, suggesting that the devilish beings are struggling to keep the Stemborer Queen contained, which means that we should return to our races as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the devilish beings transfer most of their forces into our spirit realm, then even all of our races combined most likely wouldn't be able to oppose them, so we have to think of another strategy, Patriarch Ao Shao said in a grim voice. What's there to think about? This matter concerns the Stemborer Queen, so it won't just be up to us to address it. If we release this information, I'm sure all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings all over the spirit realm will join us, Mo Jinli replied with a smile. Patriarch Ao Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. That's a fantastic idea. But before that, we have to make sure that the matter about the Stemborer Queen is indeed true. On top of that, we can't just abandon the Wood Tribe and return to our races in this current situation. Otherwise, the alliance that we painstakingly built up would most likely instantly collapse, making it easy pickings for the devilish army, Mo Jinli said in a contemplative voice. In that case, we'll abide by the Wood Tribe's request and battle the devilish army. We'll inflict as much damage as we can on the devilish army, and after that we'll have an excuse to return to our races. Perhaps that's Old Man Sang's idea as well. He's the only Grand Ascension stage being in the Yiksha race. I'm sure he's concerned about his own race as well. During this time, we'll verify the information about the Stemborer Queen while gathering our own forces. After all, if the devilish army really does launch a big attack, we'll have to save ourselves before we can do anything else, Patriarch Ao Shao decided. Alright, we'll do as you say, fellow Taoist Ao. Defeat is not an option in this battle, so we'll have to borrow fellow Taoist Han and Brother Xie's powers. Having said that, once the battle concludes, you can return to our human race right away, fellow Taoist Han. I can see that your magic power is far more abundant than that of the average late-body integration cultivator, so you'll have a decent chance of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage once you go into seclusion. The same applies for Junior Ling Long as well, Mo Jinli concluded. Patriarch Ao Shao nodded in response, and Han Li also agreed with this arrangement. As long as none of the true bodies of the devilish patriarchs descended into Wood Tribe territory, he had nothing to fear. After that arrangement was made, a thought suddenly occurred to Patriarch Ao Shao, and he said, the Wood Tribe has proposed a counterattack, so they must have support from other than from Old Man Sang. You've stayed in this city this entire time. Have you heard anything, fellow Taoist Mo?
I have.
With the arrival of the devilish reinforcements, the Grand Elder of the Wood Tribe seems to be aware that he won't be able to keep us here for much longer. As such, he made the decision to bring out all 36 of the Wood Tribe's backup holy trees. With those trees, he's going to set up the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation for one final battle against the devilish army. If we were to join forces with Shanghai and have this formation to assist us, there should be at least a 70% chance that we'll be able to win this battle, Mo Jinli replied. I've heard of the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. It's said to be a formation that's emulated the profound heavenly spirit domain ability of the true immortal realm. Apparently, it possesses enough power to kill even Grand Ascension stage beings, but the Wood Tribe has never even used it once, so no one knows whether this is true or not, Patriarch Ao Shao said. In any case, the fact that the Wood Tribe is willing to bring out those 36 backup holy trees indicates that they're making a final roll of the dice. If we can take advantage of this and deal the devilish army a heavy blow, we'll be able to buy more time for our two races, Mo Jinli replied with a nonchalant smile. That's true, Patriarch Ao Shao chuckled in response. Chapter 2158. Mission. After that, Patriarch Ao Shao and Mo Jinli began to discuss some finer details in preparation for the battle against the devilish army. During this time, they would occasionally ask for Han Li's opinion, clearly making an effort to include him in the discussion. Han Li was aware that he couldn't compare with these two Grand Ascension stage beings when it came to tactical acumen in battles that concerned several races, so he didn't take the initiative to interject and only offered his opinions when requested to do so. Taoist Sierra and Silver Moon were also in the hall, but both of them were completely expressionless and disinterested. As for Zhu Guer, she was standing off to the side in an obedient manner. Thus, time slowly passed by, and Han Li stayed in Mo Jinli's cave abode for close to half a day before the discussion finally drew to a conclusion. Patriarch Ao Shao departed with Silver Moon first, while Mo Jinli and Han Li chatted for a while longer before the former summoned one of his disciples to organize a temporary place for Han Li to stay. The disciple naturally did as he was told in a respectful manner, setting up a pavilion that was situated on a branch of the giant tree less than 10 kilometers away from Mo Jinli's cave abode. The spiritual chi here was nowhere near as abundant as that in Mo Jinli's cave abode, but it was still far better than anywhere else in Cottonwood City, so Han Li was quite pleased with it and moved in with Taoist Xie and Zhu Guer. The next half a month was quite uneventful, and Han Li stayed in the secret chamber of his pavilion, cultivating the spiritual sense secret technique that had been given to him by Patriarch Ao Shao. However, this was the first time that Zhu Guer had been to a city in the spirit realm, and she would go out almost every day to explore the city. She had somehow managed to convince Daoist Xie to accompany her on her long trips around the city, so Han Li wasn't concerned about her safety at all. However, from what Zhu Guer had been telling him after she returned from her daily outings, Han Li could clearly sense that the army within Cottonwood City was in a very tense state. It seemed that the higher-ups of all the races had made a decision to battle the devilish army after all. In that case, it was clear that these uneventful days wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, Mo Jianli arrived at his pavilion only several days later. After detecting the arrival of Mo Jianli with his spiritual sense, he immediately welcomed Mo Jianli into the hall. They each took a seat, and after exchanging some pleasantries, Mo Jianli revealed the purpose for his visit. We've decided on the main strategies we'll be adopting in the battle against the devilish army. The most powerful beings among our united army are myself, Brother Ao, and Sanghai of the Yeksha race, so we should be able to handle the sacred ancestors in the devilish army. However, due to the heavy defeats the Wood tribe has suffered, they don't have any Grand Ascension stage beings left, so we'll have to reinforce them in that area. With your powers, you'll undoubtedly be assigned an important duty, fellow Daoist Han. This battle is just as important for our human race, so I'm naturally more than willing to offer my services. Feel free to issue me any instructions that you have, and I'll do my best to complete them, Han Li replied with a smile. Your powers rank below only us 3 Grand Ascension stage beings, so you'll be playing an extremely important role in this battle. Has fellow Daoist Xie recovered his powers yet? Mo Jianli asked. I'm afraid not, Senior. Brother Xie won't be able to make a full recovery without at least half a year of rest and recuperation, Han Li replied. That's quite a pity. If fellow Daoist Xie can recover to his full power, then our chances of winning this battle will improve by at least 10%, Mo Jianli sighed in a forlorn manner. Brother Xie's powers are indeed not inferior to those of the average Grand Ascension stage being, but it's not easy to employ his services. If I didn't have some special assets up my sleeve, I wouldn't have been able to convince him to come back with me, Han Li said. I've heard about the rules stipulated by fellow Daoist Xie, but regardless of the price, it's definitely a good deal to be able to bring him to our spirit realm. Even if he doesn't do anything, the presence of a Grand Ascension stage foe immortal puppet on the battlefield will be very intimidating to the enemy, Mo Jianli replied. I certainly hope so, Han Li could only reply with a wry smile. Seeing as fellow Daoist Xie hasn't fully recovered, we won't be sending you to the front lines. Here's what we'll do, there are 3 cores in the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. If any of them is destroyed, the formation would become significantly less powerful, and if all 3 were to be destroyed, then the entire formation would collapse altogether, so these cores are extremely important. Having said that, due to their importance, the 3 cores are all very heavily guarded, so they'll be very safe places to stay. Brother Ao and I have decided to assign you to one of those cores. What do you think, fellow Daoist Han? Mo Jianli proposed. I have no issues with that, I'll be sure to ensure the safety of the core, Han Li replied without any hesitation. However, Mo Jianli shook his head and said, if the cores were to be destroyed, the outcome of the battle could be affected. But in comparison, your safety is far more important to our human race. If you really do encounter some insurmountable enemies, then retreat and prioritize your own safety above all else. Otherwise, if something were to happen to you, even a victory wouldn't be worth it. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately nodding in response. Thank you for holding me in such high regard, Senior. I understand what I have to do now. Just remember that your top priority is to keep yourself safe, and only after that comes the safety of the formation. With Brother Xie by your side, I'm sure you won't encounter any issues unless you encounter the true body of a sacred ancestor. I've heard from Brother Ao that you and Brother Xie have even managed to fight on equal footing with that sacred ancestor Yuan Cha, Mo Jianli said with a smile. Senior Ao Shao is far too kind. Brother Xie and I were only just barely able to ensure self-preservation, and it was Senior Ao Shao who drove Yuan Cha away in the end, Han Li replied in a modest manner. In any case, you and fellow Daoist Xie are able to dominate virtually all beings below the Grand Ascension stage. The Wood tribe and the Yeksha race will also be sending some body integration stage beings to protect the formation core with you. Fellow Daoist Ao and I are of the opinion that you and fellow Daoist Xie will be more than enough, but those 2 races are unaware of your powers, so they insisted on sending some more people, Mo Jianli said. Han Li wasn't surprised to hear this and he asked, I see, but who will be the leader of the group? For cultivators like us, whoever is most powerful will naturally be the one to call the shots. I don't know who the Wood tribe and Yeksha race will be sending, but I'm sure they won't be more powerful than you. Having said that, the high-grade beings of the Wood Tribe will definitely be quite familiar with the formation, so it would be wise to inquire them if any issues arise, Mo Jinli replied. I understand. When will I be required to set off? Hanli asked. With the Wood Tribe's 36 backup holy trees, it'll be a lot easier to set up the formation, but it'll still take some time. Most importantly, we have to lure the entire devilish army into the formation first. Hence, fellow Taoist Ao and I will be setting off with the united army to lure out the devilish army, while you'll be setting off with the second group to set up the formation. Once the formation is complete, you'll stay in the formation core in preparation for the upcoming battle, Mo Jinli replied. Hanli saw no issues with this, so he nodded and gave an affirmative response. After that, Mo Jinli didn't remain in Hanli's pavilion for much longer and quickly departed. Half a month later, all types of energy fluctuations suddenly erupted within the entirety of Cottonwood City, and streaks of dazzling light erupted into the air from all levels of the city, accompanied by resounding booms. The streaks of light contained war carriages and giant arcs, and there were countless warriors from all of the races of the United Army gathered on those flying treasures. These warriors were all standing ramrod straight on the flying treasures, giving off an astonishing baleful aura. More and more of these flying treasures began to fly out of the city, and soon, the entire sky had been concealed behind a mass of tens of thousands of carriages and arcs. Right at this moment, the string of resounding booms suddenly ceased, and the entire city tremored slightly before over 100 gargantuan island-like objects emerged. These objects were all of different shapes and forms, presenting a very chaotic sight to behold. Chapter 2159. The second formation core. The gigantic objects included massive palaces, mountainous beehive-shaped islands, and massive clouds of green light. All of them were also filled with troops of the United Army, and they stopped momentarily in mid-air before flying away from Cottonwood City, surrounded by throngs of flying carriages and arcs. Close to half of the United Army's elite forces had departed, including the 3 Grand Ascension Stage beings. They were going to unite with the troops deployed by other cities to form a formidable force that could truly contend with the devilish army. Hanli didn't depart with this group. Instead, he merely looked on as Mo Jinli and the others departed, then returned calmly to his pavilion to continue cultivating. 5 days later, Cottonwood City erupted into a frenzy again as another branch of the United Army that was comprised primarily of Wood Tribe beings gathered together in preparation to leave the city as well. Hanli was currently meditating on the top floor of his pavilion at this point, and his expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes. Not long after that, the sound of footsteps rang out from the stairwell, and Zhu Guer arrived with a respectful look on her face. Senior Han, the Wood Tribe has extended an invitation toward you. I see. You're still too weak, so stay in Cottonwood City for now. Once the battle is over, I'll take you back to our human race, Hanli said. There was an implacable tone in Hanli's voice, and Zhu Guer immediately lowered her head before giving an affirmative response. Yes, senior. Thus, Hanli rose to his feet in an unhurried manner before walking down the stairs. Upon arriving in the hall on the first floor, he discovered that Dao Xie was seated in a corner in a completely expressionless manner, while a green-skinned young man from the Wood Tribe was standing at the center of the hall with an uneasy expression. Hanli immediately detected that this young man was only at the nascent soul stage, and had only recently manifested a nascent soul. As soon as Hanli arrived, the young man hurriedly rushed over to him before extending a deep bow. I pay my respects to Senior Han. I was sent here by our Grand Elder to invite you to join us. Your Grand Elder? Isn't he resting in the holy tree? Hanli asked. Elder Han has temporarily taken over the role of Grand Elder, the young man explained. I see. Lead the way then. Let's go, Brother Xie, Hanli replied before turning toward Taoist Xie. Taoist Xie offered no response, but he suddenly appeared completely silently behind Hanli in a blur. The Wood Tribe young man was naturally quite startled by this, but he didn't dare to ask any questions and hurriedly exited the room. Thus, Hanli and Taoist Xie were led out of the pavilion, where they caught sight of a dozen or so giant azure clouds hovering in midair. Each of these clouds was over 1,000 acres in size, and there were some pavilions and buildings that could be seen on them. Furthermore, there were many warriors from all races rushing atop the clouds, seemingly transporting some things from Cottonwood City onto the clouds. Hanli merely took a brief glance at the situation unfolding before his eyes before following the young man toward the largest of the azure clouds. Moments later, Hanli appeared on a platform that was constructed from yellow wood atop the massive cloud. At one end of the platform was a green hall that was over 1,000 feet tall, and at the entrance of the hall were around a dozen fully armed Wood Tribe guards. "Senior Han, our stand-in Grand Elder is currently waiting for you inside the hall," the young man carefully explained. Han Li took a glance at the hall before sweeping his spiritual sense into it, upon which he immediately sensed a few powerful auras. He motioned for the young man to continue leading the way, and the guards in front of the hall granted them passage, clearly indicating that they were all familiar with the young man. However, they sensed the unfathomable spiritual pressure emanating from Han Li's body as he passed by them, and a hint of fear crept into their wooden expressions. Some of them even unconsciously bowed and lowered their heads as Han Li was walking past them. Even though they were from different races, a respect for power was something that was universal across the entire spirit realm. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly said something to Daoist Xie through voice transmission, and Daoist Xie immediately stopped in his tracks before making his way toward one side of the hall's entrance. The Wood Tribe guards were all quite surprised to see this, but they didn't dare to ask any questions. Meanwhile, Han Li followed the young man through a corridor and entered the hall before casually inspecting his surroundings, upon which he discovered that there were only 3 people in the hall, which was several hundred feet in size. The one sitting on the main seat was a purple-haired elderly man from the Wood Tribe. This was a thin late-body integration cultivator who was wearing a set of green robes and a golden and silver belt around his waist. On either side of the elderly man were seated a silver-armored burly man from the Wood Tribe and a tall and lithe young woman in black, both of whom were at the mid-body integration stage. The burly man was very imposing and significantly taller than the average Wood Tribe being. There were several deep wrinkles on his forehead, and his eyes were completely wooden and soulless. As for the young woman, she appeared to be around 18 years of age with a pair of short black horns on her head. She was quite beautiful, but she currently wore a cold expression. All 3 of them immediately fell silent and turned toward Han Li upon his arrival. Upon verifying that Han Li was indeed at the late-body integration stage, a wide smile appeared on the elderly man's face, and he stood up before cupping his fist in a salute. "Brother Han, I've heard much about you from Senior Mo. Our Wood Tribe is immensely fortunate to have you on our side. Greetings, fellow Daoist Han. My name is Chao Ji. So you're Han Li. As expected, you seem to be far more powerful than fellow Daoist Chao and myself. I am Fei Xiaoxi of the Yiksha race." Upon detecting Han Li's cultivation base, the other 2 beings in the room also stood up before extending salutes. "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Daoists," Han Li replied as he returned a salute of his own. "Please take a seat, Brother Han. We are currently discussing the protection of the formation core. Fellow Daoist Chao and Fairy Fei will team up with you to protect the same formation core," the elderly man said with a smile. As for the young man, he had already backed out of the hall in a respectful manner. "With fellow Daoist Chao and Fairy Fei's assistance, I'll be better equipped to protect the formation core," Han Li replied, clearly already treating Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi as his subordinates. His cultivation base was superior to theirs, so there was no need for him to be overly polite. Otherwise, it could lead them into thinking that they could challenge his authority. Chao Ji displayed no reaction to this, but Fei Xiaoxi's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but give a cold harumph. "Haha, with your powers I'm sure the formation core will be safe. However, aside from protecting the formation core from devilish attacks, the 3 of you will have another important task to complete," the elderly man said. "Another important task? Why did I not hear about this from our Grand Elder? Did you add this task on a whim?" Fei Xiaoxi asked as her brows furrowed slightly with displeasure. "Of course not. The important task I'm referring to is something that fellow Daoist Chao will have to complete. You and fellow Daoist Han will still only be responsible for protecting the formation core," the elderly man explained. "Oh? Would you be able to elaborate on what exactly this task is?" Han Li asked in an intrigued voice. "Due to the intricacies of the formation, our united army will most likely have to borrow some power from the 3 formation cores. When that time comes, the people situated at the 3 cores will have to cooperate with the united army. I've already informed Chao Ji of how to do this, but he'll require your protection while he's activating the power of the formation core," the elderly man said. "I see, that's not an issue. The formation was set up by your race in the first place, so it's only right for fellow Daoist Chao to operate it," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. "I also have no objections to this," Fei Xiaoxi chimed in with a nod. "Great. I knew you 2 would be willing to lend Chao Ji your assistance. Once the formation is set up, the 2nd formation core will be left to the 3 of you," the elderly man said as he rose to his feet before extending a salute toward Han Li's trio. Han Li's trio naturally also stood up and returned the salute. Rest assured, Elder Han, we'll be sure to do our best. After that, Elder Han informed them of some other matters that required their attention, then gave each of them a jade slip, within which were contained some of the different forms that the formation could take on. If enemies were to make it to their formation core, they would be able to use the power of the restriction to oppose them. Elder Han then summoned 3 Wood Tribe beings to organize a place to stay for Han Li's trio in the buildings on the giant cloud. After all, there was still quite a long journey ahead, and prior to arriving at their destination, Han Li and the others naturally had to prime themselves into the best condition possible. Half a day later, a burst of rumbling rang out in the air once again, and the dozen or so giant clouds also departed from Cottonwood City, accompanied by thousands of flying carriages and battle arcs, heading directly toward the territory that had been taken over by the devilish army. Over half a month later, Han Li was standing expressionlessly atop a pagoda on the giant azure cloud, looking down toward a lush mountain range. Fei Xiaoxi and Chao Ji stood slightly behind him on either side, and they were also casting their eyes downward. Aside from over 100 flying carriages and battle arcs patrolling the nearby area, all of the other giant clouds were nowhere to be seen. The mountain range wasn't a very large one and only had a radius of less than 100 kilometers, but there were countless humanoid figures traversing through it as one tall platform after another rose up from the ground. These stone platforms were all of different heights with silver spirit patterns engraved upon them, and there were green flags that were shimmering with faint spiritual lights situated all over them. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that all of these platforms had risen up over the few spirit veins in the mountain range. At the center of the mountains was a valley, within which a gigantic tree was growing rapidly at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. With each passing moment, it would grow by around a foot, and it was already virtually as tall as the mountains around it. On the ground around the giant tree was a green formation that was around 100 acres in area, and there were over 100 Wood Tribe beings seated within the formation. All of them were at or above the nascent soul stage, and they all had their eyes closed while making different hand seals. All of the stone platforms were connected around the valley, causing all of the world's origin chi in the entire mountain range to converge toward the valley in a frenzy, forming a series of extremely exuberant 5-colored rainbows in the nearby air. There were several small mountain ranges close to 100,000 kilometers away, where a series of massive trees were also rapidly growing in obscure locations, and there were countless tall platforms being erected near them as well. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they'd discover that there were 36 of these formations that had been set up within an area with a radius of around 500,000 kilometers. Even though they weren't all complete yet, they had been arranged in an extremely profound configuration to form a superformation that presented a spectacular, breathtaking sight. At this point, all of the world's origin chi within the superformation had already been activated, and all types of energy fluctuations were beginning to appear in the air, filling the entire area with a sense of menace and peril. Standing atop the azure cloud, Han Li suddenly said, "At this rate, the formation core will be complete in a few days. Once it's completed, we'll descend this azure light island into the formation core and activate all of the protective restrictions to adopt a fully defensive stance." Fei Xiaoxi cast a glance toward Han Li before replying in a slightly cold voice, "I have no objections to that. However, it's rather surprising that the formation is taking so long to set up. I've heard that the progress at the other 2 formation cores is even slower than in our one. That's not going to be an issue, is it?" According to the information I received yesterday, the battle between the United Army and Devilish Army has just commenced, and they're trying to lure the Devilish Army into our formation. At the very least, it would take the Devilish Army over 10 days to get here, and by then the formation will definitely already be complete. What I'm worried about is whether the formation will actually be powerful enough to deal the Devilish Army a heavy blow, Han Li replied. "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, even without using the backup holy trees, the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation possesses unfathomable power. Now that the 36 holy trees are being used, even a Grand Ascension stage being would struggle to escape from the formation on their own. As for the ordinary devilish beings, they stand no chance in the face of the formation's power," Chao Ji reassured with a confident smile. "I'm sure the 36 backup holy trees will significantly bolster the formation's power, but at the same time, the devilish army is nothing to be scoffed at. In particular, all of the sacred ancestors possess immense power and many clones, all of which will be very difficult to deal with," Han Li said. "The sacred ancestors are indeed powerful, but the grand elders will be responsible for facing them, so what's there for us to worry about?" Fei Xiaoxi countered. He, Senior sang, and the others would perhaps be able to hold off the true bodies of the sacred ancestors, but they most likely won't be able to deal with the clones. Those clones will most likely be deployed by the devilish army to break the formation cores, Hanli replied with a smile. Sacred ancestor clones? Both Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Have the two of you crossed paths with sacred ancestor clones in the past? Han Li asked as a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. A hint of hatred appeared on Chao Ji's face as he replied, I had once encountered a sacred ancestor clone with a fellow Taoist of roughly the same cultivation base as myself, and that fellow Taoist perished during the battle, while I managed to escape with severe injuries. I haven't encountered a sacred ancestor clone in person, but many of my loved ones have perished by their hands. If they're sent to our formation core, I'll be sure to give them a taste of their own medicine, Fei Xiaoxi also said with a cold expression. Fairy Fei, if you were to encounter a sacred ancestor clone on your own, then I'd advise you to turn and run. Otherwise you'll only be sacrificing yourself for nothing, Chao Ji advised with a wry smile. However, Fei Xiaoxi merely gave a dismissive harumph, clearly not intending to heed Chao Ji's advice. There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoist Chao. If this formation really is as powerful as you say, then we should be able to contend with those sacred ancestor clones by drawing upon the formation's power. Of course, if too many of them come here at once, then we'll have to think of some other way, Han Li said in a calm voice. Think of some other way? Have you prepared some type of trump card, fellow Taoist Han? Chao Ji asked as his eyes lit up, and Fei Xiaoxi was also rather taken aback to hear this. I have indeed made some preparations, but I can't guarantee that they'll be effective, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. I see. It's quite a relief that you've made some preparations in advance, Brother Han, Chao Ji said as his expression eased slightly. It sounds like you're quite familiar with sacred ancestor clones, fellow Taoist Han. Have you faced some in the past as well? Fei Xiaoxi suddenly asked. I have indeed faced such clones on several occasions, Han Li replied in a calm manner. How did you fare against them? I've heard that they're far more powerful than the average late body integration stage being, Fei Xiaoxi asked. I've killed a few, but I was also once forced to flee for over a year straight by few of them, Han Li replied with a nonchalant voice, but both Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi were astonished to hear this. You've killed sacred ancestor clones before? Oh, I see, you must have killed those clones with the assistance of your human race's army, right? Chao Ji quickly arrived at a conclusion that he thought to be reasonable, and Fei Xiaoxi was also enlightened upon hearing this. Indeed, with Han Li's late body integration stage powers, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill a sacred ancestor clone with the assistance of an army. Instead of replying to Chao Ji's question, Han Li chuckled with a confident smile. That's all in the past now. If multiple sacred ancestor clones arrive at our formation core, then all you have to do is hold off one of the clones each and leave the rest to me. In that case, I'll be counting on you, Brother Han. Chao Ji was still feeling rather bewildered, but a respectful tone had unconsciously crept into his voice, and he was clearly conceding the leadership role to Han Li. After all, it was an extremely remarkable feat that Han Li had slain sacred ancestor clones in the past, even if it had been with the assistance of the human army. Fei Xiaoxi hesitated for a short while before finally replying with a slight bow. If you have a way to deal with the other sacred ancestor clones, then I'm also willing to follow your instructions. Alright, I'll be sure to repay your trust, fellow Taoists, Han Li said with a smile. Thus, Han Li officially assumed the leadership role at the second formation core. During the next few days, Han Li's trio took turns overseeing the completion of the formation core. 5 days later, the second formation core was finally completed, and all of the Wood Tribe guards and formation masters flocked onto the giant azure cloud. Under Han Li's control, the azure cloud descended from above before landing right beside the valley where the giant tree was situated. At the same time, all of the world's origin chi around the massive tree was stirred up as countless green specks of light surged out of thin air in a frenzy, then vanished into the entire mountain range. A string of rumbling booms rang out as all of the formation flags on the tall platforms tremored violently, following which a series of light barriers appeared in the air. Immediately thereafter, bursts of green chi surged out of all parts of the mountain range, instantly inundating the mountain range in its entirety. All of the protective restrictions at the second formation core had been activated at this point, and there would be no chance of escape even for the average body integration stage being if they were to enter the formation core. Half a month later, the entire Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation was finally complete, setting up a deadly trap of massive proportions for the devilish army. Chapter 2161, the 8 Wood Spirit disciples. From the day that the formation core was completed, Han Li's trio had begun meditating at the foot of the giant tree instead of residing on the massive cloud to guard against sneak attacks by high-grade devilish beings. The backup holy tree was the foundation of this formation core, so the core would remain intact as long as the tree still stood. As for the thousands of warriors accompanying Han Li's trio, they had been distributed onto the nearby mountains surrounding the formation core. Dao Xie had been instructed to reside within a certain building on the massive cloud, and with his incredible powers, it was naturally a simple task for him to replicate the aura of a mid-grade human cultivator. Aside from Grand Ascension stage beings, it would be virtually impossible for other cultivators to glean his true cultivation base, so even though Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi had seen Dao Xie on several occasions, they paid no heed to him and simply regarded him as a member of Han Li's entourage. Ever since the completion of the formation, news surrounding the battle between the United and Devilish armies had been constantly pouring in, and Han Li's trio was carefully monitoring the situation. According to the news they'd received, the battle between the United and Devilish armies had been extremely fierce, and only after both sides had expended close to 20% of their troops did the United army begin to retreat. On this occasion, 3 sacred ancestors had appeared in the Devilish army alongside over 20 sacred ancestor clones and hundreds of Devilish lords, thereby giving them a clear advantage when it came to high-end power. Through the fierce battle that had taken place thus far, the United army had managed to fool the Devilish army, and the latter immediately set off in pursuit as the United army began to retreat. Meanwhile, the United army was retreating as it battled, engaging in battles of different scales against the Devilish army every day while gradually shifting the battlefield toward the formation in a discreet manner. Time slowly passed, and the frequency of news arriving from the battlefield was steadily increasing as the two armies drew closer and closer to the formation. Atop a giant mountain within the formation stood Elder Han of the Wood Tribe on a massive platform that had only recently been erected. Not far ahead of him was a formation that was only around 40 feet in size, around which sat 8 Wood Tribe elderly men, all of whom had their eyes closed and were holding a white wooden disc in one hand, while constantly making hand seals with the other hand. Beams of white light would occasionally be released by the wooden discs before converging above the formation to form a large light screen. At present, Elder Han was staring intently at the scene unfolding on the light screen. There were countless specks of light spread all over the screen, all of which were either purple or green in color. The specks of light would occasionally intertwine before quickly separating like a pair of armies constantly clashing with and retreating away from one another. However, all of the specks of light were gradually moving toward a certain direction, and when they finally entered a giant diagram, all of the specks of light suddenly vanished at the same time. At this moment, the 8 elderly men opened their eyes, and the wooden discs in their hands dimmed while the light screen disintegrated into nothingness. Everything is progressing smoothly. Thank you for your hard work, masters, Elder Han said with an extremely polite smile. There's no need to thank us. The survival of our Wood Tribe hinges on this battle, so it's only to be expected for us to give everything that we have. However, I must remind you that this simulation was based on the current circumstances. If anything were to change, then the result could immediately be altered, one of the elderly men replied. I'm well aware of that. The next few days will be of vital importance, so I'll have to trouble you to simulate the movement of the armies every day to prevent the direction of the battle from straying out of the realm of our control, Elder Han replied as he cupped his fist in a serious salute. All 8 of us have some aptitude when it comes to divination, but there are countless powerful beings involved in this battle, so there are far too many volatile factors. As such, we can only do our best, and the results of our simulation should only be referenced rather than fully trusted, the elderly man said with a shake of his head. I'm aware of that as well, but doing something will surely be better than doing nothing, Elder Han replied with a wry smile. Even though there was no way to glean the outcome of a battle of such a massive scale through divination, it was very plausible for one to simulate the progression of the battle through divination to make some accurate judgments. These 8 elderly men were the most renowned divination masters of the Wood Tribe, and they had made countless important contributions to the Wood Tribe. They were granted the title of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples by the panel of elders, and due to the overexertion of their life force through many years of divination, they had become extremely wizened in appearance. It was exactly due to this that the Wood Tribe had refrained from employing the services of the 8 Wood Spirit Disciples prior to this, but as a result, their Grand Elder fell into a trap sprung by the Devilish army, and not only was he severely wounded, most of the Wood Tribe's territory was lost to the Devilish army. Thus, in this vital battle, The elders of the Wood tribe had no choice but to enlist the services of the 8 Wood Spirit disciples in case any further mishaps occurred. Following the departure of the 8 Wood Spirit disciples, several Wood tribe elders immediately approached Elder Han from nearby, and they began to discuss some important matters. Meanwhile, high up in the air above the border of the Wood tribe's remaining territory and the territory claimed by the devilish army, Mo Jianli was hovering as a faint silver shadow within a dark cloud that was around an acre in size. Countless arcs of silver lightning were flashing in and out of the cloud before hurtling into the distance, where a giant inky black sword that was over 1,000 feet in length was plunged firmly into a mountain close to 10 kilometers away. Standing atop the hilt of the sword was a thin devilish man in a dark green cloak, and he was releasing streaks of glacial sword chi with both hands. Each streak of sword chi was several hundred feet in length, and they eradicated all of the oncoming bolts of silver lightning. In the air above a massive lake, 2 mountainous wolf projections were locked in a ferocious battle. One of them was silver in color and around 4,000 feet in length with streaks of white light flying out of its mouth, while the other was completely inky black and had balls of baleful chi erupting out of its mouth in retaliation. The pair of giant wolves were able to slice massive gashes into the air with swipes of their claws, and conjure up bursts of powerful shockwaves and fierce winds to attack one another. The battle taking place between the 2 giant wolf projections was extremely brutal, but regardless of what injuries they sustained, they were able to instantly regenerate. Their battle had raised everything within a radius of around 100 kilometers to the ground, and within the belly of a nearby small mountain, Patriarch Ao Shao sat within a temporary formation with his eyes tightly shut. His entire body was giving off a faint silver light, and he was making a hand seal with both hands. Thousands of kilometers away, Yuan Cha was seated in a temporary secret chamber over 10,000 feet below a swamp. The entire secret chamber was enshrouded in complete darkness with the exception of the purple devilish patterns on her body, which were flashing with a faint light. Within a mysterious space, 2 gigantic beings were facing one another from several kilometers away. One of them had crimson skin with a pair of black curved horns on its head and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Its pupils were of a light golden color, and it had its arms crossed with a cold look on its face. It was appraising another giant with inky black skin that was riddled with golden and silver devilish patterns. This giant's upper body was completely bare, and the only item of clothing it wore was a beast-hide loincloth. The 2 giants were glowering at one another with their massive eyes, and astonishing auras were emanating from their bodies. In the air between them, a pair of crimson monsters that resembled both wolves and apes were battling a massive 3-headed golden tiger. The 3 creatures were also locked in an extremely fierce battle, and they appeared to be evenly matched. Just as the United Army had planned, the 3 sacred ancestors within the devilish army were being kept at bay by the 3 Grand Ascension Stage beings of the United Army. As such, all of them were occupied and unable to assist their respective armies. Meanwhile, tens of millions of devilish beings were being slowly led toward the formation by the United Army. If the devilish army were to enter the super formation without any sacred ancestors to lead it, it would undoubtedly be severely ravaged, and it seemed that everything was progressing in the United Army's favor. However, there were currently over 1,000 devilish flying carriages traveling rapidly around the United Army along the outskirts of the battlefield. These flying carriages were all triangular in shape and completely gray with peculiar devilish patterns engraved onto their surfaces. There were close to 10,000 devilish beings on these carriages, and every single inch of their bodies were covered in masks and robes, revealing only pairs of cold crimson eyes. What was even more unsettling was that despite the large number of devilish beings on the carriages, the entire group was traveling in a completely silent wraith-like manner. At the center of this group was a black devilish ark that was several times larger than the flying carriages around it. Most of the ark was concealed within devilish chi, but there were some devilish beings that were visible on the ark, and their auras suggested that they were far more powerful than the devilish beings on the flying carriages. All of a sudden, an elderly voice rang out from the giant ark. "How long until we reach Cottonwood City? The United Army's 3 Grand Ascension Stage beings are all absent, and I had to expend a massive price to return to the spirit realm without being detected by the Wood tribe, so failure is not an option here. At our current speed, we'll get to Cottonwood City in around half a month, Master Tun Tian," an extremely respectful male voice replied. "That's too slow. Yuan Cha and the others may not be able to buy me that much time. Speed up and make sure we get to Cottonwood City within 10 days. The holy tree is far more important to the Wood tribe than you can imagine, and if we destroy it, the Wood tribe won't be able to protect their remaining territory any longer, the elderly voice commanded. But Master Tun Tian, this is already the fastest speed that the Crescent Moon flying carriages can travel at while remaining hidden. If we go any faster, we might not be able to avoid detection from the Wood tribe, the male voice replied hesitantly. That's all right, the United Army is already being forced into retreat, so it's gathering all of its forces. As long as we exercise some caution, there won't be any issues. Besides, even if we encounter any Wood tribe spies, I'll make sure they don't manage to escape alive, the elderly voice chuckled coldly. In that case, I'll relay your orders to everyone right away, Master Tun Tian, the male voice replied in an elated manner. Shortly thereafter, the devilish ark and all of the flying carriages tremored slightly before accelerating drastically, but at the same time, they began to emit a faint buzzing sound that made them a lot less stealthy and inconspicuous. 7 days later, Han Li was meditating at the foot of the giant tree when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he immediately opened his eyes, as did Chao Ji and Fei Ziox, who were seated on either side of him. The three of them then looked up in unison, and after the span of just a few breaths, something came hurtling toward them from afar. Azure light flashed, and a streak of sword chi that was several feet in length arrived. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept a hand toward the distance, and the streak of sword chi circled around in the air above the valley before descending toward the massive tree. Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a small azure sword projection appeared in his hand, within which was contained a white jade slip. He rubbed his hands together, and the azure light instantly faded, leaving only the small jade slip behind. Han Li picked up the jade slip before adhering it to his own forehead, then injected his spiritual sense into it. Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi both turned toward him with serious expressions, and a short while later Han Li removed the jade slip from his own forehead before tossing it toward Chao Ji. The devilish army will be entering the formation in 2 hours, and the formation's power will be fully activated in half a day with the aim of killing at least 2/3 of the devilish army. After inspecting the contents of the jade slip, Chao Ji was quite elated, and he tossed the jade slip to Fei Xiaoxi as he said, "So the devilish army really did fall for it. If we really can deal them such a heavy blow, then even if we can't recover the lost territory, we'll at least be able to ensure that the devilish army won't be able to launch any further attacks in the near future. In that case, we'll just have to activate the power of the formation at the agreed time. Once all 36 points are activated, the fate of those devilish beings will be sealed." Fei Xiaoxi also said with a smile after injecting her spiritual sense into the jade slip. "Prior to the complete activation of the formation, we can't let anyone leave this place, so tell everyone to be on high alert," Han Li instructed. "Yes, I'll relay that order right away and arrange some people to implement it," Chao Ji agreed. Most of the troops in the formation corps were Wood tribe beings, so it was naturally only fit for him to issue the order. "I'll go examine the restriction to see if there are any areas that require addressing," Fei Xiaoxi volunteered. "All right, thank you for your efforts, fellow Taoists. I'll be staying here, make sure to inform me if you discover anything abnormal," Han Li replied with a nod. Thus, Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi rose to their feet before flying away. As for Han Li, he closed his eyes with a calm expression once again, seemingly completely unperturbed by the approaching devilish army. Half a day later, a string of rumbling booms suddenly rang out as countless massive trees emerged within the area encompassed by the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation. Each of these trees was as thick as a water tank, and they grew to over 1,000 feet tall in the blink of an eye, creating a boundless forest. All of the devilish beings traveling through the air were instantly forced to plummet down onto the ground as soon as they entered the formation, regardless of whether they were using flying treasures or movement techniques. Only those who were at or above the spatial tempering stage could just barely remain hovering in mid-air, but the magic power this expended was several times that of what it normally was. Devilish beings were generally very tough and hardy, so most of them survived the fall, but this still sent the devilish army into a panicked frenzy. In contrast with the devilish army, the United Army knew what to expect, and they were able to make composed descents as soon as the flight restriction appeared. Within the forest, countless specks of green light flashed, and the United Army instantly vanished. Even the body integration stage devilish lords were unable to sense even a single enemy in the forest with their enormous spiritual sense. However, it was only in the next instant that the fearsome power of the formation began to make itself known. First came a burst of indescribable energy fluctuations that suddenly began to spread from the center of the formation. The fluctuations quickly swept through all parts of the forest, and extremely pure wood attribute spiritual chi emerged before gushing into some particularly massive trees in a frenzy. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and those massive trees were suddenly uprooted before transforming into wooden giants that were around 1,000 feet tall, all of which charged toward the devilish beings caught within the formation. After absorbing some wood attribute spiritual chi, the other trees in the forest also grew at a rapid rate, and they either swept their branches toward the devilish beings or fell upon them as massive logs. The devilish army was caught completely off guard, and they quickly suffered countless casualties. However, there were also quite a large number of high-grade devilish beings who had entered the formation, and they immediately began to issue orders, urging everyone to adopt defensive formations to protect themselves. Unfortunately for them, the formation's power far exceeded what was being displayed here. Almost as soon as the devilish army eradicated the wooden giants and nearby trees, gusts of fierce white winds suddenly swept through the air up above before forming a series of massive wind dragons that pounced toward the devilish beings down below with ferocious might. Following the wind dragons, countless green leaves emerged out of thin air, then transformed into sharp blades that rained down in a torrential downpour. Over 10 waves of different attacks were unleashed in succession, and in the wake of the carnage the only devilish beings that remained were either extremely powerful themselves or were being protected by powerful high-grade devilish beings. Even though the formation was extremely powerful, targeting so many devilish beings at once naturally expended an astonishing amount of energy. Even with a vast number of spirit stones, spirit veins, and the pure spiritual power provided by the 36 backup holy trees, the formation was unable to unleash any further attacks and could only just barely trap the enemy as it slowly recovered its energy. At the rate at which the formation was recovering, it would take at least half a day before it could unleash another wave of attacks. As for the devilish beings outside the formation, all they saw was a flash of green light, following which an extremely thick green light barrier appeared before them, and they instantly lost contact with their brethren on the other side of the barrier. These devilish beings naturally began to attack the light barrier in a fit of bewilderment, and they were confident that the barrier wouldn't be able to last for long in the face of their combined attacks. However, right at this moment, countless giant light formations suddenly emerged in front of the light barrier amid a flash of white light. Some of the high-grade devilish beings immediately identified these formations, and they hurriedly yelled, "Those are teleportation formations. Attack them." However, it was already too late. White light flashed from the light formations, and countless troops from the United Army appeared before immediately charging toward the remnants of the devilish army. Chapter 2163, Battle of the Wood Tribe 2. Most of the devilish army was trapped in the formation, so the remnants were naturally severely outnumbered by the United Army. Even though the devilish beings organized themselves in retaliation, they were overwhelmed in less than half a day and were forced to begin a retreat. The United Army naturally wasn't willing to let them escape, and the tables were completely turned with the devilish army fleeing the scene, while the United Army gave chase in hot pursuit. Almost at the exact same moment that the devilish army began to retreat, a ball of piercing white light suddenly appeared on the waist of Yuan Cha, who was engaged in a battle with Patriarch Ao Shao. Immediately thereafter, a string of black runes surged forth before forming several lines of text before her eyes. Yuan Cha glanced at the message in a nonchalant manner, but her expression immediately changed drastically before she rose up into the air as a streak of black light, then vanished through the ceiling of the secret chamber she was situated in. Moments later, the streak of black light emerged from the swamp, then rose up to an altitude of tens of thousands of feet before flying toward the Wood Tribe's territory. However, right at this moment, a male voice rang out from even higher above. "Where are you going, fellow Taoist Yuan Cha?" As soon as the voice trailed off, a thunderclap suddenly rang out up above, and a bolt of silver lightning that was over 1,000 feet in length came crashing down. "You dare to stop me?" Yuan Cha was in a hurry to leave, but in the face of such a powerful attack, she had no choice but to stop and raise a hand upward in retaliation. A streak of black sword chi that was also over 1,000 feet in length was unleashed, and both the bolt of lightning and streak of sword chi vanished following a resounding clash. "Our battle still hasn't been decided, so I naturally can't allow you to leave." Spatial fluctuations erupted up above, and a ball of lightning appeared in a soundless manner. Within the ball of lightning was none other than the smiling Patriarch Ao Shao. "Humph, looks like you already planned everything in advance to stall the three of us, but don't celebrate too early, we'll see if you have what it takes to stop me." Yuan Cha harumphed with an enraged expression before conjuring up around a dozen identical projections, all of which fled toward different directions at the same time. Patriarch Ao Zhao's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he let loose a loud cry before pointing a finger upward. "Restrict." All of a sudden, the air within a radius of 5 kilometers tremored as the world's origin chi surged, following which a massive white jade bowl came crashing down from above like a gigantic dome. 5-colored light flashed within the bowl alongside countless huge runes, and a burst of enormous force came surging out of it, causing even the air to congeal. The ground below the massive bowl also tremored violently before sinking down by several tens of feet, and the dozen or so Yuan-Cha projections were caught completely off guard, reducing them to less than a tenth of their original speed. At the same time, Patriarch Ao Shao laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing around a dozen streaks of white light, each of which shot forth toward one of the Yuan-Cha projections. The streaks of white light transformed into snowy white two-headed giant wolves mid-flight and pounced toward the projections without any hesitation. All of the Yuan-Cha projections were naturally quite enraged by this, and they all summoned devilish treasures in retaliation. Thus, the battle between Patriarch Ao Shao and Sacred Ancestor Yuan-Cha commenced once again, but it had become far more fierce than it had originally been. However, the two of them were quite evenly matched, so a decisive outcome clearly wouldn't be reached anytime soon. After receiving news of the dire situation that the devilish army was in, the other two sacred ancestors had also tried to escape, but they had been stopped by Mo Jianli and the Grand Ascension stage being from the Yiksha race as well. Meanwhile, during the interval where the formation was unable to unleash any further attacks, the high-grade devilish beings and sacred ancestor clones in the formation had departed from the rest of the devilish army. They had to take this opportunity to break the formation. Otherwise, once it recovered its energy and began to unleash more waves of attacks, even more casualties would result. On top of that, the fewer devilish beings that remained, the better the formation would be able to focus its attacks, thereby making them more powerful. Once all of the other devilish beings were eradicated, even the high-grade devilish beings weren't confident in their ability to survive in the formation. As such, even though they knew that it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to break the formation, they had no choice but to venture deep into the formation to find its cores. Among these high-grade devilish beings was a group of around a dozen spatial tempering stage devilish beings that were led by a cow-headed devilish lord. They were flying slowly over the forest while constantly appraising their surroundings in a careful manner. Even though the formation was no longer actively attacking them, it was still filled with all types of defensive restrictions, and activating those restrictions could easily spell their doom. On top of that, their spiritual sense was hampered by the formation, reducing their sensory range to less than 2,000 feet, so they naturally had to proceed with caution. After flying for close to 100 kilometers, no mishaps had taken place, and all of the devilish beings in the group had let down their guards slightly. Right as they were flying over a small hill, a streak of light suddenly appeared before the devilish scout who was leading the way from the front, and before he had a chance to do anything, the streak of light had already decapitated him. A black nascent soul that was enveloped within a ball of gray chi shot forth out of his headless body before retreating in a panicked frenzy, only to be completely destroyed by the same streak of light amid a cry of anguish. The other devilish beings were extremely alarmed by this, and they all summoned defensive devilish treasures. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted through the nearby area, and over 100 identical streaks of light emerged out of thin air. The devilish lord focused his gaze on the streaks of light and identified them to be yellow wooden swords, each of which was around a foot in length, and they were giving off glacial chi that was quite alarming even to him. Be careful. These wooden swords possess power comparable to an all-out attack from a spatial tempering stage being. The devilish lord yelled as he injected his magic power into an umbrella-shaped protective treasure before him. The green devilish treasure immediately lit up, transforming into a green projection that enveloped his body. In the next instant, the streaks of glacial light converged from all directions, and the other devilish beings also injected their magic power into their respective treasures with all their might. Streaks of sword chi swept through the air, and a string of anguished cries rang out in quick succession. After the span of just a few breaths, all of the streaks of glacial light had vanished, and all of the high-grade devilish beings had disappeared aside from a single lonesome figure. The cow-headed devilish lord's face was currently very pale, and he suddenly threw up several mouthfuls of blood in succession. The umbrella projection around him had also become completely dull and devoid of luster. A wry smile appeared on the devilish lord's face as he produced a medicinal vial before tipping out a long-incised pill, then waved a hand through the air, upon which the green projection reverted back into a small green umbrella that landed in his hand. A few cracks had appeared on the surface of the devilish treasure. The devilish lord inspected his surroundings with a conflicted expression before finally heaving a faint sigh, then stowed his treasure away before flying slowly toward another direction. On another nearby mountain range, 3 devilish lords were flying toward the center of the mountain range while warding off countless oncoming blades of wind with their devilish treasures. All of a sudden, the world's origin chi up above tremored, and a golden light formation that was around an acre in size appeared before sending several pillars of golden light crashing down from above. The 3 devilish lords were quite alarmed to see this, and they all sent their devilish treasures flying upward, where they converged to form a massive Tai Chi diagram in the air above. Several resounding booms rang out as the pillars of light quickly destroyed the Tai Chi diagram before inundating the 3 devilish lords. Shortly thereafter, the golden light vanished, and the 3 devilish lords were also nowhere to be seen. A burst of buzzing suddenly rang out from the massive tree that Han Li was seated under. Countless 5-colored runes surged out of the tree trunk amid a flash of green light. Han Li slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Some devilish beings have finally arrived, and they seem to be quite powerful." Chapter 2164, Battle of the Wood Tribe 3. Almost at the exact same moment, Chao Ji and Fei Xiaoxi also arrived on the scene as streaks of light. "Brother Han, it looks like the spirit tree is informing us that there are people approaching the mountain range. Do you think they're sacred ancestor clones?" Chao Ji hurriedly asked as soon as he arrived. "There are quite a few sacred ancestor clones in the devilish army, but their numbers are completely insignificant considering the scale of this formation, so I think it's more likely that they'll be ordinary devilish lords," Fei Xiaoxi said as she arrived beside Han Li. "The formation core will be able to show us what we're dealing with here," Han Li said in a calm manner as he made a hand seal before releasing a streak of azure light toward the giant tree. The massive tree shuddered slightly, following which the formation down below was activated, releasing around a dozen pillars of light at once. These pillars of light then converged to form an azure ball of light before Han Li's trio, and Han Li immediately flicked a string of incantation seals of different colors into it. The ball of light revolved on the spot before transforming into an azure crystal ball with a surface that was as smooth as a mirror, but comprised of dozens of rhomboid faces. Each face was depicting an image of one area of the mountain range, and Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of pure spiritual qi into the crystal ball before gently pointing a finger at it. The facets of the crystal ball instantly blurred in unison as if countless images were flashing rapidly through them, making them impossible to glean with the naked eye. However, Han Li and the others were all extremely powerful cultivators, so they were able to assess the images flashing over the different facets. After the span of only a few breaths, Han Li suddenly let loose a low cry before abruptly sweeping a sleeve toward the crystal ball, upon which it slowly ceased in its rotation. At the same time, all of the images on the crystal ball quickly vanished with the exception of a single image, which instantly took up the entire surface area of the crystal ball. The image depicted was of a certain area on the outskirts of the mountain range, where 3 devilish lords and 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings were hovering in midair. They had clearly activated the restriction nearby, and were being forced to contend with countless bolts of ferocious lightning. One of them was a particularly tall and broad devilish being wielding a small copper mirror, from within which one pillar of black light after another was being unleashed, easily nullifying most of the oncoming bolts of lightning. The remaining bolts of lightning naturally posed no threat to the other devilish beings, who were able to keep them at bay with relative ease. There are 3 devilish lords, 2 of which are at the mid-body integration stage, while the other is at the late-body integration stage. The remaining 4 are only at the spatial tempering stage, but their auras are very peculiar, so it seems that they're no ordinary devilish beings, Fei Xiaoxi observed. Those 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings are similar in appearance and are using the same devilish arts, so they're most likely from the same race and adept in using combination techniques. How do you think we should handle these devilish beings, fellow Taoists? Ordinary restrictions most likely won't be able to trap them, Han Li said with a calm smile. If we were situated elsewhere, we would be able to activate the most powerful restrictions in the formation to kill that group of devilish beings, but the formation core is currently accumulating energy for the entire formation, so the restrictions at our disposal are quite limited. As such, we'll have to take care of these devilish beings ourselves, Chao Ji said after a brief moment of contemplation. The 3 of us should be able to keep the 3 devilish lords at bay. We'll just leave the 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings to the dozen or so spatial tempering stage beings under our command, Fei Xiaoxi said in an expressionless manner. Those 4 devilish beings are all at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and their powers will undoubtedly be bolstered even further by their combination techniques. In contrast, Our subordinates are all average spatial tempering stage beings, so they may not be a match for those 4 devils. Even so, they'll have the formation to assist them. They won't be able to use the most powerful restrictions, but the other restrictions are quite useful as well. Surely that'll be enough, Fei Xiaoxi countered in a confident manner. Chao Ji considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. In that case, there shouldn't be any issues. What do you think, Brother Han? Even with the formation to assist them, our subordinates won't be able to stop those 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings. If I'm not mistaken, those 4 devils should have been manifested by the same devilish being. If they were to combine as one, the resulting enemy will definitely be extremely powerful, so it'd be best for you to take them on yourself, Fairy Fei. Also, the formation core needs to be guarded at all times in case of sneak attacks, so fellow Taoist Chao Ji will stay behind. As for those 3 devilish lords, just leave them to me, Han Li said. What? Are you serious, Brother Han? Fei Xiao was very bewildered to hear this. Rest assured, I'll be more than capable of looking after myself. Brother Xie, show yourself, Han Li said with a smile. As soon as his voice trailed off, a white figure emerged silently beside Han Li amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the aura he was releasing was no less powerful than Han Li's. It was none other than Taoist Xie. A late body integration stage being? Isn't that? Chao Ji and Fei Xiao were both stunned at the sight of Taoist Xie. I'm sure there aren't any further issues now, right, fellow Taoists? Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Chao Ji was the first to return to his senses, and he immediately cupped his fist in a salute as a wide smile appeared on his face. Of course, I didn't think that our seniors had arranged for such a powerful being to accompany us in secret. I have no objections either, Fei Xiaoxi said with a peculiar look on her face. It was clear that the 2 of them had arrived at the conclusion that Taoist Xie had been sent to accompany Han Li by the Grand Ascension Stage seniors of the United Army. As for Taoist Xie himself, he merely stood in complete silence beside Han Li. Han Li offered no explanation for Taoist Xie's behavior and shifted his gaze back to the crystal ball. At this point, the 7 devilish beings had already eradicated the nearby bolts of lightning and were slowly flying toward the center of the mountain range. Fellow Taoist Chao, activate the confounding 5 mountains restriction to separate these devilish beings. We'll proceed according to our original plan, Han Li instructed. Go on ahead, Brother Han, I'll activate the restriction right away, Chao Ji immediately agreed before flying over to the center of the formation in front of the giant tree. Immediately thereafter, he sat down with his eyes closed and made a hand seal while chanting an incantation. There were over 100 Wood tribe beings seated around the formation, and they also began to make hand seals to assist him. Thus, Han Li's trio departed as 3 streaks of light toward the location where the devilish beings were situated. Almost at the exact same moment, around a dozen more streaks of light shot forth in hot pursuit behind the trio. These were none other than the dozen or so spatial tempering stage guards who had received Han Li's voice transmission earlier. The 7 devilish beings were slowly advancing through the mountain range, and they were being led by the burly devilish lord. Instead of stowing his copper mirror away, the devilish lord was holding it in front of his chest, occasionally directing it toward the landscape up ahead. It seemed that the mirror had the ability to identify restrictions. Everyone look out! The burly devilish lord suddenly yelled in alarm as a ball of piercing silver light suddenly erupted on the surface of the mirror. The accompanying devilish beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, and they quickly released their respective devilish treasures. However, before they had a chance to do anything, a burst of bright green light suddenly erupted from the forest down below, following which a massive light formation with a diameter of around half a kilometer emerged, releasing a vast expanse of 5-colored light as it appeared. Look out! The devilish beings were instantly swept up by the 5-colored light amid cries of alarm, following which all of them were immediately enveloped by countless azure runes. Within the 5-colored light, the burly devilish lord hurriedly raised his copper mirror above his head to release a pillar of black light. Meanwhile, the 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings let loose a loud cry in unison as piercing crimson light began to radiate from their bodies at the same time. A resounding boom rang out as the pillar of black light pierced through the 5-colored light in a flash, following which the burly devilish lord stumbled out into the open. However, the other devilish beings all instantly vanished within the 5-colored light, leaving only the devilish lord behind by himself. The devilish lord cast his gaze toward the crumbling light formation, and let loose an enraged roar. That's the confounding 5 mountains formation. I didn't think that you'd be so knowledgeable in the art of formations. It seems that it wasn't a fluke that you managed to make it this far. A calm male voice rang out in the distance in response, following which a streak of azure light appeared on the horizon. Chapter 2165, Battle of the Wood Tribe 4. A ferocious look flashed through the burly devilish lord's eyes, and he immediately tossed his copper mirror up into the air before expelling a mouthful of blood essence, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that seeped into the mirror. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the mirror, and a pavilion-sized ghostly face emerged from within it. The sinister ghostly face hovered in mid-air with its eyes closed, and the burly devilish lord quickly pointed at it, following which it immediately opened its eyes, which were filled with dazzling black light. At the same time, it let loose a bone-chilling cackle before opening its mouth to blast forth a burst of ferocious black flames, catching the streak of azure light completely off guard and engulfing it in the blink of an eye. What a fool! Even with a protective divine spirit treasure, one wouldn't be able to last long within my infernal devilish flames, the burly devilish lord chortled while controlling the ghostly face. The inky black devilish flames converged into a ball at his behest, then rose up as a thick pillar of flames that trapped the streak of azure light firmly within it. Is that so? Perhaps other people wouldn't be able to withstand these flames for long, but for me, breaking free is an easy task. A calm male voice rang out from within the pillar of black flames, following which the pleasant cry of a bird sounded. A ball of silver light then erupted forth, completely disregarding the devilish flames and rising up to the top of the fiery pillar before transforming into a giant silver bird that was several hundred feet in length. The bird was shimmering with silver light, and as it spread its wings, all of its feathers burst into flames, causing the air temperature to spike dramatically while the entire sky turned a shade of bright red. From a distance, it looked as if a silver sun had risen up above the black pillar of flames. The burly devilish lord's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to make another hand seal, but it was already too late. The massive silver bird raised its head and let loose a long cry, then opened its beak to expel a burst of suction force. The pillar of flames down below instantly began to surge into the silver bird's beak as countless black threads, and within the span of just a few breaths, the fiery pillar had become extremely feeble, revealing an azure humanoid figure within it. The humanoid figure didn't appear to be using any treasures, and his protective spiritual light alone was enough to keep the remaining black devilish flames at bay. The burly devilish lord drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. He was more aware than anyone of how powerful his own infernal devilish flames were, and the fact that this man was able to keep it at bay with his protective spiritual light alone instantly made the devilish lord think that he was perhaps facing a grand ascension stage being. This thought immediately made him turn extremely pale and sent cold sweat pouring down his back. All of a sudden, he sprang up before pointing a finger at the ghostly face overhead, then roared the word, "Explode." Immediately thereafter, his arms detached themselves from his body before instantly exploding into two clouds of blood mist that enveloped him in a flash. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the giant ghostly face, and it exploded amid a flash of black light, sending countless thin black threads erupting forth in a frenzy to form a gargantuan net that descended toward Han Li. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately thrusted a palm upward while waving his other sleeve nonchalantly toward the distance. A massive golden hand projection that was around an acre in size instantly appeared before grabbing toward the giant net, and the entire net of black threads was torn apart with ease. Meanwhile, a loud thunderclap erupted out of Han Li's sleeve, and a bolt of golden lightning shot forth before vanishing in a flash. In the next instant, the bolt of golden lightning reappeared right above the burly devilish lord, who was about to fly away in retreat as a streak of crimson light, then came crashing down upon him at an incredible speed. The golden lightning instantly eradicated the blood mist above his head, then hurtled down toward him with unstoppable force. The burly devilish lord hurriedly shot back in retreat upon seeing this, then opened his mouth to release a shimmering yellow flying dagger, which flew directly toward the oncoming bolt of golden lightning. The two clashed, and the golden lightning vanished in a flash, but the yellow dagger also became completely dull and devoid of luster before falling out of the heavens like a piece of scrap metal. With Han Li's current powers, his divine Devilbane lightning had become extremely potent against devilish treasures. As a result of the damage sustained by the flying dagger, the burly devilish lord's face paled as he threw up a mouthful of blood. However, black light suddenly erupted from his body as he continued to retreat, completely disregarding the falling dagger. "I commend your decisiveness, but I'm afraid that won't be enough for you to escape me," Han Li said in an expressionless manner before taking a large stride forward. Before he had even completed his stride, a loud thunderclap rang out beneath him, and countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of the sole of his foot before instantly forming a silver lightning formation that was around 10 feet in size. As soon as he stepped into the formation, he vanished without a trace, then appeared several thousand feet away in the blink of an eye. The burly devilish lord had only just heaved a sigh of relief when a thunderclap suddenly rang out in front of him, following which a silver lightning formation appeared without any warning. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli stepped out of the center of the formation. The burly devilish lord was greatly alarmed to see this, and he immediately tried to flee toward another direction. However, a giant projection with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly emerged behind Hanli, and it opened its 6 eyes before swinging its 6 arms through the air in unison as soon as it appeared. Golden light flashed, and 6 giant golden swords, each of which was around 10 feet in length, appeared in its hands before being slashed toward the distance. 6 streaks of golden sword chi were unleashed before forming a golden thread that swept through the burly devilish lord's body in a flash. A howl of anguish rang out as the devilish lord's protective treasures and body were instantly sliced in half, upon which a panicked black nascent soul instantly emerged within a ball of yellow light. However, before the nascent soul had a chance to get away, the 6 streaks of sword chi swept back in unison to erase it off the face of this realm. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and the golden projection behind him silently disappeared. It had only taken him an instant to kill this mid-body integration stage devilish lord from the moment that the latter had self-detonated his treasure and arms to escape. With the array of powerful treasures up his sleeve, this devilish lord was no less powerful than the average late-body integration stage being, but he was obviously no match for Han Li. Within a peculiar space enshrouded within 5-colored light, 4 giant ape-like devilish beings were hovering in mid-air with crimson light flashing from their furry bodies, while a faint odor of blood and gore wafted through the air. They were surrounded by a dozen or so green-skinned wood tribe beings, all of whom wore grim expressions. In the air above them was a woman wearing a cold expression with her arms crossed. There was a pair of crimson wings spread open on her back, and there were golden and silver runes flashing all over the wings. The woman was none other than Fei Xiaoxi of the Yeksha race, and even she was appraising the 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings with a wary look in her eyes. I had thought that the boundless blood devilish arts had become defunct in the Elder Devil realm, but who would have thought that I would encounter it today? Looks like I was right to have come here to face the 4 of you in person, Fei Xiaoxi said in a cold voice. Seeing as you recognize our boundless blood devilish arts, then hurry up and get these fools to stand down. If they try to battle us, they'll only be offering up their blood essence to us, one of the 4 devilish beings replied. Hee, if you were all at the body integration stage, even the early body integration stage, I would flee the scene with them right away, but you're only at the spatial tempering stage. Even with the boundless blood devilish arts, you're no match for all of us. As soon as an opportunity arises, I'll strike to kill all 4 of them, Fei Xiaoxi instructed with a cold smile. The wood tribe beings were very wary toward the 4 devilish beings, but they still sprang into action without any hesitation at Fei Xiaoxi's behest. Some of the wood tribe beings raised both hands up into the air to release countless streaks of azure light, while others opened their mouths to expel bursts of viscous azure chi, which transformed into ropes swept toward the 4 devilish beings. Chapter 2166, Battle of the Wood Tribe 5. Even though these wood tribe beings weren't using any special cultivation arts, they had fought together on many past occasions, so their attacks and teamwork were completely seamless. The 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings instantly formed a circle with their backs facing one another, then each thrust a palm forward. They didn't appear to be exerting much force with their palm strikes, but fierce crimson shockwaves instantly swept forth in all directions. Black runes could be seen within the crimson shockwaves, and the odor of blood and gore suddenly became a lot more pungent. As soon as the azure streaks of light and azure chi came into contact with the crimson shockwaves, they were immediately immobilized before quickly melting away at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. The surrounding wood tribe beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they quickly switched to using all types of flying swords and treasures instead. In the face of the oncoming treasures, the 4 devilish beings thrust forward their other palms like lightning, and the black runes within the crimson shockwaves instantly began to swell drastically in size. A string of resounding booms rang out, and all of the treasures were repelled as if they had struck a giant mountain. The 4 devilish beings harumphed coldly as the crimson shockwaves continued to spread outward, while the black runes transformed into black vortexes of different sizes, targeting all of the surrounding wood tribe beings at once. Look out. Don't take those attacks head-on. Fei Xiaoxi yelled as her expression changed drastically, and at the same time she made a grabbing motion to summon a translucent dagger before slashing it downward without any hesitation. A streak of white light that was over 1,000 feet in length was released by the dagger before slashing down toward the crimson shockwaves. Even though these Wood Tribe beings weren't her brethren, it would not be a good look for her if they were to all perish under her command. After hearing Fei Xiaoxi's words of warning, the Wood Tribe beings immediately shot back in retreat in an alarmed manner. However, 2 of them were too slow to react and were swept up by the crimson shockwaves, upon which their protective treasures and spiritual light were instantly destroyed, while their bodies exploded amid 2 howls of anguish before being absorbed as energy by the crimson shockwaves. The remaining Wood Tribe beings' faces all paled upon seeing this. Thankfully, the massive streak of light came crashing down at this moment, and the crimson shockwaves were split down the middle, rendering them unable to attack any further. The remaining Wood Tribe beings hurriedly fled to the edges of the 5-colored light with fearful looks on their faces. The boundless blood devilish arts unleashed by the 4 devilish beings was far more powerful than they could imagine. Looks like you're planning to step in. You should have done this from the beginning, but even so the outcome will still be the same. You'll be absorbed by us as energy just like everyone else. One of the devilish beings chortled with glee while all of them made hand seals in unison. All of a sudden, piercing crimson light erupted out of their backs, instantly inundating all of their bodies. Fei Xiaoxi immediately sent her small dagger flying through the air upon seeing this, and at the same time she swept both sleeves through the air to release 2 balls of crimson light. The translucent dagger instantly released countless arcs of lightning that formed a giant white blade that was over 100 feet in size before crashing down toward the crimson light with devastating force, sending countless wind blades and bolts of lightning raining down alongside it. Meanwhile, the 2 balls of crimson light transformed into a pair of monsters with ape heads and wolf bodies. Both of them had a pair of green bat wings on each of their backs, and their bodies were as red as blood. Their mouths were filled with sharp fangs, and each of them had a snake-like forked tongue. The ruthless and cunning looks in their red demonic eyes suggested that they possessed a high level of intelligence, and sharp claws suddenly shot out of their fingertips as they swooped down amid ferocious roars. A furry fist suddenly emerged from the crimson light down below, striking the giant blade and sending it flying backward while the fist itself remained completely unscathed. At the same time, bursts of thunderous crimson sound waves swept upward, forcing the pair of oncoming monsters to slow down significantly in their descent. Meanwhile, another giant crimson fist emerged off to the side amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then lashed out like lightning to send the pair of monsters flying with a vicious blow. The 2 monsters tumbled through the air for over 100 feet, and most of their bodies had been destroyed. As for the 2 giant crimson fists, they merely vanished as if they had never even appeared in the first place. Fei Xiaoxi drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and she immediately withdrew the giant blade, which reverted back into a small dagger as it flew back toward her. At the same time she pointed a finger at the pair of monsters, and their severely damaged bodies instantly fully regenerated. The pair of monsters snarled at the crimson light down below, but didn't dare to swoop down again. In the next instant, the crimson light suddenly shattered like a piece of chinaware, revealing a crimson-furred giant that was over 100 feet tall. The giant had a pair of green eyes, and as it clenched its hands into fists, a string of loud cracks and pops instantly rang out from its body. At the same time, it released an aura that was no less fearsome than that of a late body integration stage being. Simultaneously, a band of thick crimson light appeared before revolving around its body, making it impossible for anyone to approach the giant. Fei Xiaoxi's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and she knew that she had encountered a truly powerful enemy. She immediately issued an instruction toward the surrounding Wood Tribe beings before flipping a hand over to produce a green formation flag, which she swept through the air toward the crimson giant. The 5-colored light in the surrounding area instantly began to surge as bursts of invisible restrictive fluctuations filled the entire space. The Wood Tribe beings were immediately forced to plummet downward as if there were a burst of power dragging them down, but they all calmly chanted an incantation, and green light flashed over their bodies, following which everything immediately returned to normal. In contrast, the crimson giant merely swayed slightly before steadying itself in mid-air. However, the restriction activated by Fei Xiaoxi had clearly enraged it, and it let loose a furious roar before lashing out with one of its massive fists. A burst of crimson shockwaves that was several times more viscous than the previous one surged forth before transforming into a crimson WRM that pounced directly toward Fei Xiaoxi. At the same time, The band of crimson light revolving around the giant's body released rings of crimson mist that swept toward the surrounding Wood Tribe beings. Fei Xiaoxi wore a cold expression as she abruptly flapped her wings, upon which countless golden and silver runes emerged before transforming into small golden and silver swords that rained down from above. Immediately thereafter, she opened her mouth to release a ball of white light, within which was a small pagoda that quickly swelled to several hundred feet tall before crashing down with astonishing might. The two ape-headed monsters also let loose long howls before transforming into a pair of balls of crimson light that descended from above, one from the left and one from the right. At the same time, the surrounding Wood Tribe beings all retreated into the five-colored light, using the restriction to ward off the crimson shockwaves while releasing treasures to attack the crimson giant. All of a sudden, Han Li vanished on the spot within the five-colored light. In the next instant, he re-emerged within a vast gray space, and his expression changed slightly as he inspected his surroundings. Daoist Xie was hovering in midair up ahead with a pair of bodies that had been completely charred black suspended in the air nearby. The ground down below had been severely ravaged, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place. "It's truly incredible that you were able to take care of those two devilish lords so quickly, Brother Xie," Han Li praised with a faint smile. "Those two decided to use lightning against me, so they naturally weren't going to last very long," Daoist Xie replied in an expressionless manner. "Alright, now that the three devilish lords have been taken care of, let's go lend fellow Daoist Fei a hand. Those four spatial tempering stage devilish beings are no ordinary beings," Han Li said. "It's up to you," Daoist Xie replied in a completely uncaring manner. Han Li nodded before pointing a finger at the pair of devilish bodies, releasing two crimson balls of fire that quickly incinerated the bodies into ashes. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion with his other hand to summon a green formation plate. Just as Han Li was about to use the formation plate to teleport him and Daoist Xie out of this space, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out up above, and the entire space began to tremor violently as if it were about to collapse. Han Li was quite startled by this and didn't dare to delay any longer as he immediately tossed his formation plate forward, which formed a light formation amid a flash of white light. Immediately thereafter, he arrived at the center of the formation, followed closely by Daoist Xie. Han Li cast an incantation seal, and the light formation released a burst of piercing white light alongside a loud buzzing sound, following which he and Daoist Xie instantly disappeared. In the next instant, countless white rifts appeared in the surrounding space, and it really did collapse amid a string of loud cracks. In the air above a nondescript mountain, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a white light formation appeared, containing both Han Li and Daoist Xie. Han Li wore a dark expression, while Daoist Xie's expression was as neutral as ever. "What happened? Why did the restriction suddenly fail?" Han Li asked in a grim voice as the light formation reverted back into a green formation plate and returned to his hand. "Bad news, Brother Han. The Holy Tree tells me that the third formation core has been destroyed, which means that we'll no longer be able to use some of the restrictions in this formation, and the power of the other restrictions will also be weakened," Chao Ji's grave voice replied from the formation plate. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this and he hurriedly asked, "A formation core has already been destroyed? How is that possible? How did the devilish beings find it so quickly? Even if they managed to find it, how were they able to destroy it so quickly with other body integration stage fellow Taoists guarding it?" "Hold on, I've just received a message from a fallen fellow Taoist that the third formation core sent before he passed away. This is bad." 6 sacred ancestor clones had arrived together to kill all of the fellow Taoists and destroy the third formation core. It seems that someone among the devilish army also has a very good understanding of the formation, and those sacred ancestor clones were able to track down the third formation core right away, Chao Ji replied in a furious voice. "If there's someone within the devilish army with a very good understanding of the formation, then our formation core and the first formation core will most likely be attacked soon by sacred ancestor clones as well. The defensive restrictions of the formation will be effective against normal devilish lords, but they won't be able to stop sacred ancestor clones for long. Fellow Taoist Chao, don't worry about conserving the formation's energy and expand the restriction's sensory range by twofold. Inform me as soon as you discover something. I'll take care of our opponents here quickly so I can face the incoming enemies," Han Li instructed in an implacable voice. "Alright, I'll do my best, Brother Han," Chao Ji agreed through gritted teeth after a brief hesitation. After that, the light from the formation plate faded, and Han Li was silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. "Hee hee, looks like this mission won't be as simple as it first seemed. Brother Xie, let's go and take care of the current set of enemies first. Han Li then pointed a finger at the formation plate, and spatial fluctuations instantly began to surge through the air around them. A burst of 5-colored light swept past, and he and Daoxia instantly vanished on the spot. Elsewhere within the 5-colored light, Fei Xiaoxi had already pulled out all the stops and was opposing a dozen or so crimson WRMs with several colorful balls of light. These crimson WRMs all had bright crimson chi that contained boundless blood essence swirling around their bodies, and they were extremely fierce and vicious. At this point, the number of Wood Tribe beings hidden within the light restriction had been reduced to only 9, but they were still using their treasures to attack the red-furred giant with all their might. However, all of those attacks were easily kept at bay by the revolving bands of crimson light, which would release crimson shockwaves in retaliation, knocking back the treasures and causing the protective restriction around the Wood Tribe beings to waver perilously. The fallen Wood Tribe beings had clearly all been killed by the crimson shockwaves that had managed to scatter the 5-colored light, and at this point, the 2 ape-headed monsters had already transformed into around a dozen projections that were unleashing countless claw projections toward the furred giant, but they didn't dare to get too close to it. Even though Fei Xiaoxi was just barely managing to keep the giant's attacks at bay, she had been completely forced onto the back foot. As for the giant, it was swinging its huge arms through the air with black runes surging around its body, and the crimson WRMs that it was controlling were gradually becoming thicker and larger. Fei Xiaoxi was still able to maintain a calm expression, but internally she was starting to grow quite anxious. She had thought that with her cultivation base advantage and the dozen or so spatial tempering stage beings assisting her, she would be able to trump her enemy's special cultivation method, but she was quickly discovering that she had made a grave error. The boundless blood devilish arts was extremely powerful, and the crimson WRMs it created were no less powerful than actual WRMs. Fei Xiaoxi had unleashed powerful abilities to kill a few of those WRMs, but they were easily replaced with a wave of the furred giant's hand. If she were to target the giant instead of those WRMs, then her attacks would simply be thwarted by the bands of crimson light. So under these circumstances, Fei Xiaoxi could only rely on the formation's power to slowly wear down the giant, but the situation was gradually worsening for her. Just as she was considering requesting assistance from Chao Ji, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out beside her, and 2 humanoid figures emerged amid a flash of 5-colored light. They were none other than Han Li and Daoxia. Fei Xiaoxi was stunned by the sight of them. Interesting. As I suspected, those 4 spatial tempering stage devilish beings are manifested by the same being. To think that they're able to force you onto the back foot, the devilish arts they're cultivating must be quite extraordinary, Han Li said with a hint of surprise and intrigue in his eyes. Brother Han, why are you here? Could it be that you've already taken care of your opponents? Fei Xiaoxi asked with a complex expression. Indeed, the other enemies have already been eradicated. Let me give you a hand here, Han Li replied with a nod, and before Fei Xiaoxi had a chance to say anything further, he made a hand seal and instantly transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of brilliant golden light. As soon as the giant ape appeared, it made a grabbing motion with both hands, and 2 balls of light, one black and one azure, emerged in his palms before transforming into a pair of small mountains. A thunderous roar rang out as Han Li's arms expanded even further, and he then hurled his pair of mountains viciously toward the crimson-furred giant. A sharp screeching sound pierced through the heavens, and the pair of mountains blurred before transforming into a pair of balls of light that vanished in a flash. The crimson-furred giant had become extremely panicked at the sight of Han Li and Daoxia, and it was already beginning to think of ways to escape. However, before it had a chance to do anything, Han Li had already unleashed his attack, and the giant immediately attempted to extricate itself from its battle against Fei Xiaoxi, but it was already too late. Crimson light flashed violently from the giant's body, and a resounding boom suddenly rang out as the pair of extreme mountains re-emerged out of thin air before crashing directly toward it. A look of alarm and fury immediately appeared on the giant's face, and it didn't have time to summon its crimson WRMs back to itself, so it could only transform the band of crimson light around itself into a massive crimson shield that was several tens of feet tall and around a foot thick. A pair of resounding booms rang out almost in unison, and the crimson shield was extremely powerful, but the pair of extreme mountains hurled with the extraordinary strength of the giant mountain ape was far too overwhelming for it to withstand. The first extreme mountain only faltered slightly upon striking the crimson shield, but countless thin cracks instantly appeared on the shield. By the time the second extreme mountain crashed into the first one, the crimson shield was instantly shattered without being able to offer any further resistance. Thus, the two extreme mountains hurtled directly toward the crimson-furred giant, whose face paled significantly as it let loose a thunderous roar. All of a sudden, the black runes surging around its arms suddenly transformed into a pair of black gauntlets, and it lashed out viciously at the oncoming pair of extreme mountains. At the same time, its body swelled drastically in size, and its aura was inflated by almost twofold as countless crimson threads erupted out of its fur in unison. It was clear that it had unleashed a secret technique that was burning through its latent potential as a final roll of the dice. A pair of dull thumps rang out, and in the instant the crimson-furred giant's fists struck the extreme mountains, they instantly exploded into two clouds of blood mist. The giant's entire body shuddered violently as it was sent flying backward involuntarily by the force of the impact, but the pair of extreme mountains instantly appeared on either side of the giant before mercilessly converging toward the middle. A massive rumbling boom erupted as the two extreme mountains crashed into one another, and a blood-curdling howl rang out before instantly being cut off. All of a sudden, four balls of light suddenly shot forth out of the blood mist between the pair of extreme mountains, then desperately fled in different directions. Those were none other than the nascent souls of the four spatial tempering stage devilish beings. It's too late to try and get away now. Han Li harumphed coldly as he thrust a giant furry palm toward the distance, and the space within a radius of around half a kilometer around the pair of extreme mountains warped violently from the force of his palm. The four nascent souls didn't even get a chance to cry out before they disintegrated into specks of spiritual light, and a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he quickly reverted back to his human form. The surrounding Wood Tribe beings were completely dumbfounded by what they had just seen, and Fei Xiaoxi's reaction wasn't much different. The powerful foe that was on the verge of overwhelming her had been slain by Han Li in what seemed like the blink of an eye, and this was simply incredible for someone as proud as she was. However, just as she forced a smile onto her own face and was about to say something, a burst of buzzing suddenly rang out from within Han Li's sleeve. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he immediately released a ball of green light out of his sleeve, which landed in his hand and revealed itself to be a formation plate. He quickly pointed his finger at the formation plate a few times, following which he was immediately greeted by Chao Ji's panicked voice. "Bad news, Brother Han. 5 devilish beings suspected to be sacred ancestor clones have been detected nearby, and they're rapidly approaching our formation core. I've already activated all of the restrictions to slow them down, but I'm afraid it won't delay them for long. Have you taken care of the current set of enemies yet?" Fei Xiaoxi and the other Wood Tribe beings were greatly alarmed to hear this, and Han Li's expression also darkened slightly as he asked in a grim voice, "Rest assured, I've already taken care of the devilish beings here. Can you confirm that the approaching devilish beings are sacred ancestor clones and not just normal devilish lords?" "That's great to hear. Judging from the powers displayed by the 5 devilish beings, they should all be at the late body integration stage. Aside from sacred ancestor clones, there's no way that there would be such a large cluster of such powerful devilish beings. This group should be different from the ones that attacked the 3rd formation core. It seems that the devilish army really has deployed all of these clones to attack our 3 formation cores. Would you be able to stall them and buy me some time, Brother Han?" Chao Ji asked in an urgent yet hopeful voice. "Do you have something up your sleeve, fellow Daoist Chao?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "If you can stall those sacred ancestor clones for an hour, I'll be able to absorb enough energy from the formation to use a secret technique that'll allow me to combine as one with the backup tree and unleash a powerful restriction to temporarily trap those sacred ancestor clones," Chao Ji hurriedly replied. If such a thing were possible, how was the 3rd formation core destroyed so quickly? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise in his voice. The sacred ancestor clones had arrived too quickly for the fellow Taoists at the 3rd formation core to use this secret technique, so they were overwhelmed before they could do anything, Chao Ji replied with a wry smile. "I see. Brother Sierra and I will do our best to hold the sacred ancestor clones off for an hour. Teleport us to an area near them," Han Li replied with a faint smile. Chao Ji was greatly reinvigorated upon hearing this, and he was clearly very confident in the restriction. "All right, if you can buy me that much time, then I'll be able to protect this formation for sure. Fairy Fei, I'm sure you heard fellow Daoist Chao's message. Go back to protect the formation core and leave the sacred ancestor clones to Brother Xia and myself. You can all go back with her as well," Han Li said to Fei Xiaoxi and the Wood Tribe beings as he stowed his formation plate away. Fei Xiaoxi had only just recovered somewhat from her astonishment, and her expression changed a few times before she sighed. "All right, I'll leave everything to you and go back to protect Brother Chao then." Before Han Li could say anything in response, she immediately made a hand seal and flew away as a streak of light, followed closely by the Wood Tribe beings who had accompanied her. Han Li looked on at their departing figures with a calm expression, but a cold smile soon appeared on his face. 5 sacred ancestor clones, eh? That'll be quite a handful. I'm sure other sacred ancestor clones will also get here soon. Let's go, Brother Xie. If we can kill all of these sacred ancestor clones, then I'm sure the morale of the devilish army will be severely dampened. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li waved a hand toward Daoist Xie, who instantly vanished on the spot before arriving beside Han Li. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted all around them, and countless specks of light converged to form a colorful formation beneath the duo. Han Li stood at the center of the formation and casually cast an incantation seal toward the edge, following which both of them were inundated by a flash of light and disappeared in a flash. Shortly after their departure, the colorful light formation also disintegrated amid a dull thump. High up in the air close to 100 kilometers away, 5 high-grade devilish beings in different attire had just laid waste to a restriction comprised of a sea of flames, and they were just about to advance onward when Han Li and Daoist Xie suddenly appeared before them amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The 5 devilish beings faltered slightly before cold smiles appeared on their faces, but they didn't attack right away, choosing to inspect Han Li's duo with intrigued expressions instead. Han Li also appraised the 5 devilish beings in an expressionless manner to find that there were 3 men and 2 women. One of the men was a heavily wrinkled green-robed elderly man with a pair of remarkably long eyes that were flashing with a cold light. The other 2 were both burly armored men with hideous features, giving off ferocious baleful auras. As for the 2 women, both of them were extremely beautiful. One of them was quite petite and gave off an indescribable sense of allure, while the other was quite tall and slender with a cold expression, and a pair of black feathered wings on her back. 2 late body integration stage beings, eh? Who's going to take care of them? The green-robed elderly man was the first to break the silence. Time is of the essence. With each passing moment hundreds of our brethren are being killed, so leave these 2 to me and go on ahead. A golden-armored burly man with a pair of horns on his head replied before suddenly making a grabbing motion, upon which a giant black axe that was several tens of feet in length appeared in his grasp. All right, with your powers you should be able to take care of those 2 with no issues. Let's keep going, the elderly man replied with a nonchalant nod, then vanished as a gentle breeze. The other armored man had an extra eye on his glabella, and he stomped a foot onto the ground and vanished into thin air as a thick bolt of lightning, while the 2 devilish women exchanged a smiling glance before preparing to leave as well. Almost at the exact same moment, the axe-wielding burly man abruptly raised his giant axe before swinging it viciously toward Han Li and Daoist Xie. An inky black blade projection that was several hundred feet in length was instantly unleashed, and it hurtled directly toward Han Li's duo like lightning, leaving a trail of white spatial cracks in its wake. None of you are getting away. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he made a hand seal, and a giant projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a flash of brilliant golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes, and a massive golden sword appeared in each of its hands before immediately being slashed through the air in unison. 6 golden sword projections instantly swept forth, then suddenly vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. At this point, the black axe projection had also arrived, and in response, Daoist Xie stepped forward in a nonchalant manner, positioning himself in front of Han Li before raising a finger and casually pointing it at the oncoming axe projection. Chapter 2169, Battle of the Wood Tribe, 8. A speck of golden light suddenly appeared on Daoist Xie's fingertip, then instantly transformed into a golden ball of light with a diameter of around 10 feet. The black axe projection struck the ball of light in a completely soundless manner, but in the next instant, the ball of light flashed violently a few times before self-detonating, unleashing bursts of golden shockwaves that swept toward the axe projection in retaliation. Golden and black light intertwined, and the black axe projection was unable to advance any further. A look of surprise appeared on the golden armored man's face while a series of balls of golden light erupted out of thin air around Han Li, then shot forth in all directions as countless thin sword projections. Spatial fluctuations erupted within these sword projections, and a pair of humanoid figures were forced to reveal themselves. One of them had gusts of fierce winds revolving around his body to sweep away the oncoming sword projections, while the other was surrounded by arcs of lightning that eradicated all of the nearby sword projections with ease. These 2 were none other than the green-robed elderly man and the 3-eyed armored man. The two of them were clearly very surprised to have been forced out of thin air, and they immediately turned toward Han Li with vicious expressions. The two devilish women were also quite taken aback by this, and the two exchanged a surprised glance. You've got some backbone? Do you really think the two of you can contend with all five of us? Have you deluded yourselves into thinking that you're both Grand Ascension stage beings? Do you have a death wish? The green-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. I'm no Grand Ascension cultivator, but you're not true sacred ancestors either, so what do I have to fear? Han Li replied with a calm smile. What a big mouth you have. Fellow Taoists, it looks like we'll have to take care of him before we can continue onward. Let's kill him together, then continue on our way, the elderly man said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Even though he didn't know why Han Li was so confident, a hint of peril had suddenly welled up in his heart, and he knew that he couldn't treat Han Li lightly. Don't stick your noses into this battle. These two are my opponents. Do you really think I can't take care of a pair of body integration stage beings? The golden-armored man roared with a furious expression. His four companions were just about to spring into action, but they couldn't help but falter slightly upon hearing this. Brother Nyo, have you forgotten the orders we received? The outcome of this battle hinges on our success. This is no time for you to be throwing a fit. If we lose this battle because of you, then you'll have to answer to our masters, the elderly man threatened in a cold voice as his expression darkened slightly. The golden-armored man shuddered upon hearing this before quickly forcing a smile onto his own face. Forgive me for getting so worked up, Brother Shi. I'm well aware of how important mission is. In that case, let's strike together. These two seem to have some tricks up their sleeves, so it would be best to kill them as quickly as possible. Han Li was left feeling rather speechless at the sight of how quickly the golden-armored man's attitude had shifted, but the elderly man was completely unsurprised to see this. Instead, he issued an instruction in a completely expressionless manner, and the five devilish beings instantly surrounded Han Li's duo. The five of them appeared to be moving slowly, but all of them had prepared vast amounts of magic power, and were no longer hiding their fearsome auras. So they really are all sacred ancestor clones. Brother Xia, how many of them can you take on? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. I can kill 2 or trap 3, Taoist Xia replied nonchalantly as if he were merely talking about the weather. Alright, then I'll leave 3 of them to you and take on the remaining 2, Han Li replied without any hesitation. No problem, Taoist Xia replied. You two sure dare to talk big. Take this. The golden-armored man was furious upon hearing what was being said, and a mountainous cow-head projection instantly appeared behind him amid a flash of black light, following which he hoisted his massive black axe before swinging it viciously toward Han Li again. This attack was different from the previous one in that on this occasion, thousands of axe projections were unleashed, all of which had black devilish chi revolving around them and were directed straight toward Han Li's duo. The golden-armored man's actions seemed to have ignited the killing intent in the hearts of the other devilish beings, and they all attacked at once. A fierce look appeared on the elderly man's face as he swept his sleeves through the air, releasing 2 swarms of bright red poisonous hornets, each of which was around the size of a finger. These hornets were all giving off a pungent rank odor, and they flew rapidly toward Han Li and Taoist Xia as soon as they were released. Meanwhile, the 3-eyed devilish being made a hand seal, and the third eye on his glabella sprang open, revealing red, yellow, and green light swirling within his pupils before 3 dazzling pillars of light were unleashed. The pillars of light reached Taoist Xia in a soundless manner in a flash, and at the same time, the petite devilish woman rubbed her hands together before raising them in unison, releasing countless pink threads of light that converged to form a massive pink net before descending from above. Accompanying the net was a faint fragrance, and upon inhaling this scent, even Han Li was feeling rather lightheaded, which was rather alarming to him. As for the final winged devilish woman, she flapped her wings gently, and specks of black light appeared behind her amid a burst of glacial chi. The woman harumphed coldly as the specks of black light shot forth, transforming into black ice spikes mid-flight, taking up almost half of the entire sky with their massive numbers. In the face of this string of attacks, a loud thunderclap erupted behind Han Li, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a flash of lightning. He then let loose a low cry as he abruptly flapped his wings, and he instantly vanished on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, Taoist Xia was the only one left at the center of all of the attacks, but he merely disregarded the oncoming barrage as he took a step forward. Golden light flashed from his body, following which a dense golden light barrier appeared around him, and the light barrier was immediately inundated by the pillars of light, axe projections, ice spikes and the pink net of threads. Resounding booms rang out relentlessly as dazzling lights intertwined, and the surrounding space warped violently as astonishing shockwaves swept forth in all directions. The two swarms of red hornets didn't dare to approach the epicenter of the clashes and could only unleash streaks of crimson light from afar, further contributing to the assault. However, the golden light barrier seemed to be an impregnable fortress, and it didn't waver in the slightest in the face of the ferocious attacks raining down upon it. Meanwhile, Daoist Xie stood completely still within the golden light barrier, adopting a passive stance without displaying any intention of retaliating. The 5 devilish beings were stunned to see this, and their expressions darkened significantly. Right at this moment, an arc of silver light flashed up above alongside a burst of spatial fluctuations, and Han Li emerged amid a loud thunderclap. He cast his gaze down below, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he made a hand seal to summon his Provenance True Devil projection again. As soon as the giant projection appeared, it thrust its 6 palms downward in unison, and a ball of golden light comprised of countless golden runes appeared in the palm of each of its hands. A cold look appeared on the winged devilish woman's face upon seeing this, and she flapped her wings viciously upward in unison. 2 streaks of that were over 100 feet in length instantly appeared before sweeping up toward Han Li, and at the same time, the elderly man raised a thin and wizened palm upward. The palm extended out of his sleeve with purple light flashing incessantly around it, and a massive purple claw projection that was around an acre in size instantly appeared beneath Han Li before grabbing toward him with ferocious might. These sacred ancestor clones were truly far more powerful than normal devilish lords, and devastating attacks were directed toward Han Li as soon as he emerged from his lightning teleportation. The other 3 devilish lords hadn't attacked him, but that wasn't because they hadn't detected his presence. They were merely of the opinion that the elderly man and winged woman would be enough to take care of Han Li. Han Li was quite elated to see this, and he immediately injected his spiritual power into his Provenance True Devil projection in a frenzy. Brilliant golden light immediately erupted from the projection, and the balls of light in its hands swelled drastically in size before being hurled downward in unison. Chapter 2170, Battle of the Wood Tribe 9. The 6 golden balls of light quickly combined as one in mid-air, then transformed into a giant golden vortex. Initially, the vortex was only several tens of feet in size, but as it rapidly rotated, it swelled drastically in area, inflating to cover around an acre. Countless golden and silver runes surged out of the vortex alongside a burst of enormous force, and as soon as the 2 streaks of black light came into contact with the vortex, they were drawn into it by a burst of tremendous suction force before being destroyed. The giant purple claw projection also faltered in the face of the obstruction posed by the countless golden and silver runes, and during this split-second delay, the golden vortex swelled once again by close to half its original size. The air around the giant claw projection immediately tightened, and it was as if a massive mountain were crashing down upon it. The claw projection began to tremor violently in the face of this astonishing force, and it appeared to be on the brink of destruction. At the same time, the 5 devilish beings down below also felt the air around them tighten as they were immobilized by a burst of invisible power. The 5 devilish beings faltered initially upon sensing this before immediately flaring up with rage. Cries of fury instantly rang out as all types of light and devilish chi erupted from the bodies of the 5 devilish beings to escape from the restrictive force, yet just as they were about to break free, a peculiar smile appeared on Han Li's face. At the same time he made a hand seal before abruptly flapping his wings, and an astonishing thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of his wings in a frenzy, then converged to form a pair of massive balls of lightning. Han Li then pointed a finger down at the green-robed elderly man and the winged woman, and the 2 balls of lightning instantly vanished amid a resounding boom. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap erupted as the 2 balls of lightning emerged right in front of the elderly man and winged woman, and countless arcs of silver lightning sprang forth to form a pair of lightning formations. The elderly man and winged woman were each situated at the center of one of the formations. These are teleportation formations. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and a burst of scorching purple flames erupted from his body, instantly nullifying the restrictive force acting upon him. Immediately thereafter, his body blurred as he attempted to escape the lightning formation, but right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from above, and a burst of excruciating pain instantly speared through the elderly man's head. Even though he was far more powerful than the average body integration cultivator, he still threw his hands over his own head involuntarily, and his body swayed as if he were on the verge of falling. During this split-second delay, the lightning formation was activated, and the elderly man vanished amid a flash of lightning. The winged woman had also been teleported away by the lightning formation beneath her feet, and a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he flapped his wings again, releasing countless arcs of lightning to form another shimmering silver lightning formation. After that, he stepped into the formation and disappeared in a flash, following which the golden vortex disintegrated amid a dull thump. Only then did the remaining 3 devilish beings escape from the restrictive force, and all of them wore expressions of shock and fury. However, the petite woman's expression quickly eased slightly as she said, "They haven't been teleported too far away. I can sense that they're still within 10,000 kilometers of us. If we want to reunite with them, we'll be able to do so very quickly." That's good to hear. It's a good thing that you can directly communicate with our other fellow Taoists using your secret technique. Otherwise we'd all be very concerned. The golden armored man's expression also eased slightly upon hearing this. The three-eyed devilish man was clearly also very relieved to hear this, yet right at this moment an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted nearby. The golden light barrier that was facing the barrage of attacks suddenly exploded as a ball of golden light. Countless streaks of golden light shot forth at once, destroying all of the nearby attacks before piercing into the swarm of red hornets up above in a flash. Countless hornets were instantly killed by the streaks of golden light, with only just over 100 fortunate survivors, all of which immediately scattered in a panicked manner. At the same time, a terrifying aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation erupted into the heavens, following which a mountainous golden crab emerged within the golden light. That's the holy crab from the devilish origin sea. It's a faux immortal puppet as powerful as a sacred ancestor. What is it doing here? The golden-armored man and petite woman were stunned by the sight of Daoist Ye's true form, and they immediately began to retreat with horrified expressions as devilish chi surged out of their bodies. It was clear that they were preparing to flee as soon as the giant golden crab made a move. The three-eyed devilish being displayed no intention to flee, but he was also clearly quite astonished. However, a burst of radiance then flashed through his 3 eyes, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. "It seems that you've all seen me in the past. I'll make things simple for you. If the 3 of you wait here until fellow Daoist Han concludes his battle against your companions, then I won't attack you for now. Otherwise I'll be forced to step in," the giant golden crab said. The petite woman and golden-armored man's faces paled upon hearing this, and they immediately faltered in their retreat. "There's no need to be afraid, fellow Taoists. This holy crab's aura is nowhere near what it had been back in the devilish origin sea, and it's currently not even at the grand ascension stage. It seems that this faux immortal puppet's cultivation base has been severely debilitated for some reason, so the 3 of us should be able to face it," the three-eyed devilish being yelled as he abruptly patted a leather pouch hanging from his waist. A burst of rainbow light swept forth from the opening of the pouch, following which 3 translucent jade-like skeletons appeared before him. Each of the skeletons held a white bone shield in one hand and a bone hammer in the other, and they were arranged in a row next to one another. All of the skeletons were giving off mid-body integration stage auras. A hint of surprise appeared in the petite woman's eyes, and she hurriedly asked, "Are you sure there's something wrong with this golden crab? Fellow Taoist Ming has cultivated the treasured dermic eyes, so I'm sure his judgment is reliable. This holy crab won't let us escape anyway, so as opposed to resigning ourselves to being divided and conquered, we may as well join forces to challenge it," the golden-armored man said with a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he tightened his grip around the shaft of his axe. "I had heard rumors that the golden crab had been taken away by a human. I didn't think that I would encounter it here. Seeing as both of you are willing to oppose it, I'll do my best as well," the petite woman said after a brief hesitation. "All right, even if we can't defeat this holy crab, we'll definitely be able to stall it for now. Once our fellow Taoists take care of that human cultivator, the 5 of us will be able to join forces and destroy this faux immortal puppet as well," the three-eyed devilish being said in a confident voice. "I certainly hope so," the petite woman replied with a wry smile. The woman recalled that the human cultivator who had taken away the golden crab seemed to be quite powerful, but due to the fact that she had been situated in the spirit realm this entire time, the news that she had received from the Holy Realm was rather lacking in detail. As such, she merely regarded those rumors as hyperbole and didn't pay them any heed. "All right, seeing as we've arrived at a consensus, let's attack together," the golden-armored man guffawed as he opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of blood essence onto his own axe. The blood essence scattered into a cloud of blood mist that instantly vanished into the axe, and the golden-armored man began to chant something, upon which the giant axe quickly turned a bright red color. The axe was then hurled up into the air, and it vanished into space as a streak of crimson light. In the next instant, the sound of rumbling thunder and howling wind rang out as dark clouds converged from out of nowhere, making the entire sky pitch black. A thick silver snake flashed through the air, and a mountainous crimson axe could be seen within the dark clouds. It was several thousand feet in length with wisps of devilish chi emanating from it, and it was giving off an extremely fearsome aura. The three-eyed devilish being and the petite woman exchanged a glance upon seeing this before springing into action as well. The three skeletons in front of the three-eyed devilish being blurred, following which they appeared around the giant golden crab in a triangular formation. They raised their bone shields in defense, then immediately swung their bone hammers through the air. A burst of ghostly howls instantly erupted from the three hammers alongside fierce black chi, and around a dozen giant tentacles were manifested before sweeping viciously toward the giant crab. Meanwhile, the petite woman opened her mouth to release a shimmering silver gourd, and she pointed a finger at it, upon which a vast expanse of pink light surged forth to manifest a series of pink devilish crows. These crows had golden beaks and silver eyes, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. The petite woman let loose a sharp cry, and the flock of crows was instantly mobilized. In response to all of this, the giant golden crab merely raised its pair of massive pincers, and countless arcs of silver lightning surged out of its body amid a loud thunderclap, forming a huge net of lightning around itself. At the same time, lightning converged toward its pair of pincers, and a pair of massive balls of lightning that were as large as houses were created. Thus, a fierce battle commenced between Daoissier and the three devils. Close to 10,000 kilometers away, Hanli was standing in mid-air between a pair of mountains with a faint smile on his face. The golden projection behind him had already taken on a substantial form, and there were 72 small azure swords surging through the air beneath him, manifesting layers of azure lotus flowers that were carrying his body. Directly across from him were the green-robed elderly man and winged woman, both of whom were glowering intently at him. Chapter 2171, Battle of the Wood Tribe, 10. As expected, you're no ordinary body integration cultivator. It's quite remarkable that you were able to teleport both of us here with formations that you created on the spot. However, do you intend to take on both of us on your own? The elderly man asked as he appraised the giant projection behind Hanli with a cautious expression. The two of you are just a pair of clones, so why can't I take on both of you? Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner. You're going to pay the ultimate price for your arrogance. The elderly man flared up with rage upon hearing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which a burst of crimson light erupted into the heavens behind him, then formed a crimson insect projection that was over 100 feet in length. The projection was of a bright red color and extreme rotund, resembling a giant silkworm. However, its cavernous mouth was filled with sharp fangs, presenting a terrifying sight to behold. As soon as the insect projection appeared, it opened its mouth to expel a burst of crimson light, which split up into countless crimson threads that swept directly toward Hanli. The smile on Hanli's face faded, and the projection behind him raised its 6 arms in unison at his behest. Countless golden fist projections instantly appeared in front of him, then transformed into balls of golden light to oppose the crimson threads. A string of resounding booms rang out in rapid succession, and the golden fist projections exploded as soon as they came into contact with the crimson threads, but the threads were all kept at bay as a result. The elderly man harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he quickly made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the crimson threads. All of a sudden, the threads began to sway and twist as if they had come alive, then vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of Hanli, and countless crimson threads emerged before raining down upon him in a torrential downpour. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately flew back by several tens of feet. At the same time, the azure sword lotuses beneath his feet swelled drastically to form several layers of azure light barriers before him. As soon as the crimson threads flew into the azure sword barriers, they were instantly shredded. Despite the sheer number of crimson threads, not even a single one of them was able to pierce through the light barriers, and they all disintegrated into clouds of blood mist. Strangely enough, not only was the elderly man not disappointed to see this, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, Hanli suddenly cast his gaze toward the winged woman as if he had detected something. A burst of blue light flashed through his eyes, and his expression darkened slightly as he quickly released his enormous spiritual sense all around himself. Immediately thereafter, one of his arms expanded drastically in size amid a string of loud cracks and pops, following which he threw a punch behind himself like lightning. His fist instantly turned a shimmering golden color, and a burst of loud thunderclaps accompanied his punch. At the same time, a burst of barely detectable spatial fluctuations erupted before his fist, following which a semi-transparent winged figure emerged in a wraith-like manner. The golden fist hurtled directly toward the winged figure's head in a merciless manner, and it looked as if this were a choreographed sequence where the winged figure had set itself up to be punched. A hint of surprise appeared on the winged figure's pale face upon seeing this, but it merely twisted around and took on a blurry quality. The golden fist passed right through the winged figure's head, but it was as if the fist had struck nothing but thin air. Only then did the blurry humanoid figure disintegrate into nothingness. Han Li immediately turned around before casting his gaze toward a nearby patch of space with his brows slightly furrowed. Spatial fluctuations erupted from that patch of space, and the winged figure re-emerged before meeting Han Li's gaze with a cold one of her own. The winged figure was none other than the winged devilish woman, but there was a completely identical figure standing right next to the elderly man at this moment. This is the first time I've seen a body integration stage being with such exceptional illusionary and concealment abilities. If it weren't for my spirit eyes and spiritual sense, I would have been fooled into thinking that you hadn't done anything, Han Li said in a calm voice as he suddenly pointed a finger toward the winged woman beside the elderly man. A bolt of golden lightning shot forth from his fingertip and struck the winged woman's body in a flash, upon which she instantly disintegrated into specks of white light, revealing the woman to have been nothing more than an illusion. Both the elderly man and the true winged woman's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and the latter said in a cold voice, "You may have survived this attack, but what about the next one?" Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling in response, "Oh? Are you planning to use the same attack against me again? Do you think it'll still work?" "I do indeed plan to use the same attack again." A hint of killing intent appeared in the woman's eyes as she abruptly flapped her wings, and her body vanished yet again. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the other side of Han Li, and she re-emerged before reaching toward him with a pair of hands that had transformed into sharp black claws. Han Li immediately swept a sleeve through the air upon seeing this to release a streak of azure sword chi to slice the winged woman's body in half, but it merely vanished, revealing itself to be nothing more than another projection. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted on the other side, and the winged woman appeared again in a wraith-like manner before unleashing countless claw projections toward Han Li. In response, Han Li turned his head in an expressionless manner before opening his mouth to release a bolt of golden lightning that struck the winged woman, but it merely pierced through her body, revealing it to be yet another projection. All of a sudden, the winged woman emerged above Han Li's head, then flapped her wings to send countless streaks of black light raining down from above. Thus, with her incredible movement techniques, the winged woman was able to appear over and over again all around Han Li and unleash all types of attacks against him while her own body remained completely unharmed. Interesting. You teleport away as soon as you complete an attack and only leave behind a projection to fool the enemy. This is a very intriguing tactic, but I'm afraid it's not going to be effective against me, Han Li mused in an intrigued voice as blue light flashed within his eyes. All of a sudden, the Providence True Devil projection behind him raised its 6 arms in unison, and a giant golden sword appeared in each of its hands before being slashed through the air to oppose all of the oncoming attacks. The winged woman merely ignored this and continued to phase in and out of existence around Han Li. On top of that, she was growing faster and faster, and her attacks were also becoming more and more ferocious. It was as if Han Li were being attacked by multiple people at once. However, Han Li remained as calm as ever, and after negotiating several waves of attacks, a cold smile appeared on his face as he flipped a hand over to summon a small black mountain amid a flash of black light. However, before he had a chance to unleash the extreme mountain, his expression suddenly changed slightly as countless arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body to form a golden lightning robe. Almost at the exact same moment, the faint blood mist wafting through the air around him formed countless crimson threads once again before hurtling directly toward Han Li. If he hadn't detected what was happening in advance, he really would have fallen prey to this sneak attack. As things currently were, he merely injected more magic power into his lightning robe, which swelled drastically in size to meet the oncoming crimson threads. The golden lightning robe flashed erratically, and the crimson threads all exploded upon coming into contact with it. Clouds of blood mist permeated through the air once again, and the mist quickly became extremely viscous with countless crimson runes flashing within it. The elderly man was elated to see this and he hurriedly yelled, "Fairy Ling, hurry and use that ability." "Humph, I would have done so even if you hadn't said anything," the winged woman replied in a cold voice as 7 identical winged women suddenly appeared in the air around the blood mist. As soon as these 7 devilish women appeared, they rubbed their hands together in unison to produce a reddish-black devilish flag each before tossing them into the air above the blood mist. The 7 flags were only around 10 feet in length, but there was a bright red devilish formation engraved onto the surface of each flag, and they instantly transformed into 7 reddish-black balls of light that began to rapidly revolve through the air. Right at this moment, the 7 devilish women began to chant an incantation while rapidly flicking incantation seals toward the devilish flags. In the next instant, 7 dull thumps rang out, and the flags abruptly vanished, replaced by 7 reddish-black light formations that appeared above the blood mist. At the center of each formation was a ball of crimson devilish flames. Chapter 2172, Battle of the Wood Tribe 11. The 7 winged women let loose a collective delicate cry, and crimson magma-like liquid instantly poured out of all 7 formations. The liquid quickly spread over the vast expanse of blood mist, forming a sea of ferocious flames. However, what was quite strange was that the sea of flames was giving off a frosty sensation rather than scorching heat. The 7 formations began to swell drastically amid a flash of light before combining as one, forming an ancient seal character that was around an acre in size before descending toward the sea of flames. In the instant that the rune entered the sea of flames, it vanished into the fire as specks of spiritual light. In the next instant, countless specks of light surged out of the sea of flames in a frenzy, forming a reddish-black light barrier that sealed the entire sea of fire beneath it. Countless runes surged over the surface of the light barrier and fluctuated erratically in size, presenting a mysterious sight to behold. The elation on the elderly man's face became even more pronounced upon seeing this, and he immediately rushed over to the air above the sea of flames. After that, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of white light, which landed in his hand to reveal a white jade vial that was around a foot in size. The elderly man then raised the vial up with both hands while chanting something, and a burst of scorching white flames instantly surged forth, transforming into 3 white fiery W-arms that plunged straight through the light barrier and into the sea of fire. The 3 fiery W-arms blasted bursts of white flames out of their mouths, and the sea of flames began to burn with even greater ferocity. At this moment, the 7 winged women and the elderly man all sat down with their legs crossed and closed their eyes while making a series of hand seals. Ferocious waves of fire were swept up within the sea of flames at their behest, and countless balls of flames exploded as the 3 fiery WRs threatened to tear through and incinerate everything. If a normal cultivator were to fall into the sea of flames, they would most likely be instantly reduced to ashes. However, Han Li's calm voice rang out from within the sea of fire only a short while later. "Is this all you've got? It's not that impressive." The elderly man and 7 devilish women were stunned to hear this, and they all opened their eyes before turning their attention toward the sea of flames. All of a sudden, a clear cry rang out from within the sea of fire, and a silver fire raven that was several tens of feet in size emerged before flying toward the light barrier up above. The fire raven had shimmering silver feathers that were burning with silver flames, and was extremely dazzling to behold. The elderly man's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger toward the sea of flames. The 3 fiery W-arms instantly rose up into the heavens at his behest, then pounced directly toward the fire raven. The silver fire raven seemed to have sensed the threat that was approaching it from behind, and it quickly swiveled around before swooping toward the 3 fiery W-arms in retaliation. Thus, a vicious battle ensued between the 2 sides, and scales and feathers came raining down from above. The silver fire raven displayed no fear despite the face that it was facing 3 opponents, and it firmly held the upper hand. Right at this moment, golden light flashed within the sea of fire, and 6 thick pillars of light erupted forth before striking the reddish-black light barrier. An earth-shattering boom rang out as balls of golden light exploded on the light barrier, and most of the runes on the surface of the light barrier were instantly eradicated. However, the expressions of the 7 winged women remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and they opened their mouths in unison to expel a mouthful of blood essence each. The blood essence instantly transformed into 7 bursts of blood mist that infused themselves into the light barrier, upon which the barrier was instantly stabilized, while the eradicated runes also returned. A cold harumph rang out from within the sea of flames, and countless streaks of azure sword chi struck the light barrier like a torrential storm. In the face of this ferocious barrage, the light barrier flashed violently and began to dim significantly, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. The elderly man's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a silver ring, which expanded at a rapid rate, forming a giant halo with a diameter of around half a kilometer before slowly descending from above. The air down below instantly became extremely viscous, and the light barrier was able to regain its stability. "Let's see how much longer you can trap me." Han Li's cold voice rang out again, and as soon as his voice trailed off, an inhuman roar rang out deep within the sea of flames, following which a terrifying aura erupted into the heavens. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon sensing this aura, yet before he had a chance to do anything, the entire sea of flames shuddered before parting to reveal a massive golden furred fist. Countless golden fist projections were unleashed by the giant fist, all of which combined as one to form a shimmering golden pavilion-sized fist projection that struck the light barrier up above with a resounding boom. In the next instant, a scintillating golden sun erupted beneath the light barrier, and an enormous burst of force exploded in all directions. On this occasion, even with the assistance of the 7 winged women and the massive halo, the reddish-black light barrier still completely shattered. The sea of flames down below was also torn apart, and a shimmering golden humanoid figure rose up into the air before immediately attempting to fly away. The elderly man's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and he switched to a different hand seal before stabbing a finger downward in a vicious manner. "Restrict." The giant halo began to rotate at a rapid rate at his behest, then descended toward the golden humanoid figure. In response, the golden figure let loose a thunderous roar, then lashed out with successive blows from both of its fists toward the massive halo. A pair of loud booms rang out, and 2 gusts of ferocious winds rose up, forcing the descending halo to a complete standstill. During this split-second delay, the golden humanoid figure vanished into thin air. The elderly man's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger up toward the white jade vial that was hovering above his head. The jade vial instantly tipped itself over, releasing a burst of white flames that formed a fiery barrier that shielded him within. At the same time, the elderly man made a hand seal, and the giant insect projection reappeared behind him. "Humph, you've got decent reactions." Spatial fluctuations erupted up above, and a golden humanoid figure emerged, revealing itself to be a giant golden ape that was several tens of feet tall. As soon as the ape emerged, one of its arms swelled drastically in size, and it reached down toward the elderly man's head in a vicious manner. Meanwhile, a massive golden sword appeared in its other hand, and the sword was slashed downward like lightning. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and the crimson insect projection behind him instantly opened its mouth at his behest, biting toward the oncoming golden hand. At the same time, the white jade vial transformed into a ball of white light that surged directly toward the golden sword. Han Li chuckled coldly upon seeing this, and countless golden arcs of lightning erupted out of his massive hand amid a loud thunderclap, while the hand itself expanded to several times its original size. A thump and a clang rang out in unison, and the huge insect projection was instantly destroyed by the giant golden hand. However, the golden sword was repelled by the white jade vial, while the vial itself remained completely unscathed. The elderly man drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve upward, upon which the fiery barrier around him transformed into a fiery WRM that pounced toward the descending hand. The two clashed, and the golden hand tore through the fiery WRM's head, but the WRM instantly split up into several fiery snakes that wound themselves tightly around the hand. Golden lightning flashed violently around the hand to destroy one of the fiery snakes, but the remaining snakes prevented the hand from descending any further. However, right at this moment, a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the elderly man, and a green figure emerged alongside a golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. The green figure opened its mouth to release a green net of threads, while the golden figure raised its 6 hands, revealing 6 balls of golden light, which were thrust directly toward the elderly man's back. With the elderly man's powers, he was naturally able to detect what was happening behind himself, but most of his magic power was focused on the attack he had just unleashed upward, leaving him ill-equipped to defend himself. In this dire situation, a pair of white bone tridents flew out of his shoulders amid a flash of white light, flying directly toward the pair of humanoid figures. At the same time, the protective spiritual light around his body became around twice as dense as it had previously been. However, neither the green figure nor the golden figure took evasive measures in the face of the oncoming bone tridents. A pair of loud cracks rang out as white light erupted from their bodies, and one of them shuddered before taking 2 involuntarily steps backward, while the other merely swayed slightly, but remained standing on the spot. Most of the bone trident directed toward the green figure had embedded itself into its target's body, but was unable to advance any further. Meanwhile, the other trident had simply bounced off the body of the golden figure. Chapter 2173, Battle of the Wood Tribe 12. The 6 balls of golden light struck the elderly man's protective spiritual chi like lightning, and all 6 balls of light exploded into golden shockwaves that swept over the elderly man's body. His protective spiritual light possessed defensive power equivalent to that of top-grade treasures, but it was still instantly destroyed. The elderly man gritted his teeth before biting off half of his own tongue, then expelled a ball of blood essence backward to form a crimson shield. The golden light struck the crimson shield with devastating force, and the shield only managed to stop it momentarily before part of the golden light forced its way through and rammed into the elderly man's body. The elderly man felt a burst of enormous force crash into his back, and he was forced to stumble forward a few steps and throw up several mouthfuls of reddish-black blood as his consciousness threatened to fade. Right at this moment, Hanli suddenly stepped forward, and his giant ape body blurred before appearing right in front of the elderly man, following which he extended a golden hand forward like lightning. The elderly man was greatly alarmed by this, and he immediately tried to evade, but it was already too late. The fingers of the golden hand split apart before plunging through the elderly man's chest, emerging on the other side with a heart locked in its grasp. Silver flames then erupted along the entire arm, incinerating the elderly man's body and heart into ashes. Even his nascent soul didn't get a chance to escape. Thus, the elderly man was killed in the blink of an eye, and a hint of fear appeared on the faces of the 7 winged women upon seeing this. The 7 of them immediately flapped their wings in unison, flying away in 7 different directions with no intention of engaging in this battle any further. Do you really think your clone technique can fool me? Hanli chuckled coldly as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he quickly swept his gaze toward the 7 fleeing streaks of light. A pair of massive translucent wings then appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap, and he flapped them vigorously to conjure up countless balls of lightning. A loud thunderclap rang out, and all of the balls of lightning exploded while Han Li's enormous body shot forth as an azure and white thread of light. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several thousand feet and appeared right above one of the winged women. The winged woman's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she immediately attempted to use a secret technique to accelerate even further, but it was already too late. Han Li let loose a thunderous roar, and all of his golden fur stood up on end as he swelled to over 1,000 feet in size. His hands then balled up into a pair of massive fists, which were sent crashing down like a pair of golden shooting stars. An invisible burst of enormous force was released, encompassing an area with a radius of around half a kilometer, and the winged woman was immediately slowed down significantly. The woman's face paled as she let loose a sharp cry, upon which all of the other 6 winged women vanished in a flash. As for the winged woman being attacked by Han Li, her aura instantly swelled by several-fold, and she raised both hands up into the air to send a pair of fist-sized black balls flying upward. She then flapped her wings upward as well, and countless feathers swept forth as streaks of black light. As soon as the pair of black balls struck the 2 giant golden fists, they exploded into a pair of black suns that quickly swept over an area of around an acre. The streaks of black light also flew into the black suns like speeding arrows, and the fearsome aura descending from above eased slightly, while the pressure weighing down upon the woman was also somewhat alleviated. The winged woman was elated by this development, and she immediately continued to flee the scene. However, she had only flown for less than 200 feet when the space above her was torn open. Golden and silver light flashed in unison, and a giant golden fist that was enshrouded in silver flames came crashing down from the heavens. The winged woman was greatly alarmed by this, and she immediately opened her mouth to release a small green shield, which instantly expanded to several tens of feet in size before positioning itself above her. At the same time, she enveloped her own body with her wings, which transformed into a suit of extremely intricate armor that encapsulated every single inch of her skin. The green shield instantly exploded amid a resounding boom, and the winged woman came plummeting down from above after being struck by the golden fist. A human-shaped crater that was around 10 feet deep was smashed into the ground, and the winged woman was embedded into the earth. Her body had become completely numb and powerless from the impact, thereby rendering her temporarily immobilized. Fierce winds swept through the air up above, and the pair of black suns were snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Thus, the giant ape was revealed once again, but its appearance had completely changed. Currently, it had a layer of golden scales over its skin, a horn on the top of its head, and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. Holy Nirvana physique. The winged woman was petrified at the sight of the giant ape's new form, but the golden ape showed her no mercy as it thrust a massive palm down from above. The earth within a radius of around half a kilometer tremored violently amid a resounding boom, and all of the trees within the area were pulverized as a giant handprint that was around an acre in area was imprinted onto the ground. At the center of the giant handprint was the winged woman, and she didn't even get a chance to cry out before her body was reduced to mincemeat, and her nascent soul was erased from existence. Having destroyed his final opponent, Hanli made a hand seal and quickly reverted back to his human form. He looked down with a cold expression, then waved a hand through the air while pointing at something with his other hand. A storage bracelet instantly rose up from the ground before landing in his grasp, and at the same time, a silver ball of flames gently drifted down from above. The woman's remains were instantly engulfed by silver flames and incinerated into nothingness, while a green humanoid figure suddenly appeared beside Hanli before handing over another storage bracelet and a white jade vial to him in a respectful manner. This was none other than the spirit body, which was being controlled by Chewer and had been deployed to launch a sneak attack against the elderly man. As for Hanli's Providence golden body, that had already been drawn back into his body once he adopted his holy nirvana physique. Hanli quickly inspected the contents of the two storage bracelets with his spiritual sense before stowing them away alongside the white jade vial. After that, a burst of golden light erupted from his body to sweep up the spirit body before he flew away as a streak of light. At Hanli's current speed, a distance of less than 10,000 kilometers could be covered in virtually the blink of an eye. Following the deaths of the elderly man and the winged woman, the petite woman who was battling the giant golden crab close to 10,000 kilometers away immediately sensed something and exclaimed, "I've lost contact with Brother Shi. Something must have happened to them, we have to get away from here." As soon as her voice trailed off, she immediately withdrew her treasures, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a streak of golden light, which instantly transformed into a golden wheel that was around 10 feet in size. The wheel then transformed into a ball of golden light that enveloped her body before flying away at an incredible speed. The golden-armored man and three-eyed devilish being also became quite panicked upon hearing this, and the former immediately unleashed thousands of balls of black lightning to bombard the giant crab before also fleeing in another direction as a streak of light. As for the latter, he hurriedly detonated a pair of flying daggers that were being used to attack the golden crab, then released a green flying sword, which he instantly leaped onto before flying away. Arcs of lightning flashed over the golden crab's body to repel the oncoming attacks with ease, and it said in a completely emotionless voice, "I'm afraid I can't let you leave, fellow Taoists." As soon as its voice trailed off, a peculiar silver diagram suddenly appeared on its back, then rose up as a vast expanse of silver light that instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, ferocious winds and dark clouds swept through the area as a lightning formation that was around 100 acres in size emerged. Countless bolts of lightning then came crashing down from above, encompassing everything below the entire formation. The three fleeing devilish beings were greatly alarmed by this, and they had no choice but to stop and defend themselves. However, there was simply no end to the lightning raining down from above, and even though these three devils were far more powerful than normal body integration stage beings, they could only just barely ensure self-preservation. Having said that, Taoists yet clearly wouldn't be able to maintain such a powerful barrage for much time. Sure enough, the thunderclaps abated after the span of just a few breaths had passed, following which the lightning formation crumbled, and the lightning flashing through the sky receded. The three devilish beings were ecstatic to see this, and they were just about to continue to flee when a cold male voice suddenly rang out up above. "Where are you going, fellow Taoists? I've returned to send you on your way." Spatial fluctuations erupted overhead, and a faint azure humanoid figure emerged before casting a frosty gaze toward the three devils. Chapter 2174, Battle of the Wood Tribe 13. Less than an hour later, a burst of buzzing rang out, and a green formation plate emerged in Han Li's grasp amid a flash of azure light. Han Li cast an incantation seal into the formation plate, and he was immediately greeted by the sound of Chao Ji's elated voice. "How are things going on your end, Brother Han? I've already prepared the restriction. You can lure the sacred ancestor clones into the mountain range, and I'll trap them using the restriction." "There's no need for that. Save the restriction for the next group of enemies. Everything has already been taken care of on my end," Han Li replied in a calm voice as he inspected a black axe with an intrigued expression. The axe was none other than the weapon used by the golden-armored devilish being. At this point, aside from Daoist Xie and the severely wounded spirit body, there was no one else in the area aside from Han Li. However, the ground down below had been severely ravaged, and it was clear that an extremely fierce battle had just taken place. "What? You don't mean?" Chao Ji's voice was filled with disbelief and bewilderment as he came to realize what Han Li's words entailed. "Brother Xie and I have already taken care of the sacred ancestor clones, so save your restriction for later," Han Li replied with a smile as he stowed the black axe away. Indeed, he and Daoist Xie had defeated the 3 remaining devils with ease, but the trio was determined to get away, so had taken some time to hunt them down and kill them. "You and Brother Xie are truly unfathomable to the likes of myself. With your presence, our second formation core will be safe for sure," Chao Ji said as a hint of elation and veneration crept into his voice. It was clear that he had been overawed by Han Li's display of power and no longer dared to regard him as an equal. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he was just about to respond when a string of dull thunderclaps suddenly rang out up above. White light then began to flash erratically in the air, following which bursts of energy fluctuations swept through the area. Almost at the exact same moment, a cry of alarm rang out from the formation plate. Han Li's smile stiffened upon seeing this and he asked, "Fellow Daoist Chao, has the first formation core just been destroyed as well?" "Indeed, that's what the backup holy tree is telling me, Brother Han. As expected, those sacred ancestor clones have gone after all 3 formation cores at once," Chao Ji replied with a hint of bitterness in his voice. "I see. In that case, we'll most likely be welcoming a second group of guests soon," Han Li chuckled coldly in response. "Brother Han, come back with fellow Daoists Xie to rest and recuperate. If more sacred ancestor clones arrive at our formation core, you'll be the only ones who can oppose them, so it would be best to take this time to recover some magic power," Chao Ji suggested. "That's a good idea. Fellow Daoist Xie and I will be returning right away," Han Li agreed with a nod. After that, he stowed his formation plate away and departed from the scene with Daoist Xie, heading directly toward the center of the mountain range. At the site of their battle that had just taken place, lush greenery suddenly began to grow all over the severely ravaged earth. Countless trees grew rapidly at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, forming a massive forest that erased all signs of the battle that had just been. Less than half a day later, a burst of rumbling suddenly rang out tens of thousands of kilometers away, following which a burst of black chi emerged in the distance before heading directly toward the mountain range. Within this cloud of black chi was a mountainous inky black hall, atop which was a platform where 7 devilish beings in different attire were standing and communicating with one another. All 7 of them were giving off extremely powerful auras, clearly indicating that they weren't ordinary devilish lords either. "Old Man Shi and the others really are useless. Both of our groups have already succeeded, yet there's been no news from them at all. Now we have to take care of business in their stead," a burly devilish man with blue light emanating from all over his body grumbled in a displeased voice. "In terms of power, fellow Daoist Shi's group isn't much less powerful than the 7 of us. Otherwise they wouldn't have been tasked with destroying a formation core on their own. It's most likely the case that they've been trapped by some type of powerful restriction, and that's why they still haven't succeeded," a beauty in a palatial dress replied with a smile. "Humph, both of our groups have already succeeded with ease. It's still a sign of incompetence that they've still yet to complete their objective," the burly devilish man countered with a roll of his eyes. "It would be a good thing if they've actually simply been trapped. I'm just concerned that they may have fallen by the hands of powerful enemies. If that were the case, then we'll have to be careful as well," a yellow-haired elderly man said in a cold voice. "Surely that's not possible. With their powers, they should at least be able to ensure self-preservation as long as they don't encounter any Grand Ascension stage beings. As for why we've been unable to get into contact with them, that's most likely due to the effects of this formation," the woman in the palatial dress said with a nonchalant smile. "In any case, the people guarding this restriction were able to obstruct Old Man Shi and the others, so it couldn't hurt to proceed with caution," the elderly man continued in an expressionless manner. "All right, then let's keep our guards up," another devilish being chimed in and everyone else nodded in agreement. The yellow-haired elderly man was just about to say something else when his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he immediately cast his gaze upward. "What is it, fellow Taoist G?" the burly devilish man couldn't help but ask. However, before the elderly man had a chance to reply, an incredibly fearsome burst of energy fluctuations erupted in the air, and an azure light barrier appeared before descending from above like a gigantic net. "Everyone look out!" the elderly man yelled as he transformed into a huge yellow falcon, which flapped its wings vigorously and flew away from the hall as a ball of yellow light. The other 6 devilish beings were also very alarmed and scattered in different directions as well. The azure light barrier descending from above was over 100 acres in size and was falling at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had swept up 4 of the devilish beings who hadn't managed to escape out of its scope. The 3 devilish beings who had escaped in time immediately began to unleash attacks to save their companions, but in the instant that the light barrier enveloped the 4 devilish beings, it transformed into a gargantuan ball of light before flying away and vanishing into the distance in a flash. The 3 devilish beings outside faltered slightly upon seeing this before flaring up with rage and setting off in pursuit, but spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from up above once again, and 2 figures, one golden and one azure, appeared directly in the path of the 3 devilish beings. Thus, the 3 devils were forced to stop in their tracks as they appraised the pair of humanoid figures with wary expressions. The 2 people who had just arrived were naturally none other than Han Li and Taoist Xie, and the former said in a cold voice, "Seeing as you 3 managed to escape the restriction, I'll send you on your way myself. Rest assured, we'll take care of your companions as well after we put you 3 to rest, so you won't be lonely." As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a shimmering golden nascent soul emerged. Immediately thereafter, 5 golden balls of light flew out of his body before transforming into 5 projections, consisting of a giant ape, a colorful phoenix, a silver bird, a peacock and a golden dragon. The nascent soul swept a hand through the air without any hesitation, and the 5 true spirit projections vanished into its body in a flash. A resounding boom rang out, and Han Li and the nascent soul vanished in unison amid a flash of golden light, only to be replaced by a huge humanoid figure. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and the entirety of its skin was covered in a layer of golden scales. There was a single azure horn on its head, and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. Han Li had unleashed his holy nirvana physique from the get-go, while Taoist Xie also adopted his original giant crab form amid flashes of silver lightning. The 3 devilish beings' expressions immediately darkened significantly upon seeing this. Several hours later, the first formation core had already been completely inundated by devilish chi, and there were countless armored devilish warriors assembled beneath it. In the air above these devilish warriors, a group of high-grade devilish beings were hovering in mid-air with grim expressions. "We've lost contact with fellow Taoist G's group as well. It looks like there really is something fishy about the second formation core. Otherwise, there's no way that we would lose contact with both groups," a young man in a suit of intricate black armor said. "In that case, there's no need to send any more people to that formation core. It must be guarded by powerful beings that are too much for us to handle," a devilish being enshrouded within green chi said with furrowed brows. "Indeed. Even though we're unable to destroy the last formation core, the destruction of 2 formation cores will have severely debilitated the formation, so many of our high-grade brethren should be able to survive. As long as we can preserve our elite forces, it's not much of an issue even if we lose all of our low-grade subordinates. With our power, it would be easy to replenish them, and we're only acting as a decoy for Master Tun Tian anyway. As long as Master Tun Tian succeeds, our holy race will be able to claim a territory for itself in the spirit realm," the young man agreed with a nod. "But the powerful beings guarding the second formation core can't just be ignored. As a safety precaution, let's set up the dazzling devilish flame formation here. With that super formation to protect us, we'll be able to contend with even a grand ascension stage being. We can also order our elite forces to gather in the formation to preserve their numbers as much as possible. If we can hold out until Master Tun Tian succeeds, then we'll have completed our objective," a dark-skinned devilish man said. "That's a good idea. Following the destruction of the formation core, this place has become the weakest part of this formation, so it would be an ideal place to set up our super formation. Leave it to me, I've brought along sufficient formation materials with me," the devilish being within the green chi said. The young man was ecstatic to hear this and he decided, With your expertise on hand, I'm sure we'll have no issues setting up the formation. As for the rest of us, let's split up and urge our brethren to gather here." The other devilish beings had no objections to this, and thus all of them sprang into action. Meanwhile, the devilish warriors down below began to set up the super formation under the instructions of the devilish being within the green chi. After no more than half a day had passed, a massive formation with an area of over 100 kilometers was already beginning to take shape. During this time, groups of elite devilish beings had flocked to the site from all directions, and it didn't take long for their numbers to exceed 1 million. Right at this moment, the Wood Realm 36 Extremes formation had finally accumulated sufficient energy, and a rumbling boom rang out as a second wave of restriction attacks swept through the entire formation. All of the devilish beings situated elsewhere suffered severe casualties in the face of the attacks, but those gathered in the new super formation at the original site of the first formation core were largely spared, and this instilled the devilish army with a lot of confidence. Of course, in the face of the restriction attacks, the devilish beings didn't dare to initiate any attacks. All they could do was stabilize their own super formation with all their might. Thus, roughly once every 2 days the Wood Realm formation would gather sufficient energy for a new wave of attacks, and as the number of devilish beings within the formation was quickly reduced, the power of the restrictions began to converge toward the original site of the first formation core. Following several rounds of attacks, even the devilish beings within the super formation began to suffer severe casualties. Around half a month later, the original devilish army in the super formation that had numbered in excess of 1 million had been reduced to only 80,000. However, those who had managed to survive were all high-grade devilish beings, and even the weakest ones among them were at the deity transformation stage. The high-grade devilish beings gathered there also comprised the majority of the surviving devilish beings within the entire Wood Realm formation. On a giant mountain within the Wood Realm formation, Elder Han of the Wood Tribe was standing on a tall platform, appraising a light screen with an anxious expression. There were countless specks of light all over the light screen, and they were constantly changing positions while the screen itself also flashed erratically. Around the formation beneath the light screen sat 8 elderly Wood Tribe men, all of whom appeared to be extremely frail, and their eyes were closed as they rapidly made a series of different hand seals. These were none other than the 8 Wood Spirit disciples. All of a sudden, the light screen shattered amid a dull thump, and the 8 elderly men let loose muffled groans in unison. Immediately thereafter, they threw up several mouthfuls of blood, following which black blood began to gush out of all of their orifices, and they fell dead onto the ground. The 8 Wood Spirit disciples had suffered backlash from their divination, and their life forces had instantly run out. Elder Han's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and a hint of grief flashed through his eyes as he immediately waved a hand. Around a dozen Wood Tribe guards quickly strode onto the platform before carefully carrying the bodies of the 8 Wood Spirit disciples away. Almost at the exact same moment, 8 more Wood Tribe men who appeared to be in their 50s or 60s replaced the 8 Wood Spirit disciples and sat down at the exact spots where they had just perished. The 8 seniors have already given their lives for the sake of our race, so the burden of divination will fall upon you now. Please put in your best effort, Elder Han said as he cupped his fist in a solemn salute. Rest assured, Elder Han, our divination abilities may be inferior to those of our seniors, but we'll be sure to do our best, one of the 8 Wood Tribe men replied. Elder Han nodded in response before gesturing for them to begin. Thus, the 8 new Wood Tribe men also began to make a series of hand seals, and spiritual light flashed within the formation, following which the light screen reappeared. However, the divination had only progressed for around 15 minutes when a high-grade Wood Tribe being suddenly rushed onto the platform, then delivered a jade slip to Elder Han in a panicked manner. Elder Han, we've received urgent news from Cottonwood City, stating that high-grade devilish beings have infiltrated the city and our holy land. Elder Han was already in an extremely foul mood in the wake of the 8 Wood Spirit disciples passing, and this piece of bad news immediately made him flare up with rage. What? How is that possible? Aren't all of the 3 sacred ancestors currently preoccupied? How did something like this happen? What are the guards of Cottonwood City doing? He reached out like lightning to grab onto the jade slip, then adhered it to his own forehead with a furious expression. The other Wood Tribe elders were also astonished by this news, and they all turned to stare intently at Elder Han. After the span of just a few breaths, the fury on Elder Han's face vanished, only to be replaced with complete despair, and it was as if all of his energy had seeped out of his body. Let me see. One of the Wood Tribe elders couldn't wait any longer and rushed over to Elder Han before taking the jade slip from him, then also injected his spiritual sense into it. Moments later, this Wood Tribe elder's face also completely paled, and he murmured to himself in a trance-like state, "The holy tree has been destroyed. The recuperating Grand Elder has also been killed. It's over. It's completely over for our Wood Tribe." The other elders' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, and they passed the jade slip around to inspect its contents for themselves. Even though they were already mentally prepared, seeing the news in the jade slip still dealt all of the elders a heavy blow, and 2 of them almost fainted on the spot. "Alright, the tragedy has already taken place, so panicking now won't do us any good. Let's think about what we need to do next. Our Wood Tribe will no longer be able to maintain independence in the spirit realm, but we have tens of billions of brethren that we must find homes for," Elder Han said through gritted teeth as he suddenly rose to his feet. Even though his complexion was still deathly pale, he had managed to recover some of his former composure. The other elders exchanged a few glances before mustering up the energy to chime in agreement. "Indeed, we still have several backup holy trees. As long as we can ensure the continuation of our race, a grand ascension stage being could emerge among us in the future, and we'll have a chance to regain our independence. What we have to do now is keep this a secret, then devise a plan to protect all of our brethren." Thus, the elders began to hatch a plan with grim looks on their faces. 3 days later, in the air above a dense forest, a group of people, including Han Li, was quickly flying through the air. The group was currently situated millions of kilometers away from the Wood Realm formation, and only half a day ago was he and Fei Xiaoxi informed by Chao Ji of the fact that the Wood Tribe's holy tree had been destroyed, and that their Grand Elder had been killed. At this point, most of the Wood Tribe army had already retreated out of the formation, and the panel of Wood Tribe elders had decided to detonate the entire formation using the power of the second formation core to kill as many devilish beings as possible. Thankfully, the panel of elders had notified the high-grade beings among their allied races in advance. Otherwise, they would have been caught up in the explosion as well. Now that the Holy Tree and Grand Elder of the Wood Tribe were both gone, there was no point in continuing this battle. Thus, Han Li departed from the second formation core with some human cultivators who had assisted the Wood Tribe in guarding the formation, and set course to return to Cottonwood City. Presumably, the armies of all of the other races would also immediately retreat upon hearing this news. Taoist Xie followed along behind Han Li in a nonchalant manner, while all of the other human cultivators were traveling in a dejected silence. All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling suddenly rang out far in the distance behind them, following which a burst of astonishing shock waves swept forth from the same direction, causing the earth to tremor slightly. Everyone immediately looked around with different expressions to assess the situation. It was clear that such an enormous explosion could have only been caused by the detonation of the Wood Tribe's Wood Realm formation. Even from so far away, they could still sense the power of the explosion. One could only assume that all of the devilish beings within the formation would be killed aside from those remaining sacred ancestor clones. It was no surprise that the Wood Tribe would do something like this. One had to realize that the current state of the Wood Tribe was caused entirely by the devilish invasion, so they naturally hated the devilish army with a vengeance. As such, the panel of elders had decided to sacrifice the entire formation to exact some revenge on the devilish army and eradicate all of their elite forces. However, having lost their holy tree and Grand Ascension Stage Grand Elder, there would be no way for the Wood Tribe to maintain its independence. It would either have to become a subsidiary to another race or move to a remote and desolate location. Of course, the human race and all of the other races weren't going to continue to keep their promise and wage war against the devilish army for an allied race that no longer deserved to rank among them. As these thoughts ran through Han Li's mind, he waved a hand, ordering the entire group to accelerate. The devilish army had just received an extremely heavy blow, and the formation was no longer around to trap them, so who knew if the sacred ancestors were going to take revenge on the retreating united army? As a safety precaution, it was best for them to get back to Cottonwood City as soon as possible. All of the other human cultivators naturally responded to Han Li's instruction, and they all sped up in their flight. 2 months later, Han Li, Patriarch Ao Shao, and Mo Jianli were having a calm discussion in the air above a mountain near Cottonwood City. Behind Han Li stood Taoist Xie and Zhu Guer, while Silvermoon stood behind Patriarch Ao Shao. At this moment, Silvermoon's expression was very aloof, and she was listening to the conversation in an emotionless manner. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome of our attempt to reinforce the Wood Tribe? The Wood Tribe has already decided to split their brethren up into several groups, most of which will become subsidiaries to our races, while one group will venture into the primordial world and find a secretive location to settle, Mo Jianli said in a wistful voice. This is a wise decision. If another grand ascension stage being could emerge within the Wood tribe soon, they could reunite their brethren, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to regain their independence. However, if no grand ascension stage beings appear among them within the next 100,000 years, then the Wood tribe would truly disappear off the face of the spirit realm, Patriarch Ao Shao said. It looks like the Wood tribe will inevitably fall into obscurity for at least the near future. Without their inclusion, our strategy to combat the devilish army will most likely be severely impacted as well. Have you worked out a plan, seniors? Only asked. We may have lost the Wood tribe as an ally, but the devilish army isn't in a very healthy state either. It won't be long until our two realms separate again, so if we persevere for just a while longer, we'll be able to prevail. Even if the devilish army can claim the territory of the Wood tribe, there'll be no match for our races without any forces to back them up. What we have to do now is return to the human race and see if any of the three devilish patriarchs really have descended into the spirit realm. Only after addressing the current crisis can we consider other matters, Patriarch Ao Shao replied. I see. After we return to the human race, I'll have to go into seclusion, so I won't be able to assist our two races much in the near future, Han Li said in a slightly forlorn manner. Haha, if you can progress to the Grand Ascension stage, then that would be the greatest help for our two races. At your current age, our two races would be able to rely on you for the next 100,000 years. Leave the current crisis to fellow Taoist Ao and myself, Mo Jianli chuckled in response. After learning that Han Li and Taoist Xie had slain 12 sacred ancestor clones in the Wood Realm formation, Mo Jianli had become even more confident in Han Li's chances of progressing to the Grand Ascension stage. Are you really going to find another secluded place to cultivate rather than return to Deep Heaven City? Patriarch Ao Shao suddenly asked. Deep Heaven City has managed to weather the assault from the devilish army, but it's still definitely not a safe place. I don't want to be disturbed during my seclusion, so I'm planning to go elsewhere, and I most likely won't come out of seclusion until I advance further in my cultivation base, Han Li replied with a smile. Han Li's confidence stemmed from the huge batch of foreign devilish metal in his possession. With that much foreign devilish metal, he would be able to easily reach the pinnacle of the late body integration stage. That's not a bad idea. The devilish army has planted many spies in our human race, so the fewer people that are aware of your seclusion, the better. We won't ask where you're going, we only wish you luck in your cultivation, Mo Jianli said. Come here, Ling Long. According to our prior agreement, I'll be leaving her with you. I hope you can master the secret technique soon so you can repress the backlash she's suffering from her cultivation art, Patriarch Ao Shao said to Han Li with a benevolent expression. Rest assured, senior, I'll be sure to prioritize mastery of the secret technique during my seclusion to help fellow Taoist Ling Long out of her current predicament, Han Li immediately promised. Patriarch Ao Shao nodded in response before turning to Silver Moon. Ling Long, you have to listen to fellow Taoist Han's instructions for now, and you're not to leave his side unless I tell you to do so. Otherwise, don't bother coming back to see me. Yes, grandfather, Silver Moon replied as she cast an indifferent gaze toward Han Li. It's about time you set off, fellow Taoist Han. The two of us will also be returning to our two races in a few days after we take care of everything here, Mo Jianli said. Alright, then I'll be taking my leave, Han Li replied with a nod before cupping his fist in a farewell salute toward the two Grand Ascension stage beings. The duo returned his salute with faint smiles on their faces. Han Li then swept a sleeve through the air to release a green jade flying boat, then flew onto it right away, followed closely by Taoist Xie, Zhu Guer and Silver Moon. After casting an incantation seal onto the flying boat, it shuddered slightly before flying away, quickly vanishing into the distance as a ball of azure light. 5 months later, a green jade boat was hovering in the air above a winding mountain range situated on the border of the human and demon territories. Han Li stood on the flying boat with his eyes closed, but his enormous spiritual sense was being released in all directions without any reservation. Silver Moon and the others were all standing behind him in silence. There's no one else in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. I'll make our cave abode here, Han Li said as he opened his eyes with a pleased expression. He then raised a sleeve to release around a dozen balls of spiritual light, which transformed into giant ape puppets that immediately descended onto the mountain down below at his behest. Azure light flashed from the fingers of these giant ape puppets, allowing them to claw through the mountain rocks with ease, and it didn't take long for them to create a huge cave abode in the belly of the mountain, complete with all types of facilities. After withdrawing the giant ape puppets, Han Li descended from above with everyone else, then flipped a hand over to release a series of formation flags and formation plates, all of which vanished into the nearby space. He had set up several powerful restrictions to protect the entire cave abode. Upon arriving in the hall of the cave abode, Han Li issued a few instructions to the others before making his way into the deepest secret chamber, where he began his seclusion. After taking a seat in the secret chamber, Han Li recited the mantra for the spiritual sense secret technique that Patriarch Ao Shao had bestowed upon him, then began his cultivation. He was preparing to completely master the secret technique so he could address Silvermoon's issue once and for all, then move on to his other cultivation arts. Moments later, layers of five-colored light began to revolve rapidly all over Han Li's body, while he sat in a completely still manner like a wooden statue. A year and a half later, the dazzling five-colored light suddenly faded, and Han Li reopened his eyes with a contemplative expression. Not only has this secret technique slightly enhanced my spiritual sense, it's also very effective for calming the heart and soothing the mind. As expected of the only grand ascension stage being to have come out of the demon race for tens of thousands of years, he has truly created a brilliant secret technique, Han Li murmured to himself before suddenly sweeping his spiritual sense throughout the entire cave abode. As a result, he discovered that Silvermoon was also cultivating in another secret chamber nearby, and her calm expression indicated that she was completely unaware of the presence of Han Li's spiritual sense. After appraising her for a short while longer, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense, then flipped a hand over to summon a piece of black and white ore. The piece of ore was only around the size of an egg, and its pitted and bumpy surface was giving off a cold metallic sheen. This was one of the pieces of foreign devilish metal that Han Li had secured from the Elder Devil realm. Han Li swiped a finger toward the piece of ore, and an azure thread shot forth before slicing the piece of ore in half to reveal a poised crystalline bead, which was instantly caught between two of Han Li's fingers. Han Li inspected the crystalline bead for a while before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing around a dozen five-colored flags that disappeared into the surrounding space. In the next instant, a five-colored light barrier appeared over the entire secret chamber. Only after setting up all of this did Han Li abruptly rub the bead together between his hands. A dozen or so arcs of golden lightning sprang forth amid a loud thunderclap, and the bead was shattered between his palms, following which a gray pillar of light erupted forth amid a burst of energy fluctuations. Han Li was already prepared for this, and he immediately thrust a palm through the air. A massive golden hand instantly appeared overhead, then came crashing down without any hesitation, releasing a burst of enormous force that compressed the pillar of light into a fist-sized gray ball of light. After that, Han Li began to chant something, and countless golden runes surged out of his mouth, forming a ball around the ball of light. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly, and he drew the ball of light into his own grasp. Immediately thereafter, blue light flashed within his eyes, and a series of translucent threads shot out of his glabella, all of which vanished into the ball of light in a flash. The ball of light tremored slightly before emitting a faint buzzing sound, but it quickly returned to normal after the golden runes around it flashed a few times. Han Li then closed his eyes and began to meditate, and when he reopened his eyes half a day later, the translucent threads and the ball of light enveloped within the golden runes had already vanished. Han Li inspected his internal condition with his spiritual sense to find that his magic power had been slightly enhanced, and a smile appeared on his face, but his brows then furrowed slightly upon detecting the green thread that had also appeared in his body. He immediately switched to a different hand seal, and a dark gray layer of light appeared over his body alongside a peculiar aura. This was none other than the refinement method for baleful yin qi that he had received from Lan Ying of the vast origin house. As long as he could refine the accompanying baleful yin qi in a timely fashion after absorbing the energy within the crystalline beads, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Around an hour later, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce another piece of foreign devilish metal, which was also sliced apart by an azure thread to reveal another gray crystalline bead. He then repeated the process and began to absorb the energy within this bead as well. Thus, Han Li repeated the same process over and over again, absorbing energy before refining baleful yin qi, and he could clearly sense that his magic power was quickly being enhanced. 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. After refining the residual baleful yin qi within his own body once again, Han Li heaved a long sigh before casting his gaze through his surroundings. Scattered all around him were halves of pieces of foreign devilish metal, arranged in several piles that were each around 10 feet tall. This amount of foreign devilish metal comprised around 90% of all of the foreign devilish metal he had brought back from the Elder Devil realm. The energy within the final crystalline bead that he had just absorbed was no longer able to improve his magic power at all, so it was clear that he had already reached the pinnacle of the late body integration stage. At this point, his magic power had been enhanced by as much as 30% compared to when he had first begun his seclusion, and this had been achieved in just 2 short years. If any other body integration cultivator were to hear of this, they would most likely find such a thing impossible to believe. After all, a cultivator of Han Li's caliber would have to cultivate arduously for at least several centuries or perhaps even 1,000 years to achieve the same thing. Even the miraculous pills of the true immortal realm couldn't have such an extraordinary effect in just 2 years. However, despite the fact that his cultivation base had reached a sufficient level, Han Li had no intention of commencing a breakthrough right away. After cultivating in the secret chamber for another year to completely consolidate his newly gained magic power, he flicked a wrist to send a ball of white light flying out of his storage bracelet. The ball of white light then transformed into a translucent jade box that was several feet in length with a shimmering silver restriction talisman plastered to its surface. Han Li opened his mouth to release a burst of azure light that removed the talisman from the box, then flicked a finger toward it, upon which the lid of the box was opened to reveal a crimson fruit shaped like a grain of rice. The fruit was over a foot in length and around as thick as an infant's arm with a very sharp end. This was one of the pieces of blood-tooth rice that Han Li had obtained from the Elder Devil realm. Han Li made a grabbing motion to draw the piece of blood-tooth rice into his grasp and gently stroked it as he murmured to himself, as expected of a piece of premium blood-tooth rice, it's of a far better quality than normal blood-tooth rice. If I were to consume it before cultivating the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, I'm sure my rate of progress will be accelerated significantly. At this point he had already reached initial mastery of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, but he was still far from achieving complete mastery. With his current physical body, it would take at least over 100 years for him to reach that level. Of course, if a normal body integration stage human cultivator were in his place, they wouldn't be able to achieve this even if they were given all the time in the world. Instead, it would be very likely that their meridians would be shattered and their body would implode. After benefiting from the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, Han Li's body and meridians had become far more powerful than before, and the extraordinary effects of the blood-tooth rice would undoubtedly shorten the amount of time required for his cultivation significantly. As such, he was very confident in his mastery of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. Once he mastered this powerful ability, it would definitely be of great help to him for his breakthrough attempt to the Grand Ascension stage. As Han Li considered all of his, he slowly injected a burst of pure yang energy into the blood-tooth rice. In the next instant, the blood-tooth rice was enveloped in a layer of gentle white light and was quickly cooked, giving off a rich fragrant aroma during the cooking process. Han Li immediately devoured the entire piece of blood-tooth rice in a few bites, and countless bursts of heat instantly began to surge through his meridians. A serious look appeared on his face as he made a hand seal, and his provenance true devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light as he began to cultivate according to the mantra. One season passed by after another, and 40 years flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Silvermoon was cultivating in her secret chamber when she suddenly heard what appeared to be countless dragons' roars erupt from a nearby secret chamber. Immediately thereafter, the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder rang out, and the ground began to tremor slightly as if there were a violent storm taking place not far away. A hint of surprise flashed through Silvermoon's eyes, and she was just about to get up when her expression changed slightly, and she heaved a faint sigh before closing her eyes again. Meanwhile, a series of astonishing phenomena were taking place in another secret chamber. Han Li was still seated with his legs crossed within the secret chamber, and his entire body was radiating purplish golden light. At the same time, countless silver spirit patterns were rapidly surging over his skin, forming a series of formations of different sizes before quickly crumbling away, presenting a very peculiar sight to behold. The Provenance True Devil projection behind him also had identical silver spirit patterns running along the surface of its body, and what was even more incredible was that the sounds of howling winds and rumbling thunder were stemming directly from within Han Li's body. Fierce winds were sweeping through the nearby area, and they were intermingled with arcs of silver lightning. Han Li's eyes were currently glowing with dazzling blue light, and he was appraising himself with an ecstatic expression. All of a sudden, he rose to his feet before thrusting a palm forward in a casual manner. The silver spirit patterns on his arm instantly converged to form an extremely profound formation, and at the same time, azure light flashed from his palm before pouncing directly toward the door of the secret chamber as a ferocious azure worm. A resounding boom rang out from the stone door, and piercing five-colored light immediately erupted. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, and he hurriedly withdrew the silver formation on his arm, upon which the azure worm also vanished. After that, the restriction on the stone door flashed violently a few times before returning to normal, and an ecstatic look immediately appeared on Hanli's face. He had only unleashed a casual strike with his arm, which had been refined by the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, and it was already displaying such incredible power. It seemed that the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra was far more powerful than even what he had originally anticipated. This was naturally fantastic news to him. During the past 40 years of arduous cultivation, he had consumed all of his bloodtooth rice and finally achieved complete mastery of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. Currently, every single part of his body could be transformed into a powerful treasure with different profound abilities, allowing him to kill other beings of the same caliber without even using any treasures or weapons. Chapter 2178. The third extreme mountain. Hanli gently clenched his other hand into a fist with an elated expression, and countless golden threads appeared before disappearing in a flash after revolving around his fist for a short while. At the same time, a string of cracks and pops rang out in rapid succession within Hanli's body, and a burst of enormous power surged through all parts of his meridians in a frenzy. Blue light flashed within Hanli's eyes, and the cracks and pops suddenly subsided as he threw a punch at the stone door in the distance. An explosive boom instantly rang out, and the stone door flashed with five-colored light before abruptly exploding. Hanli gave a pleased nod upon seeing this, then swept a sleeve toward the rubble in the distance to release a burst of azure light. The azure light surged over the pile of rubble, which reverted back into a stone door once again. After that, Hanli sat down with his legs crossed and began to carefully examine every single part of his own body, assessing the differences between the abilities of each of his body parts. 3 days and 3 nights passed by, and Hanli finally mastered all of the intricacies of his 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. After considering his current situation for a moment, he flicked a wrist to produce 2 green crystals of different sizes from his storage bracelet. One of them had a diameter of around a foot, while the other was the size of a fist. They were none other than the crystalline cores that contained the 5 elemental yin-yang true light. One of them had been obtained from the underground mine, while the other had been refined from the demon core of that magnetic light beast. In conjunction with some of the other precious materials he had prepared in advance, he now had enough to refine the third extreme mountain. Hanli appraised the crystalline cores in his hands in silence while thinking back to the relevant portion of the integrated 5 extreme mountains refinement method. 2 hours later, Hanli suddenly tossed the 2 green crystals in his hands up into the air, following which his storage bracelet removed itself from his wrist on its own. Hanli then pointed a finger at the storage bracelet, and it immediately released a vast expanse of light onto the ground. In the next instant, a series of containers appeared on the ground beside Hanli in a neat and orderly fashion. After that, a ball of silver light that contained a silver cauldron emerged from the storage bracelet amid a dull thump. Initially, the cauldron was only around an inch in height, but it quickly swelled to around 10 feet tall before crashing down heavily from above. A resounding boom rang out as the entire secret chamber tremored slightly, and 3 legs of the cauldron had buried themselves around half a foot deep into the ground. Hanli waved a hand toward the pair of green crystals, and they immediately flew into the cauldron as 2 balls of green light. After that, Hanli opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, which transformed into a small silver fire raven that flew toward the underside of the giant cauldron. Silver spirit flames instantly began to burn outside the cauldron, and the surrounding temperature spiked drastically, causing the nearby air to warp and twist as if it were about to be melted. Meanwhile, Hanli flicked his fingers in rapid succession toward the containers on the ground, and the lids of all of the containers were quickly removed. Immediately thereafter, the containers appeared in the air above the giant cauldron before tipping out the materials they contained. Hanli injected his magic power into the silver fire raven in a frenzy, causing the bird to swell to around twice its original size, and the silver flames engulfed virtually the entire lower half of the cauldron. 5-colored light flashed from the surface of the cauldron, and a series of dazzling possessed runes appeared before revolving around it. At this moment, Hanli slowly closed his eyes, but at the same time he began making a series of rapid hand seals. Within the giant cauldron, the 2 green crystals and other precious materials were embroiled in extraordinarily high temperatures, and the surfaces of some of the materials were even beginning to melt. Perhaps it was due to the slight shortage of materials, or perhaps this 5-elemental yin-yang extreme mountain was far more difficult to refine than the previous 2 extreme mountains to begin with, but it took Han Li around a month to finally successfully refine the extreme mountain. Inside the secret chamber, the giant silver cauldron had already shattered into countless fragments, and a dazzling mountain that was around a foot tall was hovering around 10 feet above the ground. Not only was the mountain completely translucent, it was giving off piercing 5-colored light that made it impossible for one to look directly at it for too long. A pleased look appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of the miniature mountain, as no one was more aware than he was of just how fearsome it was. However, this extended period of continuous refinement had been extremely taxing to him, so he had to rest and recuperate. With that in mind, Han Li waved a hand toward the mountain, and it shrank down to only around an inch tall before landing in his hand, following which it was stowed away. After that, Han Li closed his eyes in a weary manner and began to meditate. 2 days and 2 nights later, he reopened his eyes, and all of his exhaustion had been wiped away. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made a hand seal, and golden light flashed behind him as the Provenance True Devil projection appeared once again. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and 72 small azure swords were released before revolving around his body. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce an azure jade slip, and countless white runes instantly surged out of the jade slip at his behest. The runes converged to form a passage of text, which hovered before him in a still manner. This was none other than the azure essence sword art that he had cultivated in the past. Even though Han Li had already completely memorized the sword art, he still stared intently at it with an unblinking gaze, and his eyes quickly became as clear as water. He had entered a completely tranquil state and was reassessing this cultivation art. During the process, some of his 72 azure swords converged together, while others separated, occasionally forming a series of miniature sword formations, and occasionally soaring independently through the air. All of the small azure swords seemed to have been imbued with life force of their own, which was quite an extraordinary concept. This process lasted a total of 5 years before a faint sigh finally rang out within the secret chamber. All of the small azure swords returned to Han Li's body, and a hint of life finally returned to his eyes. Immediately thereafter, he stowed the azure jade slip away before producing a golden jade badge, which released countless golden runes at his behest to form another passage of text. Judging from the profound appearance of the characters, this was none other than the original text of the Provenance True Devil arts. Han Li stared intently at the passage of text, and the Provenance True Devil projection behind him suddenly opened its 6 eyes while making different hand seals with each of its 6 hands. Almost at the exact same moment, golden light flashed from Han Li's body, and a series of golden runes surged out of his skin, forming a series of golden scales that spread over his entire body, while a single horn appeared on the top of his head. Han Li studied this cultivation art for far longer than the azure essence sword art, and before he knew it, 11 years had flown by. On this day, a cry of elation suddenly rang out from within the secret chamber, and the Provenance True Devil projection behind Han Li disappeared alongside the horn on his head and the golden scales all over his body. Han Li then opened his eyes, and an irrepressible smile appeared on his face. During this reassessment of his cultivation arts, not only had he managed to make sense of some parts of the cultivation arts that he had failed to understand in the past, he had also developed several new abilities that branched off from those cultivation arts. He had decided to do this after taking into account the Grand Ascension Stage bottleneck breakthrough experience that had been bestowed upon him by Mo Jianli and Patriarch Ao Shao. At present, he had completely mastered the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra and had 3 extreme mountains to help him transcend his heavenly tribulation. In conjunction with the new abilities he had mastered and the fact that the medicinal effect of the clean spirit lotus he had consumed had been mostly refined, he estimated that there was a 60% to 70% chance of making a successful breakthrough. Such an incredibly high probability would be enough to fill all body integration stage beings with intense envy. One had to realize that even after spending their life's savings and making preparations for tens of thousands of years, the average late body integration stage being would still only have a less than 10% chance of making a breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage. Some late body integration stage beings with lackluster aptitude wouldn't even be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so little Grand Ascension stage beings in the spirit realm. The preparations that Han Li had made were far from what the average late body integration stage being could hope to match, so he had decided to attempt a breakthrough right away. Breaking through the Grand Ascension stage bottleneck was naturally going to be far more difficult than breaking through his previous bottlenecks, and the world's origin chi triggered during the breakthrough would be extremely destructive, so he naturally couldn't attempt the breakthrough within the secret chamber. Thus, a determined look appeared on his face as he stood up and exited the secret chamber. As the stone door was opened, Dao Xie had already sensed what Han Li was doing, and he arrived before Han Li in a flash, then appraised him with silver light flashing within his eyes. At this point, Dao Xie had already recovered his Grand Ascension stage powers, and his gaze was sharp as a blade, striking Han Li with a sense of discomfort. Dao Xie seemed to have identified something during his inspection, and he asked, "Are you preparing to make a breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage, fellow Daoist Han?" Han Li wasn't surprised to hear this question, and he replied, "Indeed. You're currently in peak condition in all areas, so your chances of making a successful breakthrough should at least exceed 50%. Such a high probability is very rare even in the true immortal realm," Dao Xie said. "That's very reassuring to hear. My breakthrough is going to cause quite a commotion, so it'll most likely attract some bystanders. Please keep a lookout for me, Brother Xie," Han Li requested as he cupped his fist in a salute. "I can do that, but if I have to expend any energy to protect you, then that will be coming out of the elixir you've supplied to me," Dao Xie said with an indifferent nod. "Of course I'll be counting on you then, fellow Daoist," Han Li replied with a smile. Just as he was preparing to leave, the door of the other secret chamber also opened with a dull thump, and a beautiful woman emerged from inside. It was none other than Silvermoon. Her complexion was slightly pale, but she wore an elated expression as she cast her gaze toward Han Li. "Congratulations on making such large strides in your cultivation base, but isn't it too early to be attempting a Grand Ascension stage breakthrough? Why don't you consolidate for a few more years?" It was clear that Silvermoon currently wasn't being afflicted by the effects of the art of indifference. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward Silvermoon and replied with a smile, "Your cultivation base has also progressed during these past few decades. It looks like the cultivation art provided by Senior Ao Shao has been quite effective. I'm currently in a very special state, so if I can't successfully make a breakthrough now, then I'll most likely still fail even if I were given 1,000 more years to prepare. Your cultivation base and experience far exceeds my own, so I'm sure you have your reasons for making this decision. Let me keep a lookout for you alongside Brother Xie to prevent any pesky individuals from disrupting you," Silvermoon offered. "That would naturally be more than welcome. By the way, where is Guer? She doesn't seem to be in the cave abode right now," Han Li asked. Guer had recently encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation and needs to absorb the essence of the rising sun daily to make a breakthrough. Hence, she moved out of the cave abode a few years ago and is cultivating by herself on a nearby mountain, Silvermoon explained. "I see. The greater incarnation arts are indeed different from normal cultivation arts, so it would be best for us to not interfere with her cultivation," Han Li replied with a nod. Thus, Han Li's trio flew out of the cave abode, then decided on a certain direction before flying toward it together. Around 15 minutes later, the three of them descended into a basin tens of thousands of kilometers away from the cave abode. Han Li inspected the spacious surroundings and the mountains far away in the distance before giving a satisfied nod. "This is a suitable place. Please wait here while I set up a few formations and make some preparations. They won't be able to help me transcend my heavenly tribulation, but they'll disguise some of the phenomena that'll arise during my breakthrough, making it more difficult for outsiders to track us down." Silvermoon and Daoist Xie naturally had no objections to this, and they flew away to a pair of nearby mountains before landing upon them. The two of them then sat down on a giant rock each and appraised Han Li's actions from afar. Han Li took a deep breath before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing around a dozen balls of white light, which transformed into a series of giant ape puppets, all of which were holding different types of formation tools. "Go," Han Li instructed, and the puppets rose up into the air before carefully setting up the formation tools in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Han Li rose from the edge of the basin, then flipped a hand over to summon a series of translucent top-grade spirit stones, which he sent raining down from above. Soon, a series of formations had taken shape within the basin. After doing all that, Han Li returned to the center of the basin, where he produced a series of shimmering treasures that he tossed toward all parts of the formations. Most of those treasures had been obtained by Han Li from the many devilish lords and sacred ancestor clones he had killed, and all of them were extremely powerful. In the eyes of a normal body integration cultivator, even just one of those treasures would be regarded as an extremely prized asset, but Hanli had brought out over 50 of them, and they were only being used to bolster the formation cores and enhance the formations he had just set up. After that, Hanli flicked a wrist to release a huge pile of formation materials from his storage bracelet, and only then did he take a seat with his legs crossed. After setting up the formation plates and formation flags in their hands, the giant ape puppets immediately collected more formation materials from the pile before returning to work. These formations were clearly no ordinary formations, and even with the assistance of the formation tools, it still took close to half a day to complete them, after which all of the giant ape puppets returned to Hanli and stood before him in a still manner. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air in an expressionless manner, releasing a burst of azure light to stow the puppets away. At the same time, yellow light flashed from his body, and he made a hand seal before casting a profound incantation seal onto the ground. The incantation seal vanished into the dirt in a flash, upon which Hanli yelled the word "Rise." The ground immediately tremored as a square platform that was around an acre in area rose up from the ground, instantly reaching a height of around 300 feet. Hanli then made a different hand seal and opened his mouth to expel a silver fireball. The silver fireball quickly transformed into a silver fire raven that was around a foot in size, which then swelled drastically to over 100 feet. The giant fire raven soared up into the air at Hanli's behest, then swiveled around and plunged down toward the platform. As the silver fire raven approached the platform, it transformed into a vast expanse of silver flames that inundated both the platform and Hanli. Hanli stood ramrod straight within the silver flames in a completely still manner, and the silver flames merely flashed past him, leaving him completely unharmed. However, the platform quickly melted under the flames, and its surface began to rapidly crystallize. After the span of just a few breaths, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, sweeping up a gust of fierce winds that snuffed out all of the silver flames. At this point, the platform had become completely translucent and covered in a layer of white crystalline material. Under the light of the sun, the platform gave off a stunning radiance, and it appeared to be a jade structure from afar. After being briefly refined by the spirit flames, the ordinary stone platform had become as resolute as normal tool refinement materials. All of a sudden, 72 small azure swords flew out of Hanli's body, then rose up into the air before transforming into streaks of azure sword chi. Hanli pointed a finger up at the streaks of sword chi, and all of them descended toward the platform in unison. Streaks of azure light revolved around the crystalline platform, scratching away countless scraps of crystalline material while creating a series of spirit patterns. The streaks of sword chi were as fast as lightning, and they covered the entire area of the platform in the blink of an eye before rising back up into the air, where they reverted back into 72 small azure swords. At this point, countless profound spiritual patterns had appeared on the surface of the platform, and one would be struck by a peculiar sense of dizziness if they were to behold the spirit patterns for too long. Hanli swept his spiritual sense over these spirit patterns, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. He then flipped a hand over to produce 4 small flags, each of which was around an inch tall, and all of them instantly disappeared. In the next instant, a burst of mist rose up from each of the 4 corners of the platform, manifesting into 4 giant flags that were over 100 feet tall. The flags were of different colors comprised of red, green, yellow, and purple, and there were extremely lifelike monsters engraved onto each of them. The heaven-defying platform is finally complete. I hope that this really will assist me in my breakthrough, as Senior MO says it will, Hanli murmured to himself as he inspected the 4 giant flags. Immediately thereafter, he cast an incantation seal toward the flying swords up above, and they transformed into over 1,000 streaks of identical azure sword chi. They then scattered in different directions before vanishing into thin air, but if anyone were to reach within 1,000 feet of the platform, they would immediately be struck by a bone-chilling sense of peril. Hanli paused momentarily before sweeping a sleeve upward, and 3 small mountains immediately appeared overhead amid a flash of light. The 3 mountains then descended toward the edges of the crystalline platform down below at his behest, then crashed heavily down onto the ground, where they instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet tall each, enclosing the platform within a giant barrier of mountains. After that, Hanli sat down onto the ground and began to meditate. Day transitioned to night and night transitioned back into day. On the 2 mountains in the distance, Dawissier and Silvermoon were constantly appraising Hanli with different expressions. Dawis Ye's expression was very placid and tranquil, while Silvermoon constantly had a hint of concern in her eyes. 4 hours later, just as the first ray of sunlight appeared above a nearby mountain, Hanli opened his eyes before making a hand seal, and an enormous aura erupted from his body as his Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The Provenance True Devil projection then swelled to over 1,000 feet in size at his behest before opening its eyes and making a different hand seal with each of its 6 hands. A string of loud rumbling booms rang out as fierce winds swept through the air, bringing with them a blanket of dark clouds. Hanli completely disregarded all of this as he sat on the platform and merely cast another incantation seal. All of a sudden, the spirit patterns on the surface of the giant platform seemed to have sprung to life, forming hundreds of formations of different sizes that fluctuated erratically in brightness. The world's origin chi nearby surged violently, and countless specks of 5-colored light appeared in the air, stretching as far as the eyes could see and creating a breathtaking sight to behold. After doing all of this, Hanli closed his eyes in an expressionless manner and began to meditate once again. As the formations on the platform flashed, his aura was slowly climbing virtually with each passing moment. Even though this rate of enhancement was very slow and almost unnoticeable, it would still amount to a significant increase given sufficient time. Meanwhile, the projection behind Hanli also began to slowly expand, growing around 10 feet taller per 2 hours. At this rate, the projection would be able to grow over 100 feet taller in a day, and as it grew, its projection-like body also became more and more substantial. Time slowly passed by, and Hanli's aura continued to swell with no signs of stopping. Half a month later, Hanli's aura had swelled to a point that would be enough to strike fear into the hearts of all body integration cultivators, and his Provenance True Devil projection had grown to over 3,000 feet tall while adopting an extremely substantial form. The sky had become pitch black under the dense blanket of dark clouds, and the entire basin had been plunged into complete darkness, giving the area an air of eeriness. The only sources of light came from the specks of light formed by the world's origin chi that were hovering in mid-air, and they had also grown from precise specks of light to around the size of eggs. From a distance, it looked as if there were countless giant fireflies hovering still in mid-air, giving off a gentle light. At this moment Hanli finally opened his eyes, and piercing blue light was flashing within his pupils. He immediately laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a golden nascent soul that was several feet tall emerged amid a flash of golden light. The nascent soul wore a slightly tense expression, and it immediately pointed a finger upward as soon as it appeared. Silver light flashed within the dark clouds up above, and a thick bolt of lightning came crashing down amid a rumbling thunderclap. The golden nascent soul narrowed its eyes slightly, and instead of taking evasive measures, it opened its mouth to expel a burst of azure light. The huge bolt of lightning was allowed to crash down without any impediment, only to be completely devoured by the nascent soul. Immediately thereafter, the golden nascent soul rubbed its hands together, and countless arcs of lightning erupted from its body, forming a series of massive silver lightning runes that shot forth in all directions. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the lightning runes all vanished into the surrounding space. In the next instant, a burst of invisible power exploded throughout the nearby space, following which a stir ran through all of the surrounding balls of 5-colored light. The balls of light then began to revolve through the air, while the golden nascent soul sat down in mid-air before making a hand seal. All of a sudden, an enormous aura erupted from Hanli's physical body, and a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure instantly descended upon the basin. A massive invisible vortex abruptly appeared in the air with the giant platform at its very center, and the surrounding balls of light were drawn into the vortex in a frenzy before being funneled downward as streaks of spiritual light. Right at this moment, a series of shimmering silver spirit patterns suddenly appeared on Hanli's physical body and the golden nascent soul, and as soon as the 5-colored light came into contact with his skin, it instantly vanished into those silver spirit patterns. The balls of light in the air above the basin were constantly being swept into the giant vortex, then injected into Hanli's physical body and nascent soul in a relentless stream. As time passed, the nascent soul gradually brightened, while the skin of Hanli's physical body became smoother and more translucent. Shortly thereafter, the golden nascent soul was concealed within a layer of golden light, while Hanli's entire body had taken on a jade-like appearance. At this point, all of the balls of light above the basin had finally been cleared away, leaving behind a vast expanse of empty space. The golden nascent soul's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and one of the heads of the massive golden projection behind it suddenly let loose a low cry. Immediately thereafter, it withdrew the hand seals it was making, and a huge ball of golden light appeared over each of its palms before being tossed upward in unison. The 6 balls of light instantly shot upward before combining as one to form an even more massive ball of golden light. The nascent soul waved a chubby hand toward the giant ball of light, and it flashed a few times before exploding with a rumbling boom. Countless golden runes surged forth in a frenzy, forming another huge golden vortex that instantly fused as one with the original vortex. The Provenance True Devil projection then began to chant something as golden light flashed within its hands, and 6 pillars of golden light that were as thick as water tanks erupted forth before vanishing into the bottom of the vortex. The golden vortex instantly swelled drastically in size amid a loud buzzing sound, and within the span of just a few breaths, it had become so massive that it was taking up virtually a third of the entire basin. A hint of elation appeared on the golden nascent soul's face upon seeing this, and it made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the vortex. The buzzing within the vortex immediately subsided, only to be replaced by delightful heavenly music. At the same time, bursts of enormous suction force that threatened to tear the entire heavens apart swept forth in all directions from it. A short while later, an even more astonishing boom rang out in the distance, and it was as if a tsunami wave were approaching. Spiritual light flashed, and a hint of dazzling radiance appeared in the distant sky, following which a boundless expanse of dazzling light came surging forth. The golden nascent soul's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and blue light flashed through its eyes, allowing it to instantly identify the spirit tide as an incredible phenomenon formed by countless 5-colored balls of light. A hint of elation appeared on the nascent soul's face upon seeing this, and it took a deep breath as the giant golden projection behind it raised its 6 hands again, unleashing around a dozen more pillars of golden light that shot directly into the golden vortex. As a result, the vortex swelled even further in size and released several more bursts of enormous suction force. In the face of such tremendous suction force, the incoming waves of suction light were all drawn into the golden vortex, and the silver spirit patterns on the nascent soul and Han Li's physical body began to absorb the 5-colored light once again. Their bodies were like insatiable voids, seemingly with an infinite appetite for world's origin chi. Meanwhile, the giant vortex had forcibly gathered all of the world's origin chi within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, creating a spirit tide that also appeared as if it would never subside. However, even though Han Li's nascent soul and physical body were far more powerful than those of the average late-body integration stage being, such a massive influx of energy still quickly brought him to a point of saturation. If he were to continue absorbing energy, not only would his nascent soul and physical body fail to become any more powerful, it was very likely that he would perish from self-detonation. Thus, the silver spirit patterns on his physical body and nascent soul quickly faded, and at the same time, the Provenance True Devil projection opened its 3 mouths in unison, easily devouring all of the world's origin chi in the surrounding air, upon which it expanded even further. Even though Han Li's nascent soul and physical body were no longer able to absorb the world's origin chi, the Provenance True Devil projection was taking over from them in a seamless fashion. After absorbing the remaining world's origin chi in the air, the Provenance True Devil projection swelled over 1,000 feet taller. Meanwhile, Han Li's nascent soul and physical body were seated in a still manner down below, focused wholeheartedly on refining the world's origin chi they had just absorbed. Even with Han Li's powers, he had only managed to forcibly absorb the energy into his own body, and only following a refinement process would he be able to temporarily enhance his own powers. However, this amount of energy was no issue at all for the gargantuan Provenance True Devil projection. It had devoured the incoming 5-colored light with ease, and it was only continuing to expand. After a span of only around 15 minutes, the golden projection had swelled to close to 10,000 feet tall, standing like an immovable golden pillar between heaven and earth. At this point, the spirit tide was beginning to subside, and it soon completely disappeared, following which the nascent soul flew toward Han Li's body as a streak of golden light. The two combined as one again, and Han Li slowly opened his eyes. As he sensed the magic power in his body that was on the verge of overflowing, he murmured to himself, "It worked. This should make my breakthrough a little easier to achieve." As soon as his voice trailed off, he immediately made a hand seal before closing his eyes, and bright golden light radiated from his body as golden scales appeared all over his skin. At the same time, An azure horn that was around half a foot in length appeared on his head. The golden vortex in the air shattered amid a crisp crack, while an aura that was around twice as fearsome as it had been rose up from Han Li's body. The clouds in the sky were all dispersed by this aura, allowing several rays of radiant sunlight to filter through. At this moment Han Li was rapidly making a series of hand seals while chanting something, and 2 additional golden heads and 4 extra golden arms appeared on the sides of his body. At the same time, the color of his golden scales darkened and began to radiate a purplish golden light. He had activated his Provenance True Devil arts to their maximal extent, and his enormous magic power was beginning to surge toward his bottleneck like a string of giant waves. However, it seemed that there was an invisible dam within his body, keeping the magic power firmly at bay. It seemed that the process of breaking through the bottleneck definitely wouldn't be a short one. Han Li continued to attack the bottleneck while sensing the changes taking place within his own body, and he had already prepared himself for a prolonged struggle. A month later, Silver Moon was standing atop a mountain peak, appraising the basin from afar in an expressionless manner, but on this occasion, Zhu Guer had joined her. Han Li had caused a massive commotion when commencing his breakthrough, and that was naturally detected by Zhu Guer, prompting her to rush over to the basin to see what was happening. At this point, the basin had been enshrouded under around a dozen light barriers, and even though she was injecting magic power into her own eyes with all her might, she was still unable to see anything. "Senior Ling Long, is Senior Han all right? It's been such a long time, could anything have gone wrong?" Zhu Guer asked in an urgent voice. "The entire area has been enshrouded under the restriction, so I can't see anything either. However, his aura is becoming more and more powerful and is virtually on par with that of my grandfather, so he should be fine," Silver Moon replied in an indifferent manner before sitting down to meditate. Zhu Guer's heart eased slightly upon seeing this, but she was left feeling rather speechless by the sight of Silver Moon's display of indifference. A short while ago she had been extremely concerned about Han Li, yet she had suddenly completely detached and aloof. If she weren't aware of the fact that Silver Moon was being affected by her cultivation art, she would have been very confused by this turn of events. On the other mountain peak, Dao Xie was peering into the light barriers in the distance with silver light flashing within his eyes, and a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face. All of a sudden, the entire basin tremored, and all of the light barriers shuddered violently as a string of earth-shattering booms rang out. Golden light flashed, and around a dozen thick pillars of light erupted out of the light barriers, scattering all of the dark clouds up above. A fearsome aura then swept forth in all directions, and even Dao Xie's pupils contracted slightly upon sensing it. He's done it? His aura has already reached the grand ascension stage. Whether he'll succeed or not will depend on whether he can transcend the upcoming heavenly tribulation, Dao Xie murmured to himself, seemingly very familiar with Han Li's current situation. As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the light barriers shattered, revealing a golden projection that was over 10,000 feet tall. At the foot of the projection was a ball of purplish golden light, within which Han Li stood with his arms crossed. Currently Han Li was still in his devilified form, but his entire body was blood-stained and riddled with countless thin gashes that were rapidly healing at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. What was even more peculiar was that Han Li had grown significantly taller, and his limbs had also become noticeably more muscular, transforming him into a towering muscle-bound man. At this point, the massive crystalline platform had already been destroyed, leaving only the severely ravaged ground down below, which looked as if it had been impacted by some type of tremendous force. Han Li's eyes were tightly shut as he stood within the ball of light, and silver spirit patterns were roaming all over his body. He remained completely still, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were veins bulging on his forehead, and all of his muscles were squirming incessantly, as if his body were struggling to contain some type of fearsome power. On top of that, the terrifying spiritual pressure he was radiating had made all of the space within a radius of several kilometers congeal, and if any living being were to enter the area, they would instantly be crushed to a pulp. In the air above, the scattered dark clouds began to converge once again, and balls of five-colored light flashed within the blanket of clouds while rapidly expanding at an alarming rate. After the span of just a few breaths, the five-colored balls of light had swelled to around an acre in size each, concealing almost all of the dark clouds behind them. The five-elemental tribulation is coming. A hint of emotion seeped through Silver Moon's indifferent facade as she spoke. Zhu Guer still had no idea what was going on, but she could tell from Silver Moon's reaction that this was no ordinary phenomenon, and she was also staring intently into the distance. At this moment, Han Li's aura had become so fearsome that even the air around him was beginning to warp and blur slightly. All of a sudden, Han Li raised his head and opened his eyes before looking expressionlessly up at the sky. Almost at the exact same moment, the 5 colored balls of light up above turned a golden color, following which countless streaks of golden light came raining down like a torrential barrage of sharp blades. Golden astral chi. Han Li exclaimed at the sight of these streaks of golden light, but there was no fear in his expression as he abruptly swept a sleeve around himself. Around a dozen incantation seals were instantly released before vanishing into the nearby space, and in the next instant, the formations he had set up were all activated as one light barrier after another emerged to shield him within the basin. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the storm of golden light fell upon the outermost light barrier before instantly exploding, causing the surface of the outermost light barrier to ripple and flash incessantly. After no more than 15 minutes, the outermost light barrier was completely destroyed by the storm of golden light. As a result, the formation that had released the light barrier was also rendered defunct. The golden light instantly fell upon the second light barrier, and the process was repeated. Thus, what seemed like a never-ending storm of golden light continued to fall, and each streak of light was no less powerful than the average flying sword. In the face of such a ferocious assault, 5 light barriers were quickly destroyed. However, right at this moment, Han Li made a hand seal, and the massive projection behind him clenched its fists before lashing out upward. Fierce winds were immediately swept up as pavilion-sized fist projections appeared outside the light barriers, then hurtled directly toward the giant balls of light up above. Even before the fist projections came into contact with the streaks of golden light in their paths, the latter were instantly shattered, and the fist projections quickly struck the golden balls of light. A string of metallic clangs rang out as one fist projection was repelled after another, while the golden balls of light abruptly exploded into countless specks of golden light. As a result, the storm of golden light instantly ceased. However, in the next instant, the specks of golden light turned an azure color, then converged to form balls of azure light that were no smaller than the golden balls of light. At the same time, a powerful natural aura began to radiate from the azure balls of light. In the next instant, wisps of azure chi emerged from the azure balls of light before transforming into a series of massive logs. These logs were each over 60 feet in length, and not only were they extraordinarily heavy, they were as hard as iron and steel. As soon as the logs appeared, they came crashing down from above. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and he merely made a hand seal, upon which countless streaks of azure sword chi appeared overhead. The streaks of sword chi then transformed into sword threads that formed a massive net, and all of the giant logs that came into contact with the net were instantly shredded. There was seemingly no end to the storm of giant logs, but they were all destroyed by the azure sword net, and as time passed, the sword net began to rise up against the barrage of logs. However, the azure balls of light up above were steadily expanding in size, and the logs they were releasing were also becoming larger and larger, swelling to over 100 feet in length each. However, the sword net was formed by Han Li's bonded azure bamboo clouds warm swords, and at his current level of power, each and every sword was comparable to a spirit treasure. As such, even though the logs were falling with greater and greater ferocity, they were still unable to withstand the sword threads. A string of resounding booms rang out as the sword net rose up into the heavens before reverting back into 72 streaks of azure light, which plunged into the giant balls of azure light before tearing through them in a frenzy. All of the azure balls of light were instantly scattered into specks of azure light, while Han Li looked on from down below with an unblinking gaze. Moments later, the specks of azure light below the dark clouds turned a bright blue color before converging to form massive balls of blue light. These balls of light were around twice as large as the previous ones, and the pleasant sound of flowing water rang out as waterfalls came crashing down violently from above like a barrage of countless white dragons. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the Provenance True Devil projection behind him opened its mouths before expelling a burst of scorching silver flames upward. The flames formed a sea of fire in the blink of an eye, and as water and fire clashed, a vast sea of white vapor began to permeate through the air. There was zero visibility within the dense sea of water vapor, and one could only hear the sound of sizzling ring out incessantly from within the mist. The silver flames being released by the giant Provenance True Devil projection increased several-fold in intensity at Han Li's behest, and the flames transformed into several fiery WRMs that plunged into the sea of mist. In the next instant, rumbling thunderclaps rang out, and a series of pavilion-sized silver flowers appeared within the sea of mist in rapid succession, then exploded one after another to tear the sea of mist apart. After the span of just a few breaths, most of the mist had evaporated, and the fiery WRMs were revealed, rising up directly toward the giant balls of blue light up above. The fearsome might of the silver flames would most likely instantly destroy the balls of blue light upon contact, but right at this moment, countless arcs of silver lightning suddenly appeared over the surfaces of the balls of light, following which they swelled drastically in size. All of a sudden, each of the balls of blue light shrank slightly before releasing a head-sized ball of water. The balls of water seemed to be very clear, but also extremely viscous, and the ripples on their surfaces formed a series of blue spirit patterns that gave off a gentle blue light. These balls of water descended from above amid a string of rumbling, while the balls of blue light exploded and vanished into nothingness. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and in the next instant, the balls of blue water were completely inundated by the silver flames down below. Blue light flashed within the sea of fire, and the balls of water passed through the flames without being affected in the slightest. Thousandfold river water. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes as the silver flames being released by the Provenance True Devil projection instantly subsided at his behest. Immediately thereafter, the projection clenched its 6 hands into fists before unleashing a flurry of fist projection upward once again. Brilliant golden light instantly erupted from the surfaces of the balls of water as each and every one of them was struck by dozens of punches in unison. However, the balls of water were able to withstand the assault and continued to descend through the golden light. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and the Provenance True Devil projection instantly took on a substantial form before unleashing a string of frenzied attacks toward the descending balls of water. An earth-shattering boom rang out as countless golden suns appeared in the air, alongside powerful shockwaves that swept forth in all directions. After the shockwaves subsided, the balls of water were nowhere to be seen. The Provenance golden body was still standing resolutely on the spot, but its feet had sunken over 100 feet into the ground, and large sections of its 6 arms had vanished, having been destroyed by the balls of water. The fact that even the fearsome Provenance True Devil projection had been reduced to such a sorry state was a testament to just how powerful the thousandfold river water was. Han Li quickly made a hand seal, and the Provenance True Devil projection's arms instantly regenerated amid a flash of golden light. However, right at this moment, a giant crimson ball of light that resembled a scintillating sun appeared up above. Even though there was only one ball of light on this occasion, it was so massive that it encompassed almost the entire basin. Following a burst of erratic squawking, countless scorching white fire ravens surged out of the giant ball of light, then came raining down as a storm of fireballs. Even before the fireballs had landed on the ground, a burst of incredibly scorching heat had already descended over the basin. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Provenance True Devil projection opened its mouth again to unleash the scorching sea of silver flames a second time. However, on this occasion, as soon as the silver flames left the projection's mouth, they were transformed into glacial flames. In the next instant, the 2 bursts of flames clashed, and 2 completely opposite types of energy exploded in unison. Thus, a clash between ice and fire ensued, and neither side was able to gain the upper hand. All of a sudden, Han Li let loose a long cry before pointing a finger upward, and countless streaks of sword chi appeared once again before combining to form a massive azure blade that was over 100 feet in length. Immediately thereafter he began to chant something while making a rapid string of hand seals. Translucent light surged over the surface of the giant azure blade, and it instantly swelled to over 10 times its original size, elongating to over 3,000 feet in length. A fierce look appeared on all 3 of the Provenance True Devil projection's faces, and it grabbed onto the giant blade with 2 of its hands before slashing it viciously upward. A streak of azure light flashed through the air, and the massive blade passed through the clashing flames before crashing into the giant ball of light. The crimson ball of light was instantly sliced in half, and magma-like liquid came gushing forth, exploding into a burst of scorching flames. The sea of fire down below vanished amid a resounding boom, but right after the Provenance True Devil projection withdrew its gargantuan blade, the scorching flames in the air transformed into a yellow dust storm that swept forth in all directions. All of a sudden, the entire sky darkened, and a bone-chilling aura of warfare began to seep out of the dust storm. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and the Providence True Devil projection immediately swept its giant blade upward again. Another streak of piercing azure light sliced through the heavens, parting the entire dust storm, but in the next instant, the two halves of the dust storm combined as one again as if nothing had ever happened. The massive blade formed by all 72 azure bamboo clouds' warm sword and the fearsome might of the Providence golden body hadn't inflicted any damage upon the dust storm. All of a sudden, the sound of war drums rang out, immediately following which groups of gray warriors that resembled earthen statues emerged. These warriors were either riding atop beastly steeds or armed with sharp-bladed weapons, and there was no end in sight to their enormous numbers. Hanli couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this, and before he had a chance to think of an effective countermeasure, the dust storm abruptly swept downward alongside the countless warriors. Han Li's expression immediately darkened as the Providence True Devil projection lashed out with its massive blade once again, destroying countless approaching warriors, only for them to instantaneously regenerate before continuing to descend. Chapter 2183, True Lightning Tribulation. Han Li's pupils contracted drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately made a different hand seal. All of a sudden, the Providence True Devil projection hurled its giant sword away, then instantly adopted its golden body form as countless golden runes began to revolve around it. The golden body then opened its three mouths in unison, releasing a burst of white shockwaves that swept straight into the dust storm. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the white shockwaves exploded, impacting the entire dust storm. In the wake of the explosion, all of the gray warriors within the dust storm were instantly reduced to dust. However, in the next instant hundreds of thousands of warriors took shape once again before lashing out with their weapons, sending countless streaks of yellow light raining down from above. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the Providence golden body. The white shockwaves being released by the golden body immediately ceased, and it took a large stride forward before waving its 6 arms through the air. A string of resounding booms rang out as 6 thick pillars of light erupted forth, instantly combining as one to form a golden tornado beneath the dust storm. The tornado was several thousand feet tall with countless golden runes surging out of it in a frenzy alongside a burst of incredible suction force. The descending streaks of yellow light were all drawn by this suction force into the tornado, where they vanished amid a string of dull thumps. As for the countless guards within the boundless dust storm, they were also forcibly drawn toward the tornado like moths to a flame. After the span of just a few breaths, the entire dust storm was cleared, leaving only the dark clouds and golden tornado behind. The tornado was still revolving rapidly with rumbling ringing out incessantly within it, and Han Li heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this as an elated look appeared on his face. He swept a sleeve toward the tornado, releasing a series of incantation seals of different colors, all of which disappeared into the tornado in rapid succession. In the next instant, a dull thump rang out, and the rumbling within the tornado abruptly ceased while it began to quickly shrink. Moments later, the tornado completely vanished, and a head-sized crystal ball of an earthy yellow color plummeted out of the sky. Han Li made a grabbing motion to draw the crystal ball into his grasp, and as soon as the object landed in his hand, his arm was involuntarily brought down slightly. Han Li immediately made an adjustment to steady himself, but a look of surprise still appeared in his eyes. The crystal ball wasn't special in appearance in any way, but it weighed hundreds of tons, and even with Han Li's extraordinary strength, it had almost slipped out of his grasp. He didn't know what type of material had been created from his forced compression of the dust storm, but it would definitely be an exceptional tool refinement material. Just as Han Li was considering this, the world's origin chi in the air surged, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out in the heavens. Immediately thereafter, a dark cloud above the basin began to tumble violently, then parted to create a massive hole. The hole was dozens of acres in size, and bolts of silver lightning were flashing incessantly within them alongside balls of dazzling lightning. It was as if a world of lightning were crossing over into this realm. This is the true lighting tribulation. Han Li murmured to himself with a solemn expression before stowing away the object in his hand, then releasing a series of azure incantation seals throughout the surrounding area, all of which disappeared into the remaining formations in a flash. A loud buzzing sound rang out as the remaining formations were activated to the maximal extent, producing extremely thick and dense light barriers. At the same time, the 3 extreme mountains that had remained still on the spot up to this point also finally rose up into the air. They arranged themselves into a triangular formation above the light barriers, shielding Han Li from above. After that, Han Li made a hand seal, and his 72 azure swords appeared beneath the extreme mountains, then transformed into a massive azure lotus flower that hovered directly above his head. The true lightning tribulation that followed the 5-elemental tribulation was the reason for the majority of failures in Grand Ascension stage breakthrough attempts. Only after transcending this tribulation would one have the right to undergo the subsequent inner tribulations. Even though it was even more difficult to transcend the inner tribulations than the true lightning tribulation, failure to transcend the true lightning tribulation would spell certain death, whereas one had a certain chance of survival even if they were to fail their inner tribulations. Han Li quickly activated all of his restrictions and treasures while thinking back to the true lightning tribulation transcendence experiences bestowed upon him by Patriarch Ao Shao and Mo Jianli. Meanwhile, Silver Moon, Zhu Guer, and Daoist Xie continued to appraise him from afar. Silver Moon's eyes were still completely indifferent, but a hint of concern had appeared on her face, while Zhu Guer was completely flabbergasted after witnessing Han Li's transcendence of the 5-elemental tribulation. As for Daoist Xie, he had his hands clasped behind his back, and was appraising the unfolding situation in a calm manner. All of a sudden, he turned and cast his gaze toward a mountain far in the distance. A short while later, Silver Moon seemed to have also detected something, and she turned her attention toward that direction as well. I didn't think there would be other cultivators in such a secluded place. Looks like I'll have to chase them away, Silver Moon murmured to herself before abruptly vanishing on the spot. Zhu Guer faltered slightly upon seeing this, and after a brief hesitation she decided to remain on the spot rather than follow Silver Moon. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, a cluster of streaks of light was being pursued by another cluster, and both were heading directly toward the basin that Han Li was situated in. There were around a dozen fleeing streaks of light, and judging from their auras, they appeared to all be human cultivators, most of whom were at the nascent soul stage, while the female cultivator leading from the front was at the late deity transformation stage. The woman was quite beautiful and appeared to be in her 20s. She wore a blue palatial dress, and was occasionally looking back with an anxious expression. The group was being pursued by another group of beings enshrouded in devilish chi and devilish winds, and they were all comprised of elite devilish beings. These devilish beings were all at the deity transformation stage or above, and they were being led by a burly snake-headed devilish man who was at the spatial tempering stage. Due to the disparity between the cultivation bases of the two groups, the devilish pursuers were rapidly catching up to the group of human cultivators. Soon, the pursuers were only several kilometers away from the human cultivators, and the woman in the palatial dress gritted her teeth as she slowed down slightly, then flipped a hand over to produce a translucent white cauldron. She quickly laid a hand onto the cauldron, and its lid immediately flew off, upon which countless translucent threads erupted forth from within, then scattered before hurtling directly toward the devilish beings. These translucent white threads were extremely thin and flew through the air like lightning. The pursuing devilish beings were caught off guard and immediately thrown into disarray, unleashing all types of devilish abilities to defend themselves. Even so, there were still two nascent soul stage devilish beings who were struck by the white threads and plummeted out of the sky as a pair of ice statues. The leader of the devilish beings was furious to see this, and he suddenly opened his mouth to expel bursts of dark green mist. As soon as the white threads came into contact with the green mist, they were eroded to a green color and debilitated significantly. The snake-headed devilish being then raised his hands to release around a dozen black flying tridents, which flew toward the oncoming white threads as streaks of black light. The white threads were no match for the tridents, and were immediately knocked back on contact. A grim look appeared on the face of the woman in the palatial dress upon seeing this, and she quickly stowed away her white cauldron before attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Two of the late deity transformation stage devilish beings behind her suddenly transformed into long streaks of light, circling around to cut off the human cultivators from the front in just a few flashes. The woman's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and she had no choice but to adopt a defensive formation with her subordinates. In the face of this dire situation, the horror and despair in the eyes of the other human cultivators were plain to see. After all, there was simply far too much of a disparity in power. Even if they were to fight with all their might, there was still next to no chance of survival. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the devilish beings behind them swooped forward and released an impenetrable barrier of devilish chi around the human cultivators. A hint of killing intent then flashed through the snake-headed devilish being's eyes, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to kill their targets before pouncing forward with his dozen or so flying tridents, followed closely by the other devilish beings. A hint of despair also flashed over the woman's face, but she then immediately gritted her teeth as she prepared to use a restricted technique, preparing to sacrifice herself to take down as many devilish beings as possible. However, she had only just made a hand seal when spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up above, following which a gorgeous figure appeared amid a flash of silver light. This came as quite a surprise to both the human cultivators and devilish beings, but before they had a chance to react, the silver figure turned toward the devilish beings and harumphed coldly, "To think that devilish beings would dare to set foot here. You must have a death wish." As soon as her voice trailed off, brilliant silver light erupted from her body, and countless translucent threads shot forth in all directions. The surrounding devilish beings were greatly alarmed by this, and they immediately adopted defensive measures, but the translucent threads disregarded all of their defenses, then passed through their bodies, cutting them down like helpless weeds. Even the snake-headed spatial tempering stage devilish being had been slain, and as his body plummeted toward the ground, there was still a look of incredulity and shock etched on his face. He was leading a group of powerful devilish beings in pursuit of some human cultivators who were far weaker than them, and he had thought that this would be a simple task, so to lose his life here was naturally a twist of fate that he would have never expected. In contrast, all of the human cultivators were ecstatic. They were immediately led down from above by the woman in the palatial dress, who said in an extremely respectful manner, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. If you hadn't stepped in, my brethren of the Sioux family and I would have all been killed by those devilish beings." The silver figure seemed to be rather taken aback to hear this, and she asked, "The Sioux family? Is this the Sioux family that Fairy Eye Soul hails from?" The woman in the palatial dress also faltered momentarily before replying in a careful manner, "Do you know our matriarch, Senior? We are all descendants of Matriarch Ice Soul." "I don't know Fairy Ice Soul myself, but I have a good friend who shares ties with your matriarch. How were you pursued by devilish beings all the way to this place?" The silver light around the silver figure faded, revealing the stunningly gorgeous silver moon. During her time spent with Han Li, she had naturally been made aware of the existence of Fairy Ice Soul and the Sioux family, which was why she had suddenly adopted such a benevolent demeanor. If she were facing another group of unfamiliar human cultivators instead, she would be far more aloof and distant. The woman in the palatial dress was quite relieved to hear this, and she asked, "A good friend of our matriarchs? May I ask the name of the senior you're referring to? Perhaps I've heard of them as well." Instead of answering her question, a peculiar look appeared on Silver Moon's face as she replied with a question of her own. "What is your name?" "I am Su Qianyu. If you have any instructions for me, feel free to issue them," Su Qianyu hurriedly replied. This woman was none other than the fairy Su that Han Li had acquainted himself with in Deep Heaven City, and since their last meeting she had progressed to the late deity transformation stage. "Su Qianyu? Judging from your appearance, you must be the woman from the Su family that he once mentioned to me. In that case, I'll be employing your services here. This area is currently restricted from being accessed by all outsiders. Patrol the area and make sure that no other people encroach upon this region," Silver Moon instructed with a smile. Su Qianyu was rather befuddled by this situation, but still immediately replied, "It's an honor for us to be able to offer our services to you, Senior. However, our cultivation bases are quite lackluster. If any powerful beings were to arrive here, we may not be able to stop them. That's all right, I'll give you a few talismans. Use them if you encounter any enemies that are too powerful for you, and I'll arrive on the scene in an instant," Silver Moon replied. "I see. In that case, we'll be sure to do our best," Su Qianyu agreed with a nod. A pleased look appeared on Silver Moon's face, yet just as she was about to say something else, silver light suddenly flashed in the distance, immediately followed by a burst of dull rumbling that made the ground down below tremor slightly. "All right, here are the talismans, I have to go now." Silver Moon's expression changed slightly as she swept a sleeve through the air to release several silver talismans, while she departed from the scene as a streak of silver light, quickly vanishing into the distance. Su Qianyu caught the talismans before casting a suspicious gaze toward the direction that Silver Moon had just disappeared in. However, she then immediately turned around and ordered in an implacable voice, "You've all heard what that senior just said. Split up into groups of 5 and head off in different directions to patrol the area." "Yes." The majority of the group immediately gave affirmative responses, but there were a few who were exchanging hesitant glances with one another. In the end, an elderly man approached the woman in the palatial dress and said, "Qianyu, don't you think that senior's actions were rather suspicious just now? And what was that commotion in the distance? What if we get swept up into some trouble if we were to follow her instructions?" Su Qinyu's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this and she countered, "I don't care what's going on in this area, that has nothing to do with us, and I'd advise you not to try and pry into these matters. Otherwise, that senior will be sure to take all of our lives. On top of that, even if we were to set aside the fact that that senior has just saved our lives, our powers are far too inferior for us to go against her instructions. I've been assigned as the leader of this group, so I'll be calling the shots here. There's no need for you to speak any further." An awkward look appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this, and in the end he could only reply, "Of course, forgive me for failing to consider our current situation properly." The other few Su family cultivators who had also been rather hesitant before naturally didn't dare to oppose Su Qinyu's instructions upon seeing this. Thus, they split up into groups of 3 and departed in different directions. Even though they were patrolling quite a large area, their flying treasures ensured that they could complete each lap in a relatively short time. Su Qinyu was flying along in an unhurried manner with 4 other members of the Su family when a streak of piercing light suddenly appeared in the distance before vanishing in a flash. Immediately thereafter, another burst of loud rumbling rang out from the same direction. Su Qinyu couldn't help but cast her gaze toward that direction with a peculiar look in her eyes, but she didn't dare to look for too long and immediately urged the other cultivators to continue onward. Meanwhile, the massive hole in the air above the basin had already swelled to hundreds of acres in size, and rumbling thunderclaps rang out as bolts of lightning that were as thick as water tanks came crashing down from above alongside pavilion-sized balls of lightning. Lightning wreaked havoc over the entire sky, and even a grand ascension stage being would be greatly alarmed by such an intimidating scene. However, despite the fearsome barrage of lightning crashing down from above, there were 3 mountains arranged in a triangular formation above the basin, keeping most of the lightning at bay. The 3 mountains were each over 10,000 feet in size, and one of them was releasing a series of gray halos that nullified all lightning upon contact. Meanwhile, another mountain was releasing countless streaks of invisible sword chi that eradicated one ball of lightning after another, while the final mountain was radiating dazzling 5-colored light that caused all of the lightning to explode upon contact. Beneath the 3 extreme mountains stood the gargantuan Provenance Golden Body, which was unleashing a torrential barrage of balls of golden light to destroy some of the lightning that managed to make its way past the trio of mountains. Even further down below was a massive azure sword lotus that was around an acre in size, and all of the lightning that were able to bypass all of the previous lines of defense were instantly destroyed by the sword chi within the lotus flower. With all of these defensive measures that Hanli had meticulously set up, he had managed to remain unscathed thus far even in the face of the true lightning tribulation that had taken the lives of countless tribulation-transcending cultivators in the past. However, Hanli was well aware that the 3 extreme mountains were the primary reason for this. Even though he hadn't completed all 5 of the integrated 5 extreme mountains yet, the 3 extreme mountains were still extremely effective in resisting tribulation lightning. With these 3 mountains alone, Hanli was able to easily nullify most of the lightning tribulation, and the remaining tribulation lightning was being kept at bay by the Provenance Golden Body and Azure Sword Lotus. Even so, this was still proving to be quite a struggle for Hanli. Not only had his face turned very pale, there was a frail look on his face that suggested that he had already exhausted most of his magic power. At this point, Hanli finally understood why Grand Ascension stage beings were so rare in the spirit realm. His magic power and physical body were far more powerful than that of the average late body integration stage being, and he had made such extensive preparations, yet even he was struggling to transcend this true lightning tribulation. What chance would other body integration stage beings stand? Just as Hanli was considering this notion, the true lightning tribulation reached its final moments. The edge of the massive hole flashed violently before suddenly beginning to shrink, while the sea of lightning within it was rapidly compressing into a ball. After no more than 15 minutes had passed, a doomsday-like aura of destruction surged through the air, and a black and white ball of lightning took shape in the sky. Chapter 2185, Black and White Lightning Ball. Hanli looked up at the house-sized ball of black and white lightning up above, and his pupils immediately contracted slightly. He knew that this was the final moment of the true lightning tribulation, and his ability to successfully transcend it would depend on whether he would be able to withstand this final ball of lightning. Thus, he immediately took a deep breath, then opened his mouth to expel 3 mouthfuls of blood essence before making a hand seal. The blood essence instantly transformed into dozens of crimson runes, which surged up into the air before vanishing into the 3 extreme mountains in a flash. The three mountains then began to converge toward the center before combining as one to form a massive three-colored mountain, and it shrank down to only several hundred feet tall while an enormous aura began to emanate from it. This technique of combining the three mountains as one appeared to be rather similar to the final form of the integrated Five Extremes mountain, but the two were actually completely different. The integrated Five Extremes mountain was created by truly fusing all five mountains as one through refinement, and it could be easily integrated or separated at will. As such, its powers far exceeded that of this forced amalgamation of the three extreme mountains. Not only was expenditure of blood essence required to combine the three extreme mountains, they would only be able to maintain this form for a very short time and withstand only a single attack. This was a technique that Hanli had devised specifically to help himself withstand the Grand Ascension Stage tribulation, and after the three mountains combined as one, the black and white ball of lightning came crashing down from above, hurtling directly toward where Hanli was situated. This black and white ball of lightning was far different from the previous lightning attacks as it was imbued with the power of laws of heaven and earth. It had already locked onto Han Li's nascent soul, and it would follow him to all corners of the realm unless it were to be nullified. Of course, what was most fearsome about this ball of lightning was the power that it contained. If a normal body integration stage being were to even be glanced by this ball of lightning, they would immediately be reduced to ashes. Han Li immediately began to chant something upon seeing this, and the Provenance golden body thrust its 6 palms up into the air in unison. 6 balls of golden light erupted forth, then fused as one in front of the combined extreme mountains to form a massive golden vortex. The vortex was several acres in size with countless runes surging out of it alongside a burst of enormous power that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. The black and white ball of lightning was immediately drawn to the center of the vortex by the suction force, upon which golden light and black and white lightning intertwined in a fierce clash. The golden vortex shuddered amid a resounding boom, then immediately shattered into specks of golden light, following which the ball of lightning re-emerged and appeared to be completely unscathed. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and the azure sword lotus revolving above his head suddenly vanished. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beneath the ball of lightning, and the azure lotus reappeared before transforming into countless streaks of azure sword chi that struck the ball of lightning in a continuous barrage. Even the fearsome ball of lightning was forced to falter slightly in the face of the relentless stream of sword chi, and it was temporarily forced to a halt. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately injected his magic power into the azure lotus flower with all his might. The number of streaks of sword chi flying out of the azure lotus flower instantly doubled, and azure light covered virtually every single inch of the ball of lightning, threatening to tear it apart at any moment. All of a sudden, a dull thump rang out, and the arcs of lightning revolving around the ball of lightning thickened significantly, repelling all of the oncoming streaks of sword chi. At the same time, the ball of lightning itself began to descend once again. A solemn look appeared on Han Li's face as he harumphed coldly while pointing a finger up at the azure lotus flower, and the flower instantly swelled drastically in size, while the sword chi it released also became noticeably thicker. However, the massive ball of lightning still vanished into the azure lotus flower in a flash, and the lotus flower began to revolve in a frenzy, unleashing a relentless stream of sword chi in an attempt to tear the ball of lightning into shreds. However, in the next instant, a piercing screech suddenly rang out within the azure lotus flower, and its petals began to bulge and warp while rapidly expanding. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, yet before he had a chance to do anything, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out from above. The azure sword lotus instantly exploded amid countless arcs of black and white lightning, reverting back into 72 flying swords that had dimmed significantly and scattered in all directions. Due to Han Li's spiritual connection with the swords, his face paled slightly as he threw up several mouthfuls of blood, and his aura was also somewhat debilitated, but he had no time to pay any heed to this as he hurriedly swept a sleeve upward. The 72 flying swords immediately flew back into his sleeve, while the black and white ball of lightning began to descend once again. The combined extreme mountains began to slowly rotate on the spot on its own while releasing countless runes of different colors. At the same time, a layer of translucent light flashed over the surface of the mountain, and it took on a near-transparent quality as it rose up to meet the descending ball of lightning. A dull thump rang out as the ball of lightning struck the peak of the mountain, and countless arcs of black and white lightning sprang forth to bombard the mountain with devastating force. The combined extreme mountains tremored violently as it resisted the black and white lightning with all its might, and Hanli was also injecting what remained of his magic power into the mountain without any reservation, causing it to glow as bright as an incandescent sun. The ball of lightning and combined extreme mountains both began to tremor incessantly as shockwaves erupted in all directions amid deafening explosions. The two of them appeared to be evenly matched, and as time passed the ball of lightning became smaller and smaller, but Hanli's magic power was also rapidly being expended. If it weren't for the fact that Hanli's magic power was far more abundant than that of the average body integration stage being, it would have most likely already been completely exhausted. Even so, Hanli's expression had become extremely grim as he discovered that his magic power would run out before the combined extreme mountains could completely nullify the ball of lightning. However, Hanli had made extensive preparations for this breakthrough, so he had prepared some rather risky countermeasures for situations of this nature. Thus, he immediately gritted his teeth as he abruptly withdrew his magic power from the combined extreme mountains, then swept a sleeve through the air to release an inky black bracelet, which instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size. Immediately thereafter, a burst of bright golden light radiated through the air as he transformed into a giant golden ape. The Provenance golden body situated above him then disintegrated into specks of golden light before vanishing into the giant ape's body in a flash, while Hanli quickly laid a hand onto his own head to release a golden nascent soul. The nascent soul waved a hand through the air, and several true spirit projections flew out of the giant ape's body. These projections immediately plunged into the body of the nascent soul, following which the nascent soul flew into the massive ape's body as a streak of golden light. In the next instant, the giant ape let loose a thunderous roar as it thumped its own chest violently. At the same time, a series of purplish golden scales appeared all over its body, while an azure horn emerged on its head. What was even more astonishing was that the giant ape had grown 2 extra golden heads on its shoulders and 4 additional scaled arms out of its ribs. However, only 2 of the heads and 2 pairs of arms were substantial in appearance, while the other head and pair of arms resembled blurry projections. Hanli had unleashed his holy nirvana physique, and even though this was still only the second nirvana transformation, it was clearly significantly improved from before. If Hanli could manifest all 3 heads and 3 pairs of arms into a substantial form, then he would have mastered the third nirvana transformation. At this point, the combined extreme mountains was no longer able to resist the ball of lightning without the support of Hanli's magic power, and it split up into 3 balls of spiritual light that scattered in different directions. Meanwhile, the black and white ball of lightning began to descend rapidly once again, crashing into the massive black bracelet in the blink of an eye. Black light flashed beneath the lightning, and the bracelet instantly exploded, releasing countless giant golden beetles into the air. These were none other than Hanli's gold-devouring beetles and beetle monarch candidates. However, all of the beetles were currently rather sluggish and disoriented, doing nothing more than hovering in the mid-air while flapping their wings in a wooden manner. Chapter 2186. Beetle Revolt. However, the lightning ball naturally wasn't going to stop for anyone, and it continued to descend into the swarm of beetles. Black and white lightning flashed violently, and many of the gold-devouring beetles were charred black before falling like rain out of the sky. Even though gold-devouring beetles possessed virtually indestructible bodies, some of the weaker ones had still been dealt a heavy blow by the fearsome tribulation lightning, and even though they didn't perish, they were knocked unconscious as a result. As for the remaining gold-devouring beetles and beetle monarch candidates, they immediately awakened from their disoriented state after the bombardment of lightning. The beetle monarch candidates let loose sharp cries, and all of the gold-devouring beetles instantly surged toward the ball of lightning, forming a shimmering golden ball around it before devouring the lightning with all their might. In retaliation, even more arcs of lightning appeared on the surface of the ball of lightning before lashing out at the swarm of beetles. Thus, the ball of lightning began to rapidly shrink from being devoured, but more and more gold-devouring beetles were being knocked unconscious before falling out of the sky. After the span of just a few breaths, all of the normal mature gold-devouring beetles had fallen unconscious, with only the dozen or so purple-striped gold-devouring beetles still clinging on doggedly while continuing to devour lightning with all their might. However, the ball of lightning paid no heed to the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles and continued to crash down toward Hanli. At this point, the ball of lightning had already been reduced to only around a quarter of its initial size, but even so, it was still several tens of feet in diameter and imbued with astonishing power. Having been bought some time by the gold-devouring beetles, Hanli had managed to complete his second nirvana transformation, In the face of the descending ball of lightning, Han Li let loose an earth-shattering roar, and his body expanded drastically to several thousand feet in size as he reached up with all four of his substantial hands in unison. Layers of silver spirit patterns immediately surfaced all over his body, then converged toward his four arms, forming a series of silver formations of different sizes. All of a sudden, the silver light on Han Li's 6 arms faded, and a set of shimmering silver armor appeared, covering all of his arms from shoulder to fingertips. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the armor was constructed from countless extremely beautiful scales, upon each of which was engraved a miniature formation that was giving off a mysterious aura. Han Li had unleashed his 100 Meridian Refinement mantra alongside his Holy Nirvana physique and 12 awakening transformations, and this was the first time that he had ever done this. Upon sensing the terrifying power that had gathered within his own body, Han Li was instilled with a great deal of confidence. He drew back his 4 silver-armored hands, then slowly thrust them through the air, sending a sharp shriek erupting throughout the surrounding area. His 4 hands then blurred as 4 massive silver hand projections appeared out of thin air before striking the descending ball of lightning in unison. Another earth-shattering boom ran out, and the giant hand projections clawed their fingers into the ball of lightning like silver hooks, while enormous power poured out of their palms to compress the ball of lightning from all sides. The ball of lightning shrank rapidly in the face of the tremendous compression force, but it was also lashing out against the 4 giant hand projections with bolts of black and white lightning. With every lightning strike that the massive silver hands projections endured, the light in the eyes of the giant ape down below would dim slightly, and its aura would also wane by a fraction. In the blink of an eye, the 4 giant hand projections were struck by hundreds of bolts of lightning, and Han Li's aura had been whittled down by almost half. However, right at this moment, Han Li let loose a thunderous roar, and the huge silver palm projections swelled to around twice their original size. The 4 hands then spread their fingers before exerting a death grip around the entire ball of lightning, releasing a burst of piercing silver light while completely disregarding the retaliating bolts of lightning. Countless 5-colored runes surged out of the silver light, and the compression force exerted upon the ball of lightning abruptly increased by several-fold, causing it to explode. Following the explosion, countless bolts of black and white lightning lashed out at everything in the surrounding area in a frenzy, and the 4 giant silver hand projections were instantly pulverized. Han Li immediately threw up a mouthful of blood essence, and the armor on his 4 arms also shattered before disintegrating into specks of silver light. Without any further obstacles standing in their way, all of the remaining bolts of black and white lightning descended upon Han Li like a torrential storm, instantly inundating his giant ape body. The massive ape swayed unsteadily in the face of the ferocious lightning strikes, but managed to steady itself in the end as the surrounding earth tremored violently. After several rounds of bombardment, the black and white lightning finally exhausted all of its power, leaving the ground down below severely ravaged and injuries riddling Han Li's entire body. At this moment, most of Han Li's purplish-golden scales had been torn away, revealing huge patches of charred black golden fur, presenting an extremely sorry sight to behold. Following the explosion of the black and white ball of lightning, the giant hole up above silently disappeared. Thus, a peculiar silence descended upon the basin, and there was nothing left in the sky aside from the dense blanket of dark clouds. Haha, the true lightning tribulation really is as fearsome as the rumors suggest, but it's still not enough to kill me. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly ran out from down below, and the spirit patterns, golden scales, and azure horn on Han Li's body quickly disappeared as he reverted back to his human form. After that, Han Li slowly rose to his feet, then began to inspect his own body. At this point, his face was completely devoid of color, but all of the wounds on his body had vanished without a trace, having been instantaneously healed by his insane regenerative abilities as he had undone his own transformation. Of course, his internal injuries were actually still quite severe, and it would take him a long time to completely recover from them. Right at this moment, a burst of loud buzzing suddenly rang out up above, and Han Li faltered slightly before looking upward. There he discovered the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles flying through the air, completely unscathed. As these beetle monarch candidates let loose this peculiar buzzing sound, loud buzzing also erupted from the ground as one unconscious golden beetle after another rose up into the air before gathering around the beetle monarch candidates in separate groups. On top of that, all of the groups were displaying intense hostility toward one another. This was quite an alarming sight to Han Li, and he immediately tried to instruct all of the beetles to return to him, but his heart quickly sank as not even a single beetle heeded his call. A grim look appeared on Han Li's face, and just as he was about to unleash a secret technique to forcibly withdraw the spirit beetles, the dozen or so swarms of gold-devouring beetles suddenly began to attack the nearest swarm led by the beetle monarch candidates. Tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles converged to form a massive golden cloud, then began to viciously tear at and devour one another amid a burst of loud rustling. The dozen or so purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were also devouring all of the nearby gold-devouring beetles in a frenzy, swallowing an entire beetle whole in just a few bites. A peculiar look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he suddenly paused in what he was doing. Just as he was at a slight loss for what to do, a burst of unsettling cries suddenly rang out from within the dark clouds up above, following which countless balls of black light surged out in a frenzy. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these balls of black light contained projections of ghostly heads. These projections were all of different sizes and colors, and their cries were of various different pitches, but all of them struck the listener with a sense of disorientation. "There's a heavenly devilish monarch here." Han Li's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and his expression darkened as he cast his gaze upward, paying no further heed to the warring swarms of beetles. Almost at the exact same moment, the dark clouds up above surged violently, and a burst of delightful heavenly music rang out as gray threads of light emerged, then converged to form a gray mirror-like projection. Within the projection were halos of gray light, all of which slowly shone down toward Han Li. The gray light in the giant mirror flashed slightly, and Han Li's vision abruptly blurred, following which he found himself in a completely unfamiliar world. Chapter 2187. Combating the Devil with Divine Lightning. A hint of caution flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he lowered his head to look down at his own body, upon which his expression immediately changed slightly. He discovered that he had become slightly thinner, and even though he was still wearing the same clothes as before, his storage bracelets, spirit bracelets, and treasures had all disappeared. What was even more peculiar was that as he swept his spiritual sense toward his own face, he discovered that he had reverted back to his 13-year-old appearance, except his skin was as pristine white as jade instead of dark and tanned. "My soul has come out of my body. Looks like the inner demon tribulation is about to begin," Han Li murmured to himself as he laid a hand onto his own face. Right at this moment, a burst of gender-neutral cackling suddenly rang out within Han Li's mind. "We meet again, brat. I didn't think you would progress to this point in such a short time. However, I've descended in person on this occasion, so even if you're a true immortal, you definitely won't be able to transcend this inner demon tribulation." The gray sky parted, and a mountainous ghostly face emerged, cackling in a sinister manner as it licked its remarkably thick lips with a massive tongue that was around 10 feet in length. The giant ghostly head was none other than the heavenly devilish sovereign that had a vendetta against Han Li, and it had managed to descend into this space through the power of the inner demon tribulation. "Is that so? I didn't think that you would be stupid enough to appear directly before me," Han Li countered in an expressionless manner. "How dare you? I'm going to make you regret ever being born." The heavenly devilish sovereign roared with fury, and the ghostly head began to swell in size amid a surge of black light. A cold look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly opened his mouth to release 3 fist-sized balls of golden light. The balls of golden light blurred before appearing right in front of the ghostly head, revealing themselves to be 3 golden rhomboid objects. These were 3 miniature golden spears with bright red runes spread all over their surfaces. Even though the heavenly devilish sovereign wasn't able to immediately identify what these objects were, a sense of extreme peril welled up in its heart, and it hurriedly retreated as a cloud of black mist to evade the miniature golden spears. However, right at this moment, Han Li pointed a finger toward the 3 balls of golden light from afar, then uttered the word, "Explode," thrice in rapid succession. The 3 miniature golden spears immediately exploded, and a flurry of golden flames and lightning erupted forth in a frenzy, instantly inundating the cloud of black mist as a string of explosions rang out. "No. This is Vajra Devil vanquishing divine lightning. How did you obtain this lightning?" The black mist within the golden light quickly dissipated, and an incredulous howl of anguish rang out from within. "You can think about that after you're reduced to ashes." Han Li chuckled coldly before opening his mouth to expel 4 more balls of golden light. "Insolent brat, do you really think this is enough to kill me?" The heavenly devilish sovereign roared as what remained of the cloud of black mist exploded into countless black threads that shot forth in all directions. Han Li seemed to have already been prepared for this, and his expression darkened slightly as he pointed his finger forward once again. All of a sudden, the 4 balls of golden light appeared in 4 different directions that the black threads were fleeing toward, then exploded in unison, sending golden flames and lightning raining down from above. Most of the black threads were reduced to ashes within the golden light, and only around a dozen managed to escape before converging to form a ghostly head again over 1,000 feet away. However, not only was this ghostly head significantly smaller than what it had been, it was also very blurry, clearly indicating that it had been severely harmed. As soon as this ghostly head emerged, a furious look appeared on its face, and it transformed into a malicious ghostly projection that was several hundred feet tall before pouncing directly toward Han Li. However, a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face, and he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing 7 more balls of golden light that flew toward the oncoming ghostly projection. The fury on the ghostly projection's face instantly vanished upon seeing this, and it let loose a strangled cry before twisting around and flying away as a ball of black light. After just a few flashes, the ball of black light completely vanished into the distance, and in the next instant the heavenly devilish sovereign's furious gender-neutral voice rang out again. "You've bested me again, human brat, but don't get too full of yourself. I'll be sure to gather all of the devilish sovereigns in the nearby realms to impede you as you transcend your tribulation to true immortal realm. When that time comes, you won't be able to ascend even with Vajra devil vanquishing divine lightning." After the enraged parting threat, everything abruptly fell silent, and Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief. He waved a hand through the air, and the 7 balls of light returned to him before revealing themselves to be 7 golden beads, around which arcs of lightning were flashing incessantly, but they weren't actually Vajra devil vanquishing divine lightning. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he stowed the 7 golden beads back up his sleeve. These 7 golden beads weren't exactly total counterfeits. They were simply half-complete Vajra devil vanquishing divine lightning. Ever since he had reached the late body integration stage, he had been refining this lightning in secret whenever he had some spare time. However, this lightning was truly extremely difficult to refine. Even though Han Li had sufficient golden lightning bamboo leaves, the other materials were very difficult to source, and the refinement success rate was also appallingly low. Even with Han Li's late body integration stage powers, he had only managed to refine 7 pieces of this lightning. As for the 7 half-complete pieces of lightning, there would be no way for him to completely refine them. Han Li had already carefully considered how he was going to deal with that heavenly devilish sovereign prior to his breakthrough attempt. The inner demon tribulation was extremely difficult to transcend to begin with. With the heavenly devilish sovereign's intervention, it would be almost impossible for him to successfully transcend it. As such, he had devised this plan to wound the devilish sovereign with the real Vajra devil vanquishing divine lightning, then use the fake lightning to scare it away. The Vajra devil vanquishing lightning was extremely effective against heavenly devilish sovereigns, so even though the devilish sovereign possessed grand ascension stage powers, there was a very good chance it would be intimidated into retreat by the combination of genuine and counterfeit lightning. Prior to commencing his breakthrough, he had refined all of his genuine and counterfeit lightning into one with his soul so that he would be able to use it as a surprise attack in this space. As it turned out, the situation unfolded exactly as he had envisioned. After being severely wounded by the first 7 pieces of lightning, the heavenly devilish sovereign immediately fled in horror at the sight of the 7 counterfeit pieces of lightning. Of course, this was also because the counterfeit pieces of lightning were half-complete Vajra devil vanquishing divine lightning to begin with. Otherwise, other types of treasures definitely wouldn't have been able to fool the devilish sovereign. Now that the heavenly devilish sovereign had departed, Han Li was relatively confident that he would be able to transcend the inner demon tribulation with his powerful spiritual sense. The parting threat delivered by the heavenly devilish sovereign made Han Li's heart sink a little, but the ascendance tribulation was something that he would only have to worry about far in the future, so he didn't pay it much heed. For Han Li, the most important thing now was to transcend this inner demon tribulation so he could progress to the grand ascension stage. With that in mind, Han Li quickly focused his thoughts, and blue light flashed within his eyes as he peered into the surrounding area. At this point, the gray space around him was already beginning to tumble and surge. Moments later, countless massive gray eyes suddenly appeared in all directions around him, all of which were staring intently at him while shimmering with 5-colored light. As soon as Han Li's gaze came into contact with this light, his consciousness faded slightly, and his surroundings suddenly blurred, following which he found himself in a scenic natural setting. Han Li's vision slowly focused, and he discovered that he was situated in a little village. He had also transformed into a child who was around 6 years of age, wearing a rough cloth garment that had been mended so many times that it was almost impossible to see its original color. He was currently playing involuntarily with a group of other children, and the scene immediately brought long-buried memories to the surface. Doggy dumb egg. 1. However, a series of emotions had only just begun to well up in his heart when a burst of enormous mysterious power acted upon his soul, causing him to instantly forget everything and completely fall into the current moment, where he was enjoying himself with his group of young friends. Another thin and short figure was stumbling over from not far away, and as soon as he caught sight of the familiar figure, he immediately called out in elation, "Little sis." At the center of the basin, Hanli sat still on the ground with a shimmering golden nascent soul above his head, which was also seated in midair in a completely still manner. Gray devilish chi was surging all around him, creating an impenetrable barrier, and occasionally there would be black and white ghostly figures, skeletons and other devilish creatures rushing out of the devilish chi. However, as soon as these devilish creatures came within 30 feet of Han Li, countless arcs of golden lightning would surge out of his body to eradicate all of them. The other devilish creatures would immediately spring back into the devilish chi in alarm upon seeing this, but they would emerge once again as if they couldn't help themselves. Atop a mountain peak in the distance, Silvermoon and Zhu Guer were standing side by side, appraising the scene unfolding within the basin with solemn expressions. Dao Xie was situated on another mountain peak, seated on a giant rock with his eyes closed, seemingly no longer interested in Han Li's current situation. 1. Reminder: in Han Li's mortal village a lot of children were given silly nicknames as second names. Han Li's nickname was Second Fool. Chapter 2188. Inner Demon Tribulation. The gray mirror-like object was still hanging high up in the air in a completely stationary manner, while murky images were quickly flashing through the five-colored light within the mirror. Even upon closer inspection, these images were completely indiscernible, like indistinct scenes from a dream. Meanwhile, the gold-devouring beetles were still devouring one another like there was no tomorrow. After such a long time, only several hundred beetles were left, and the situation had already transitioned into one where the beetle monarch candidates were devouring the normal beetles with reckless abandon. The normal gold-devouring beetles were also retaliating valiantly, but they were clearly no match for the beetle monarch candidates and were quickly being devoured. Shortly thereafter, the beetle monarch candidates' bodies had also become riddled with wounds. Thus, time slowly passed by, and after a long while, all of the normal gold-devouring beetles had been devoured, leaving only the wounded beetle monarch candidates behind. In the instant that the final normal gold-devouring beetles was consumed, all of the beetle monarch candidates separated and rested for a short while, then began to appraise one another with animosity in their eyes. After a burst of hostile buzzing, these beetle monarch candidates immediately sprang into action again, tearing at one another in a battle that was far more brutal than the one that had just taken place. Screeches of anguish rang out as severed limbs rained down from above, and all of the beetle monarch candidates were unleashing their abilities with all their might to try and devour one another. However, they were too evenly matched, so it would clearly require a very lengthy process before any substantial progress could be reached in the battle. At the same time, Han Li was situated within another space, being accompanied by a group of joyful villagers into a room that was decorated with large pieces of red fabric. All of the villagers then departed with mysterious smiles after leaving behind heartfelt messages such as, "We hope your marriage is long prosperous, and give birth to a child soon," then quickly closed the door to the room. Thus, Han Li and a petite figure seated on the large red bed with a red cloth over her head were the only ones left in the room. Han Li scratched his own head in a slightly awkward manner, and only after a long while did he slowly approach the wooden bed with a faint blush on his face. Han Li had never actually seen his new wife, who was from the neighboring village. He had only heard some details about her from the matchmaker Auntie Lu. Apparently, she was an extremely clever woman who was good with her hands, and was quite beautiful as well. She had immediately caught the eye of his parents, who had offered her family a pig and 3 lambs as a dowry, and their marriage had been sealed with this wedding, which had been arranged in a short span of just half a month. What was his wife's pet name again? Chunmei? Chunwan? Or was it Xiaoling? Han Li was suddenly struck with a sense of disorientation, and he discovered that he was unable to recall the pet name of his bride. There were only several names that sounded familiar, but didn't seem quite right. However, none of that was important. This woman had become his wife, and just like his sister-in-law, she was going to have 2 or 3, perhaps even more children for him. After that, he would watch his children grow up and make families of their own, just as his parents had done. At this point, Hanli was already standing beside the bed, but he was rather perplexed by why all of these random thoughts had suddenly popped into his head. Just as the teasing villagers had jibed, shouldn't his mind be more fixated on the activity that he had been yearning for such a long time? Hanli took a deep breath to strengthen his own resolve, then laid a hand onto the piece of red fabric draped over his wife's head. The petite figure beneath the piece of red fabric shuddered slightly, seemingly also feeling rather uneasy. Hanli felt like throat had run a little dry, but he still mustered up the courage to remove the piece of fabric in a slightly panicked manner. A set of shy and relatively beautiful features were thus revealed to Hanli. A bashful and extremely satisfied smile appeared on Hanli's face as he tossed the piece of red fabric away, yet just as he was about to say something to the woman, a chilling sensation suddenly surged up to his head from his dantian, following which a stream of memories that had originally been sealed away came flooding out into his mind. Hanli's smile remained on his face, but his expression had instantly stiffened. The woman seemed to find Hanli's reaction to be rather strange, and she stood up from the bed before extending a slightly curtsy toward Hanli as she called out in a gentle voice, "Husband." Hanli seemed to have returned to his senses, and instead of giving a reply, the smile on his face slowly faded as he appraised the woman before him. Only after a long while did he muse in a cold voice, "Good try, but unfortunately, it won't be that easy to fool me into falling for this illusion." As soon as his voice trailed off, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a streak of azure light that instantly sliced the woman's body in half. The 2 halves of her body immediately collapsed beside the bed as blood flowed all over the floor. Hanli took an expressionless glance at the woman's dismembered body, then chuckled coldly to himself, "Even now, you're still not willing to give up. You must think I'm a fool if you think this will be enough to fool me." After that, he flicked a finger, and a bolt of golden lightning sprang out of his fingertip before hurtling directly toward the body at his feet. All of a sudden, the 2 halves of the body reared up as a cloud of black chi, but Hanli was already prepared for this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the golden lightning swerved and struck the cloud of black chi with unerring accuracy. A shrill cry rang out as most of the black chi was instantly destroyed, but a vicious male voice then immediately rang out. "Don't get cocky, Han brat. I may not have succeeded this time, but I can make you go through all walks of life in this inner tribulation. I'll be sure to find a chink in your mental state, and when that time comes, I'll be able to easily replace you. I've already mastered the spirit refinement technique, so my spiritual sense is comparable to that of a grand ascension cultivator. On top of that, my mental state is completely resolute. Even if you're my inner demon, there's no way you'll be able to shake my resolve." Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner. "Is that so? Are you really that confident? Don't forget that in a sense you and I are one and the same. I have all of your memories and emotions, and I know which things are most unforgettable to you. Your resolve may be strong now, but I'll make you go through countless reincarnations. If you slip up in even one of them, haha." The man within the black chi suddenly burst into raucous laughter. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but before he had a chance to say anything, the black chi in the distance exploded, and a burst of peculiar energy instantly swept through the entire space. The surrounding scene abruptly shattered like a mirror, following which Hanli appeared in another world amid a flash of white light. This was the courtyard of an affluent family filled with all types of plants and flowers, and there was a winding stone path leading to a round door. Standing in front of the door was a beautiful green-robed young woman who appeared to be around 16 years of age, and she was currently appraising him with a wide smile. "As my senior martial brother, shouldn't you be offering me a present on our first meeting?" the young woman said as she extended a slender and fair arm toward Hanli. The woman was Emotsilian of the Missouri estate. 1. Hanli almost instantly recognized the young woman standing before him, and he involuntarily asked, "What type of present would you like?" "I'm not a picky girl. I'll accept jewelry or anything that's fun and catches my eye. If you don't have anything like that, I guess 7,000 or 8,000 silver coins will suffice as well," Emotsilian said in a confident manner. Hanli's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this familiar reply, but a burst of mysterious power then swept over his body, and he instantly forgot everything, retaining only the memories leading up to the point before he entered the Missouri estate. Memories such as joining the Seven Mysteries sect and accepting Dr. Mo as his master had become extremely clear, as if those events had taken place only a day ago. Under these circumstances, Hanli reflexively replied, "There's no way I would have 7,000 silver coins. How about I give you something else in the future?" A pitiable look immediately appeared on the young woman's face upon hearing this, and Hanli was at a complete loss for what to do. In the outside world, Hanli's physical body and nascent soul were still seated on the spot, but the devilish chi around them was becoming denser and denser, and devilish creatures that were far more powerful than before were frequently appearing before attempting to attack Hanli. Even though these devilish creatures were also forced back by the golden lightning that erupted out of Hanli's physical body, they were appearing with increased regularity and also attacking more frequently, seemingly very determined to take Hanli's body for themselves. 1. This is Emo Tsaihuan. The name was translated differently between Double and Jianshin. Chapter 2189. Arrival of the Monarchs. Senior Han hasn't been moving for a long time now. Could it be that something's happened to him? Zhu Guer asked in a concerned manner as she looked on from the mountain peak in the distance. Don't worry, with Brother Han's powerful spiritual sense and mental fortitude, transcending this inner demon tribulation shouldn't be an issue. It's just a surprise that he's attracted so many heavenly devilish monarchs, but we're unable to do anything about that. Having said that, I'm sure he would have set up additional countermeasures against these heavenly devilish monarchs, so there's no need to worry. Despite what Silver Moon was saying, her expression suggested that she was clearly very concerned herself. Zhu Guer was aware that Silver Moon was also very worried about Han Li, but her heart still eased slightly upon hearing this response. However, she then suddenly seemed to have detected something, and she cast her gaze toward the other mountain peak. Where did Senior Xie go? In contrast, Silver Moon was completely unsurprised by Dao Xie's absence, and she replied, "Two powerful beings are approaching this place. Even I may not be able to defeat them, so Dao Xie has gone to intercept them. I also have to go and deal with another group of unwelcome guests, and there will most likely be even more people coming, so Dao Xie and I may not be able to come back. As such, we'll leave everything here to you for now. If anything happens within the basin, make sure to inform us right away." As soon as her voice trailed off, Silver Moon flipped a hand over to reveal a formation plate, upon which a string of silver runes were flashing incessantly, indicating that Su Qianyu's group was sending out an alert signal to her. "Rest assured, Senior, I'll be sure to do my best," Zhu Guer replied with a serious expression. "Good. I'll be leaving now," Silver Moon replied with a nod before immediately flying away as a streak of silver light. High up in the air, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Dao Xie was facing a pair of body integration stage beings with his hands clasped behind his back. The two body integration cultivators were comprised of a heavily bearded burly man, and a woman in a black dress. The man wore a set of golden robes and most of his face was concealed behind his heavy facial hair, but his dark yellow eyes were still visible, and the mere sight of them struck one with a sense of dizziness. As for the woman, she was quite beautiful and had wisps of black light emanating from her body. There was faint demonic chi being released by both of them, indicating that they were body integration stage demonic beings. In particular, the woman was at the late body integration stage. However, both of them currently had fearful looks in their eyes, and their faces had paled significantly in the face of the fearsome aura radiating from Dao Xie's body. The pressure being exerted upon them by Dao Xie surpassed even that of Patriarch Ao Shao, and it was beyond a doubt in their eyes that this young man was a grand ascension stage being who was far too powerful for them to contend with. Finally, the woman managed to collect herself before extending a respectful curtsy. "This is the first time that we've met, Senior. Please forgive me if we've unintentionally offended you in any way." She was stunned by the fact that such a fearsome being had suddenly appeared to stop her in her tracks, but she was also quite relieved to see that Dao Xie had no devilish chi within his body. Otherwise, if the two of them had identified Dao Xie to be a sacred ancestor, they would have immediately turned around and fled for their lives. "You haven't offended me in any way, but from now on, you must stay right here. If you take even half a step away from this place, I'll kill both of you right away," Dao Xie said in a wooden manner as he continued to release his terrifying spiritual pressure without any reservation. "Could it be that the phenomena that took place earlier had something to do with you, Senior?" the burly golden-robed man couldn't help but ask. "You don't need to know that," Dao Xie replied in an expressionless manner. Even though there were countless thoughts racing through the woman's mind, she still immediately agreed. I see. In that case, we'll be sure to follow your instructions and stay here for as long as you'd like us to, Senior. Daoist Ye gave a slight nod upon hearing this, then cast his gaze toward the burly man. A wry smile appeared on the golden-robed man's face and he also replied, I wouldn't dare to oppose your wishes, Senior. Only then did Daoist Ye withdraw his fearsome aura, but he still remained standing on the spot without displaying any intention of leaving. The woman and the burly man exchanged a glance, then released a black wheel and a yellow gourd respectively. After that, the two of them sat down onto their treasures and appeared to have begun meditating. However, in reality, the two of them were using an extremely rare spiritual sense secret technique of the demon race to communicate with one another. Fellow Taoist Phoenix, who do you think this man is? He doesn't seem to be a human or demon, but why would such a powerful foreign being appear on the border of our human and demon territories? Could it be that he's after that thing as well? Since when have our two races allowed foreign Grand Ascension stage beings to enter our territory as they please? The burly man's voice was tinged with a hint of rage as it sounded within the woman's mind. That's hard to say, fellow Taoist Dong Tian. Due to the devilish invasion, many of the super formations protecting our two races have been destroyed, so it wouldn't be too difficult for foreign Grand Ascension stage beings to sneak into our two races. As a Grand Ascension stage being, that thing shouldn't be of much use to him, so he's most likely not here for that purpose. I'm guessing that he just so happens to be doing something here, and we bumped into him at the wrong time. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to have any intention of killing us as long as we don't provoke him, the woman replied using the same secret technique. These two were none other than two of the demon monarchs, Black Phoenix Monarch Xiao Guan, and the mysterious Mouse Monarch Dong Tian. Han Li had met Xiao Guan once during the Myriad Treasure Convention, but he had only ever heard of Mouse Monarch Dong Tian. Now that the two of them had appeared in the same place at the same time, they naturally couldn't have come out solely for a casual stroll. However, never did the two of them think that they would be forcibly trapped here by a Grand Ascension stage being. Chapter 2190. Slaying the Inner Demon. Having lost his heads, the weapons of the Elder Devil immediately slipped out of his grasp, and his headless body swayed slightly before plummeting out of the sky. Only then did a slender black-robed woman emerge up above amid a flash of gray light. The woman wore a wolf head mask and a pair of black gloves, revealing not even a sliver of skin. Thank you for saving me, Liao Ying. A mixture of relief and gratitude appeared on Silvermoon's face at the sight of the masked woman. No need to thank me. I am your shadow guard, so it is my duty to ensure your safety. In order to prevent any further mishaps from taking place, allow me to kill these devilish beings together with you, young mistress, Liao Ying said with a smile. Silvermoon was ecstatic to hear this and she immediately said, all right, with your inclusion, these devilish beings are as good as dead. Liao Ying nodded in response before rushing into the throng of devilish beings, immediately following which streaks of gray light flashed through the air to slice several devilish beings in half without any warning. Meanwhile, Silvermoon made a hand seal, and the giant silver wolf projection appeared behind her again amid a flash of silver light. This silver wolf projection was slightly blurrier than the one she had summoned earlier, but it was more than enough to deal with the remaining enemies. Thus, the silver wolf projection pounced forward at her behest and also began to slaughter the group of devilish beings. Shortly thereafter, all of the devilish beings had been slain by Silvermoon and Liao Ying. Su Qinyu and the other members of the Su family were situated atop a mountain peak not far away, looking on with flabbergasted expressions as chills ran down their spines. Body integration stage beings were truly far more powerful than what they could fathom. Within the inner demon space, there were close to 1,000 men in different colored robes gathered in a huge hall on top of a tall mountain. They were seated around dozens of massive tables, eating and chatting in an extremely rowdy manner. The tables were laden with fine delicacies and fragrant wine, allowing everyone present to feast and drink to their heart's content. At one end of the hall was an intricate octagonal table, behind which two people were seated on a pair of taisho chairs. One of them was a handsome black-robed young man with a golden dagger strapped to his waist, and he was appraising his subordinates within the hall with a faint smile on his face. The person seated beside him was also a young man with a dark complexion, wearing an azure robe. It was none other than Han Li. At this moment, Han Li was silently downing one cup of wine after another, and he seemed to have something on his mind. There was a small yellow bird perched on his shoulder, while a burly green-robed man with a green hood over his head was situated behind Han Li, Junior Marshal Brother Han. In just a few short years, our Seven Mysteries sect has risen to rule over the entire state under our command. This is truly worthy of celebration. If you ask me, we can now consider extending our forces to the neighboring states. I'm sure our Seven Mysteries sect will become one of the premier powers of the U-Nation soon. You have contributed the most to the success of our sect, so please accept this toast from me, the handsome young man said as he turned to Han Li with a smile, then filled a cup with wine before tossing it over to Han Li. Han Li caught the cup of wine, but instead of immediately drinking from it, he looked down at it for a long while before finally heaving a faint sigh. Do you really want me to drink this wine, Senior Marshal Brotherly? The handsome young man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he still maintained his smile as he asked, "What do you mean by that, Junior Marshal Brother Han? Is there a problem?" Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly spilled all of the wine in the cup onto the ground. As soon as the wine came into contact with the ground, it erupted into scorching green flames. The handsome young man's expression completely darkened upon seeing this, and he quickly laid a hand onto the hilt of his golden dagger. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly said in a calm voice, "Even though you've plotted against me, I bear no ill will toward you." "What do you mean by that?" At this point, there's nothing more for me to hide. The Seven Mysteries sect can only have one true sect master, so only one of us can walk out of this place alive, the handsome young man said with a sinister look in his eyes. "You really are just an imposter. The true Li Feiyu knows where my true aspirations lie. He wouldn't be so foolish as to think that I would stoop to competing with him for the role of sect master," Han Li said with a calm smile, and a surprised look appeared on the young man's face upon hearing this. However, before he had a chance to say anything else, Han Li suddenly made a grabbing motion, upon which an azure long sword instantly appeared in his grasp before being slashed through the air. The burly green-robed man behind him was immediately sliced in half, and the two halves of his body thumped down onto the ground, transforming into two bursts of black chi that rose up into the air. Immediately thereafter, the handsome young man and all of the men that were dining in the room instantly vanished one after another. In the next instant, even the entire massive hall disappeared amid a rumbling boom. After everything became clear again, Han Li found himself standing on a wide street with a series of chi condensation and foundation establishment stage human cultivators walking past him. This was a low-grade cultivator market of the human world, and just as Han Li was struck by a sense of familiarity, he was immediately stripped of his memories, and another reincarnation began. Thus, he continued to go through one dreamlike scenario after another. Each scenario spanned between decades and centuries, and all of them were extremely realistic. On top of that, his memories were constantly being sealed away, so no suspicions arose within his heart. However, Han Li's spiritual sense was simply far too powerful, and in conjunction with all of his spiritual sense-enhancing secret techniques, he was always able to break the seals on his own and awaken from the illusions. After that, he would patiently seek out the person that the inner demon was impersonating, then kill it to free himself from the illusion. From the outside world, Han Li had only been transcending his inner demon tribulation for several hours, but in reality he had already spent over 10 lifetimes in the inner demon space. However, as he went through more and more reincarnations, Han Li was able to awaken himself earlier and earlier from the illusions each time. Thus, time slowly passed, and Han Li was able to escape from the reincarnations more and more quickly. After close to half a day had passed in the outside world, Han Li had already experienced close to 100 reincarnations, but with each reincarnation that he freed himself from, the calmer and calmer he became. During these reincarnations, the inner demon had impersonated his parents, little sister, good friends, and even the likes of Nangong Wan and Violet Spirit. However, all of them had been mercilessly slain by Han Li. In a fit of rage and frustration, the inner demon began to impersonate Dr. Mo, Zenith Een, and other past powerful enemies of Han Li's, but still to no avail. Within the inner demon space, Han Li was in the process of slowly withdrawing a shimmering golden hand out of the chest of a horrified white-haired elderly man. A burst of silver flames erupted out of the elderly man's chest, and his body was instantly ignited. The elderly man then rose up into the air as a burst of black chi, escaping out of the scorching silver flames before transforming into an enraged ghostly projection. So you managed to see through this reincarnation as well. You really are a heartless bastard. You've even killed the master who fed you and taught you for so many years without any hesitation. You've only just broken your memory seal. Aren't you afraid that you'll kill someone actually important to you? There's no need to try and disrupt my mental state. During the first few reincarnations, perhaps I would have been more hesitant, but I've already endured close to 100 reincarnations at this point, and my mental fortitude is stronger than ever, so there's no way I'd make such a mistake. In contrast, you look like you're quickly running out of tricks. You can't find any weak points to exploit in my memories, so you're fabricating some characters that don't even exist to try and sway me? How pitiful! Hanli replied in an expressionless manner. Is that so? Then next reincarnation I'll transform into a true immortal. Let's see how you'll kill me then. The inner demon roared with fury, seemingly at the end of its wits. What a joke. Even I've never seen a true immortal before. How are you going to transform into one? Besides, I won't give you a chance to continue this ridiculous game any longer. All of a sudden, a green sword mark appeared on Han Li's forearm as he spoke. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a green long sword appeared in his grasp, which he instantly slashed toward the ghostly projection. Impossible. How do you have enough magic power to use that profound heavenly sword? The ghostly projection howled in horror, and it immediately tried to take evasive measures, but it was already too late. A burst of energy fluctuations that were imbued with the power of laws of heaven and earth immediately descended upon the entire space. Chapter 2191. Progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, the ghostly projection was horrified as it writhed and struggled with all its might, but it was completely trapped in place by the power of laws of heaven and earth. With my current power, I'm only able to unleash a single attack with this profound heavenly sword. In the beginning you may have been able to escape, but you've been weakened through all of those reincarnations, so there's no way you'll be able to get away, Hanli said in a cold voice as the green longsword instantly vanished from his grasp. In the next instant, a halo of green light appeared above the ghostly projection before descending toward it. No! The inner demon howled with terror and despair at the sight of the ordinary-looking green halo, as if it knew that its life was forfeit. However, regardless of how much it screeched and struggled, the halo continued to fall, and it was quickly drawn into the green light as a burst of black chi. A shrill cry rang out as most of the black chi was instantly destroyed. After that, the remaining black chi was shredded into nothingness within the green light. Almost in the exact same instant, the entire gray space began to tremor violently as if it were on the verge of collapse. Hanli was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately waved a hand through the air, upon which the green halo silently vanished. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed from Han Li's arm, and the sword mark on his skin vanished in a flash. At the same time, the entire space disintegrated into specks of spiritual light amid a resounding boom. The body formed by Han Li's soul blurred, then flew out of the collapsing space as a ball of golden light. Within the basin in the outside world, the giant gray mirror shattered amid a loud crack, and a ball of golden light shot forth before vanishing into the nascent soul down below in a flash. The nascent soul immediately let loose a long cry, and brilliant golden light erupted from its body as it also returned to Han Li's physical body as a streak of golden light. In the next instant, Han Li opened his eyes, and an aura that had virtually fused as one with that of heaven and earth erupted out of his body. A rumbling boom akin to a dull thunderclap erupted through the entire space, following which all of the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, replaced by waves of dazzling light that converged from all directions, then formed a scintillating five-colored sea of light that completely inundated Han Li. At the center of the sea of light, translucent threads of some type of mysterious energy surged rapidly through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Han Li was completely surrounded by these translucent threads. After no more than 15 minutes, Han Li had transformed into a massive cocoon of light that was hovering unsteadily within the sea of light. Lights of all colors were quickly sweeping through the sea of light amid a relentless string of resounding booms, making it seem as if there was something extremely fearsome being born. Not only was there light surging toward the basin from all directions, the 7 suns in the sky had been reduced to only 3, and even those 3 suns had become extremely dim. On top of that, they were releasing wisps of light that quickly flowed into the sea of light in small streams. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Daoist Xie looked up at the 3 suns in a completely expressionless manner. Meanwhile, the Shaoguan and Mouse Monarch Dong Tian both drew a sharp breath at the sight of the scene unfolding in the distance. They exchanged an incredulous glance, and both exclaimed in unison, "3 sun infusion." The same cry of surprise could also be heard coming from another mountaintop in the mountain range. 3-sun infusion. He's done it? The one who had spoken was Liao Ying, and the amazement in her eyes mirrored the tone of her voice. Silvermoon had worn a concerned expression prior to this, but an ecstatic look immediately appeared on her face at the sight of the 3 dim suns, and she yelled, "That means Brother Han has already transcended his inner demon tribulation. Indeed, he must have already escaped the inner demon space and is currently using the world's origin chi and the true essence of the sun to reconstruct his own physical body. With his original powers, I wonder how fearsome he'll become after reaching the Grand Ascension stage. At the very least, your grandfather will be no match for him," Liao Ying said with a wary look in her eyes, while Silvermoon was ecstatic to hear this. Meanwhile, Su Qinyu had also witnessed the phenomenon that was taking place, and she murmured to herself in a stunned voice, 3-sun infusion. How is this possible? Could it be that someone has just successfully reached the Grand Ascension stage? The people guarding this place were demonic beings? Could it be that someone from the demon race has progressed to the Grand Ascension stage? The other Su family cultivators had no idea what 3-sun infusion meant, but they were made aware of the nature of the situation after hearing the words, Grand Ascension stage, and all of them were immediately completely flabbergasted. After all, Grand Ascension stage beings were godlike entities in the eyes of these Su family cultivators, and they had barely even heard of such beings, let alone seen one in person. Despite the tumultuous emotions running through the hearts of the Su family cultivators, they didn't dare to do anything under Silvermoon and Liao Ying's supervision, and could only continue waiting in the forest. Thus time slowly passed by. Even though it had only been around 4 hours, it felt like it had been a month for the anxious Silvermoon. All of a sudden, the giant cocoon at the center of the Sea of Light stirred slightly, and a rich fragrance began to waft through the air before becoming more and more pronounced. A thin crack then appeared on the surface of the giant cocoon amid a loud crack, and countless golden runes surged forth alongside a burst of heavenly music. Shortly thereafter, the entire cocoon exploded amid a resounding boom, and the heavenly music drew to an abrupt halt, while the golden runes were all swept away by a gust of fierce winds. A purplish golden figure then appeared in the place of the cocoon. It was none other than Han Li, who had completed the reconstruction of his own physical body. Moments later, the fragrance emanating from his body became extremely faint, following which the light faded and Han Li was revealed. His appearance and attire were still completely identical to what it had been before, and there was no noticeable change aside from the fact that he had grown several inches taller. However, as Han Li inspected his own body, he was extremely pleased by what he saw. It was no wonder that all Grand Ascension cultivators were able to easily crush body integration stage beings. Not only had his magic power been enhanced by several fold, his physical body was close to 50% more powerful than it had previously been. However, the most important change that he had experienced was that his nascent soul was now truly complete. The nascent soul that was currently meditating in his dantian had become completely different. Its facial features had matured to those of an adult, and an azure robe had appeared over its body. It was basically an identical shrunk-down model of Han Li. Han Li carefully examined his own body with his spiritual sense, and after making sure that there were no mishaps, he was no longer able to repress his own excitement and let loose a long cry of elation. Astonishing sound waves erupted forth in all directions, crescendoing to a peak, causing all of the nearby trees and mountains and tremor violently. Only after around 15 minutes had passed did Han Li completely express his own excitement, and only then did the cry of elation subside. At this point, Silvermoon, Daoist Ye, and the others had all appeared near the basin. Zhu Guer flew over to Han Li with elation in her eyes, then stood beside him in an extremely respectful manner. Daoist Ye appeared in front of Han Li amid a flash of silver light before everyone else arrived, then said something that came as quite a surprise to Han Li. "Congratulations on progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, fellow Daoist Han. From now, you satisfy the basic prerequisites to become my master. All you need to do is fulfill a few requests of mine to truly become my master." "What? I can become your master? Is that supposed to be a joke, Brother Xie? If the only condition to become your master is to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, then wouldn't you have already been claimed by a sacred ancestor?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "In order to become my master, not only does one have to be at or above the Grand Ascension stage, they must also be able to provide me with energy, and the latter condition is one that no sacred ancestor can satisfy. Would you like to hear my other conditions now, fellow Daoist Han?" Daoist Xie asked. Han Li was enlightened upon hearing this, but after a brief hesitation, he replied in a cautious manner, I see. This is not the place to be discussing something like this. Let's talk about this in private later. Alright, we'll do as you say, fellow Taoist Han. Taoist Xie agreed. Han Li nodded in response, but he was slightly perplexed as he took another glance at Taoist Xie. For some reason he felt as if this faux immortal puppet had suddenly attained a higher level of intelligence compared to prior to his Grand Ascension stage breakthrough. At this point, Silver Moon and the others had also arrived on the scene. Chapter 2192. Mysterious acquaintance. Silver Moon quickly inspected Han Li's bodily condition before a congratulatory smile appeared on her face. Congratulations on progressing to the Grand Ascension stage, Brother Han. You are now the third Grand Ascension stage patriarch among our human and demon races. Looks like I'll have to refer to you as a senior from now on. Are you making fun of me, Silver Moon? With the bond that we share, I'll still regard you as an equal even though I've progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, Han Li replied with a smile. Silver Moon was naturally quite pleased to hear this. Su Qinyu was standing behind Silver Moon, and she carefully examined Han Li for a long while before finally asking in a hesitant voice, Senior Han, is that you? Have you really become a Grand Ascension cultivator? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, and only then did he realize that there were some acquaintances among the group of cultivators accompanying Silver Moon. As for Xiao Guan and Mouse Monarch Dong Tian, they were also staring at Han Li with astonishment in their eyes. However, compared to Mouse Monarch Dong Tian, Xiao Guan was far more shocked by Han Li's rapid progression. She had met Han Li once before, and back then he had only been at the early body integration stage, so the current situation naturally felt like a dream to her. I didn't think that I would be visited by acquaintances right after my Grand Ascension stage breakthrough. Fellow Taoist Su, how is fellow Taoist Ice Soul's blood soul? Han Li asked. Su Qinyu hurriedly repressed her own incredulity as she replied in a respectful manner, So it really is you, Senior Han. Our matriarch's blood soul left our Su family many years ago, and we haven't received any news from her since then. Han Li was quite taken aback to hear this, and he said, So she's disappeared again? That's rather surprising. Having said that, even though she's only a blood soul, I'm sure she'll be fine with her body integration stage knowledge and experience. I certainly hope so. The blood soul is our Su family's only hope of finding our matriarch. If something were to happen to it, then Matriarch Ice Soul most likely won't ever be able to return to our family, Su Qinyu replied with a wry smile. Han Li nodded in response, then turned his attention toward Xiao Guan, upon which a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to see you here, fellow Taoist Guan. You don't seem to have aged a day since we last met. Do you know this senior, fellow Taoist Black Phoenix? Mouse Monarch Dong Tian couldn't help but ask in a quiet voice. Fellow Taoist Han. No, it's Senior Han to me now. I didn't think that you would progress to the Grand Ascension cultivator so quickly. Your breakthrough is truly fantastic news for our two races. Fellow Taoist Dong Tian, you've actually heard of Senior Han as well. He's the renowned human cultivator who's been making rapid strides in his cultivation during the past few centuries, Xiao Guan said in a meaningful voice. What? He's Han Li of the human race? Forgive me, what I meant to say was Senior Han. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was so stunned to hear this that he was tripping over his own words. Dong Tian? Could it be that you're Mouse Monarch Dong Tian? Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he swept his spiritual sense toward the burly man to find that his cultivation base was inferior to that of Xiao Guan, but his aura was extremely subdued, clearly indicating that he had cultivated some kind of extremely profound cultivation art and was not to be looked down on. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian quickly put on a fawning smile and replied, Indeed, Senior, I am the current leader of the Jade Mouse race. It is truly an honor for me to have witnessed your Grand Ascension stage breakthrough. Han Li carefully inspected Mouse Monarch Dong Tian for a while before suddenly saying something, asking, Have we met somewhere in the past? Your aura reminds me of a past acquaintance of mine. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian's heart jolted upon hearing this, and his face paled slightly as he hurriedly explained, Surely you jest, Senior Han. This is the first time that we've met. Perhaps you came into contact with one of my clones during the Myriad Treasure Convention. That clone of mine is extremely adept in transformation techniques, so perhaps you encountered it once but no longer recall the meeting. Instead of prying into the matter any further, Han Li smiled and suddenly changed the subject. Perhaps so. By the way, why have you two appeared in this place? Don't tell me that you predicted my breakthrough in advance and came here solely to spectate. Fellow Taoist Dong Tian and I are here to do something quite important, namely. Han Li suddenly cut off Xiao Guan mid-sentence and said in an implacable voice, "Forget it, I have no interest in hearing about your activities. However, I've only just made a breakthrough, and I plan to stay here for some time to consolidate my cultivation base. I don't want anyone else to receive news of my breakthrough, so as a safety precaution, I'll ask the two of you to stay at my cave abode for now. After I complete the consolidation process, I'll let you two go." Xiao Guan's heart sank slightly upon hearing this, but her expression remained unchanged as she replied with a smile, "Of course, we'd be honored to stay in your cave abode, senior." In contrast, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was rather hesitant, but he also quickly nodded to accept this arrangement. As for the group of Su family cultivators, they naturally didn't dare to raise any objections either. Thus, everyone was led by Han Li back to his cave abode. 4 hours later, Su Qinyu found herself seated on a wooden chair in the hall of the cave abode, providing a recount of some events in an uneasy manner. Han Li was situated on the main seat of the hall, while Silvermoon was sitting on a chair next to him. As the two listened to Su Qinyu's story, both of their expressions gradually became grimmer and grimmer. As for the other Su family disciples and the two demon monarchs, they were nowhere to be seen, and seemed to have been arranged places to stay. After a while, Su Qinyu's recount concluded, and Han Li and Silvermoon couldn't help but exchange a glance. After a lengthy silence, Silvermoon asked with furrowed brows, "Fellow Taoist Su, according to you, the Elder Devil realm separated from our spirit realm 30 years ago, and the devilish army has already retreated out of our spirit realm, so why is that I encountered a group of devilish beings with even a body integration stage Elder Devil among them not long ago? The majority of the devilish army has retreated out of the spirit realm, but a part of their forces were unwilling to leave, so they decided to stay in the spirit realm. Even though our races managed to quickly defeat these devilish beings, a huge number of them still managed to escape, and there's no lack of devilish lords among them. As such, it would be impossible to hunt them all down in a short time. I was sent here with my brethren to hunt down some low-grade devilish beings hiding in this area, but we ran into a trap set by the devilish beings instead. If Senior Ling Long hadn't stepped in to save us, we would all be dead by now," Su Qinyu explained as a grateful look appeared on her face. "I see. However, prior to my seclusion, the devilish army had already conquered the Wood Tribe's territory. It's not like them to just give up on that territory so easily. What kind of agreement have our races made with the Elder Devil race to convince them to make such a concession?" Silvermoon asked. "I'm afraid that information is not accessible to a lowly deity transformation cultivator like myself. However, I've heard from the seniors of our family that some Grand Ascension stage beings had made a mysterious pact with the 3 devilish patriarchs on behalf of our races, following which the devilish army agreed to retreat out of our spirit realm," Su Qinyu replied. "What kind of pact could convince the 3 devilish patriarchs to abandon the territory they've claimed in the spirit realm?" Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. "Rest assured, Brother Han, at your current cultivation base, I'm sure you can go directly to either my grandfather or Senior Mo to clarify the situation. In any case, it's fantastic news that the devilish army has given up on their invasion of our spirit realm," Silvermoon said with a smile. "That's true. Organize a place to stay for Fairy Su, Silvermoon. I'm going to have a chat with an old friend," Han Li suddenly said as he stood up with a smile. "Another old friend? Are you going to see fellow Taoist Xiao?" Silvermoon was rather surprised to hear this. "No, I'm going to see Mouse Monarch Dong Tian," Han Li replied before vanishing from the hall amid a flash of golden light. "When did Mouse Monarch Dong Tian become an old friend? Haven't they only just met for the first time?" Silvermoon was quite perplexed. At the same time, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was seated in an uneasy manner atop a futon in a quiet secret chamber. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted, and Han Li emerged amid a flash of golden light. Ironically, the uneasiness on Mouse Monarch Dong Tian's face faded upon seeing Mouse Monarch Dong Tian's arrival, and he said with a wry smile, "So you came after all. Looks like you've been waiting for me. You must have known that you hadn't managed to fool me earlier," Han Li said with a smile, then sat down before Mouse Monarch Dong Tian in a casual manner. Chapter 2193, News about the Centipede. "You've progressed to the Grand Ascension stage and noticed me right away, so of course I wouldn't be deluded enough to think that I could fool you so easily, Senior," Mouse Monarch Dong Tian said with a wry smile. I didn't think that the vastly renowned endless sky beast of the human world would be a clone of one of the 7 demon monarchs. That endless sky beast clone of yours sure knows how to keep a secret, Han Li chuckled. Indeed, no one could have imagined that the true body of the endless sky beast would be Mouse Monarch Dong Tian. I also didn't think that a human cultivator who was far beneath me less than 2,000 years ago would now be a grand ascension stage being whom even I have to look up to. Having said that, there's no bad blood between us, and that clone of mine assisted you somewhat in the human world, so I'm sure you're not here to pick a bone with me, right, Senior? Mouse Monarch Dong Tian asked. I did indeed form a bit of a bond with your clone in the human world, but prior to that, it had plotted with others to take my life and almost succeeded, so I don't think it would be inappropriate for me to repay the favor, Han Li replied with a faint smile, and Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was left feeling rather speechless upon hearing this. What happened back in the human world was a complete misunderstanding. Back when my clone first descended into the human world, it had no intelligence and was used by other malicious individuals. Besides, didn't you befriend that clone of mine in the end, Senior? Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was scrambling to make excuses for himself. That seems to be reasonable, but it's entirely my choice whether I want to accept this alibi of yours, Han Li said with a meaningful smile. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian finally realized what Han Li's intentions were upon hearing this, and he gritted his teeth before asking, What do I need to do for you to let bygones be bygones, Senior Han? As long as it's something within my capabilities, I definitely won't refuse. Even though Han Li was being rather unreasonable in the face of their absolute power gap, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian could only conform to his demands. That's a good attitude to have, fellow Taoist Dong Tian. How about this? You tell me what's happened to my 6-winged frost centipede and I'll let everything slide, Han Li said in a nonchalant manner, but his words were like rumbling thunderclaps in the ears of Mouse Monarch Dong Tian. The 6-winged frost centipede? Surely you jest, Senior Han, didn't that centipede run away on its own? How would I know what's happened to it? Mouse Monarch Dong Tian hurriedly gave a panicked response, but as soon as the words slipped out of his mouth, he was left regretting his rushed reply. Oh? When have I ever told anyone that the 6-winged frost centipede ran away on its own? Han Li asked as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian's expression darkened significantly, and he knew that he couldn't hide things any longer, so he could only heave a resigned sigh as he conceded, All right, I'll admit that I do know some things about that 6-winged frost centipede, but before I divulge this information, I'd like to know how you were able to tell that I've come into contact with that centipede. I don't think I've told anyone about this. That's quite simple. I'm sure you can guess the reason even if I don't tell you, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, following which a hint of enlightenment quickly appeared in his eyes. You don't mean? Could it be that the centipede had once accepted you as its master? Indeed. Even though that 6-winged frost centipede severed our master-servant connection, there's still an extremely feeble spiritual connection between us. You've interacted with it for some time, so some of its aura has inevitably rubbed off on you. Even though it's barely detectable at this point, it's still not faint enough to escape the notice of my spiritual sense, Han Li explained. I see, but your recent breakthrough must have also contributed to this, right, Senior Han? Otherwise, there's no way that a normal person could sense a hint of residual aura from so many years ago through their spiritual sense. I guess I was simply unlucky to have encountered you at a time like this, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian said with a resigned expression. Alright, I've already told you what you want to know. Tell me about that 6-winged frost centipede. I'm sure you wouldn't be foolish enough to lie to me, fellow Taoist. Otherwise, once I find that centipede, I'll be able to easily verify the authenticity of your words, Han Li said in an indifferent voice. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian's heart jolted upon hearing this, and what little remained of his intentions to deceive Han Li instantly disappeared as he hurriedly replied, Rest assured, Senior Han, I only encountered the 6-winged frost centipede by chance, and we struck a mutually beneficial deal as I could see that it possessed astonishing potential. A deal? Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Indeed. I'll have to begin this story by telling you about the reverse spirit Truyin technique, which is an incredibly powerful ability recorded within the Golden Jade Tome. Many years ago Thus, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian began his recount. Han Li sat silently across from him, listening to his story with an unchanged expression, but internally, he wasn't quite as calm as he looked. After separating from that 6-winged frost centipede, I haven't received any further news from it. If it isn't for the fact that it left me with a soul badge, I wouldn't even be sure that it's managed to survive for all this time in the primordial world. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian sighed as he finally concluded his story, then immediately laid a hand onto his own waist to produce a translucent blue badge, which he offered to Han Li with both hands in a respectful manner. Han Li took a glance at the badge but didn't accept it right away. Instead he asked in a contemplative voice, "So you're saying that with your reverse spirit truine technique, not only has the six-winged frost centipede already progressed to the body integration stage, there's even a chance that it could reach the grand ascension stage in the future? Is that an exaggeration?" "Not at all, Senior Han. The reverse spirit truine technique truly is an extraordinary cultivation art. If it isn't for the fact that I'm completely incompatible with the cultivation art, there's no way I would have given it away," Mouse Monarch Dong Tian replied with a shake of his head. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li's expression eased slightly, and he waved a hand through the air to draw the blue badge into his own grasp. "Looks like you're telling the truth. In that case, everything between us is all in the past now." Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was naturally very relieved to see this. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the blue badge briefly, then immediately rose to his feet as if he were planning to leave. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian also hurriedly stood up to bid Han Li farewell. However, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and he said, "By the way, I don't want anyone else knowing about the six-winged frost centipede. Rest assured, Senior Han, I swear on my inner demons that I definitely won't tell anyone else," Mouse Monarch Dong Tian replied without any hesitation. "Good. Rest easy here for a while and I'll let you go when the time comes," Han Li said with a pleased smile, then instantly vanished into thin air amid a flash of golden light. In the next instant, Xiao Guan was startled by the sudden appearance of Han Li in another secret chamber, and she immediately stood up to extend a curtsy. Han Li waved a dismissive hand to do away with the unnecessary formalities, then immediately said, "I came here to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me truthfully, Fairy Xiao." "Of course, I'll be sure to tell you everything I know," Xiao Guan replied in a cautious manner. Han Li could see the wariness in Xiao Guan's eyes and he said, "There's no need to worry, I'm not going to ask you any difficult questions. All I want to know is how Dyer is doing. I've lost contact with her ever since the devilish tribulation commenced. Is she doing well?" Xiao Guan faltered slightly upon hearing this before replying in a relieved manner, "Rest assured, Senior, Dyer is one of the most brilliant talents in the younger generation of our Black Phoenix race, so as soon as the devilish tribulation commenced, she was sent away to a secret restricted area alongside a few other elite disciples, and she's still in seclusion there now." "Good, I'm glad to hear that. I'll leave you to rest then, Fairy Xiao," Han Li replied with a content nod before disappearing on the spot once again, and Xiao Guan had no idea what type of movement technique he had used. Xiao Guan stared blankly at the spot where Han Li had just disappeared, and only after a long while did she heave a long sigh before sitting back down to continue her meditation. Meanwhile, Han Li reappeared within his own cultivation secret chamber before taking a seat in an unhurried manner. Following his successful breakthrough, his magic power, physical body, and spiritual sense had all improved significantly, and he really did require some time to consolidate everything before he could fully acclimate himself to his own newfound powers. However, prior to this there was something else that he had to do. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and 3 balls of golden light flew out, then appeared above his head before transforming into gigantic objects, each of which was several tens of feet in size. Chapter 2194, Boundless Spiritual Journey. These 3 gold-devouring beetles were the only 3 remaining after the ferocious skirmish that had taken place between all of the gold-devouring beetles and beetle monarch candidates. In the urgent situation where Han Li had been transcending his true lightning tribulation, he had released all of his gold-devouring beetles, which had been in a state of hibernation after devouring the water from the spirit cleansing pond. However, they had all been jolted awake by the tribulation, and after consuming much of the black and white ball of lightning, they had begun attacking and devouring one another, which was quite an unexpected and pleasant surprise for Han Li. After his progression to the Grand Ascension stage, these 3 beetles were the only ones left, and they could be referred to as faux beetle monarchs. Not only were these 3 faux beetle monarchs far more massive than they had previously been, all of them had lightning-shaped purple patterns on their backs, presenting quite a menacing sight to behold. At the same time, their auras had been significantly enhanced and could virtually compare with that of late body integration cultivators. In conjunction with the fact that these 3 faux beetle monarchs were near indestructible and could devour almost everything, they were truly extremely fearsome. Unfortunately, the three foe beetle monarchs had called a truce once again instead of continuing to devour one another. Otherwise, the gold-devouring beetle monarch that Qing Yuanzi had mentioned to be quite a fearsome prospect even for true immortals to face may have come into existence already. All of a sudden, the three giant golden beetles began to fly through the air as three balls of golden light at Han Li's behest. The three golden balls of light were as fast as lightning and whizzed through the air in a wraith-like manner. On top of that, Han Li was able to control them perfectly with his spiritual sense as if they were extensions of his own body. Han Li was quite pleased with this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the three giant golden beetles rapidly shrank before vanishing up his sleeve. With these three foe beetle monarchs, Han Li essentially had earned himself three late body integration stage allies, which would undoubtedly be a massive boost for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li's lips began to move in a silent manner, as if he were transmitting his voice to someone. Shortly thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted in front of Han Li, and a humanoid figure emerged amid a flash of silver lightning. "You wanted to see me, fellow Taoist Han? Please take a seat, Brother Xie, and we'll continue our earlier conversation now that we have some privacy," Han Li said with a smile. "Sure. The current situation is very simple. You already satisfy the basic prerequisites to become my master, so if you satisfy a few more of my conditions, I'll be yours for you to use as you see fit," Taoist Xie explained. "Who was the one that established these conditions? You didn't just make them up on the spot, did you, Brother Xie?" Han Li asked in a cautious manner. "Of course not. The conditions were created by my former master, and I'll only reveal them to those who can satisfy the basic prerequisites," Taoist Xie immediately replied. "Your former master was a true immortal, so I'm sure the conditions he's proposed will all be quite meaningful. Tell me the conditions and I'll see if I'll be able to satisfy them," Han Li prompted after a long pause. "Alright, to begin with, I have a list of a few items here that I need you to track down," Taoist Xie replied with a nod, then raised a hand to send a blue jade slip flying toward Han Li. Han Li caught the jade and his brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Is this the only condition I need to fulfill?" "Of course not, but if you can't even do this, then there's no need for you to be made aware of the rest of the conditions," Taoist Xie replied. "I see." Han Li nodded in response before adhering the jade slip to his own forehead, then instantly injected his spiritual sense into it. Moments later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and removed the jade slip from his forehead with slightly furrowed brows. "These items are all very hard to find. Not only will I need to spend a lot of time to track them down, some luck will also be required. If luck isn't on my side, perhaps I'll never be able to track them down. Are you sure you require every single item on this list, fellow Taoist Xie?" "Not only do I need every single item, I can't make the slightest compromise even on the quantities required," Taoist Xie replied without any hesitation. "Alright, it looks like this certainly won't be an easy task. I'll do my best," Han Li replied with a determined nod after a moment of contemplation. "I wish you luck, fellow Taoist Han. If that's all you wish to speak to me about, then I'll be taking my leave now," Taoist Xie said with an expressionless nod, then vanished into thin air again amid another flash of silver lightning. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he appraised the spot where Taoist Xie had just disappeared. It appeared that following his breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage, Taoist Xie really had become a lot more sentient. It seemed that this faux immortal puppet had some secrets about it that were still unknown to him. After that, Han Li stowed the jade slip into his storage bracelet, then sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. Having completed all of his errands, he was finally able to consolidate his cultivation base in peace now. Thus, Han Li remained in the secret chamber for day after day, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, and two bursts of scintillating blue light flashed through his eyes, following which he immediately laid a hand onto his own head. A miniature humanoid figure emerged from the top of his own head amid a flash of golden light, then appeared in the air above him. This was a tiny azure-robed figure that was completely identical to Han Li in appearance. It had a small azure sword strapped to its back, and there was a thumb-sized golden beetle each clinging tightly to its two shoulders and chest like three shimmering golden pendants. As soon as the miniature humanoid figure appeared, it carefully examined itself, upon which an elated look appeared on its face. All of a sudden, Han Li stood up and extended a slight bow toward the miniature azure figure. Almost at the exact same moment, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and another azure figure that was identical to Han Li in appearance emerged. This was none other than the spirit body being controlled by Chuer, and the miniature azure figure turned toward the spirit body before instructing in Han Li's voice, "Look after my physical body. I want to try out the boundless spiritual journey technique now that my nascent soul is complete, and I'll return soon." Immediately thereafter, the miniature azure figure vanished on the spot in a flash. Down below, Han Li's physical body and the spirit body exchanged a brief glance, then both sat down in silence. Meanwhile, Han Li's nascent soul had already appeared hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air. A blanket of white clouds down below was only barely visible from this altitude, and gusts of fierce white winds were blowing toward the nascent soul, striking it with a stinging sensation on the skin of its face. However, not only was the nascent soul not alarmed by this, a smile appeared on its face as it murmured to itself, "These heavenly astral winds are truly as fearsome as the rumors proclaim them to be. If my nascent soul had come to this altitude prior to my breakthrough, these astral winds would have instantly torn it apart. Now, the astral winds are still rather uncomfortable to deal with, but I no longer have to fear them." As soon as its voice trailed off, the nascent soul immediately made a hand seal, and it vanished into the astral winds as a ball of golden light, then began to traverse through the winds at an incredible speed, rising up higher and higher. As the nascent soul ascended, the white winds sweeping through the air around it became more and more fearsome. Blades of wind were beginning to take shape within the ferocious winds, slicing a series of black spatial rifts into the air around the nascent soul. The nascent soul's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but it still continued onward without displaying any intention of taking evasive measures. All of a sudden, a blade of wind flashed past the nascent soul, and a thin spatial rift appeared up ahead. The nascent soul seemed to be about to be drawn into the thin rift, but it abruptly twisted around and escaped from the spatial rift, then continued onward as if nothing had happened. These spatial rifts were lethal even to body integration cultivators, yet they were completely unable to harm Han Li's nascent soul. The nascent soul ascended another 100,000 feet in the blink of an eye, following which an indescribable roar suddenly rang out up above, accompanied by a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations. The nearby astral winds shuddered and completely shattered, following which a gargantuan creature tore through the space overhead, glowering intently at Han Li's nascent soul with a pair of massive pavilion-sized eyeballs. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.